Hey, everybody. Welcome to the extravaganza that is Season 50 Grand Finals for the Advanced Division. Well, I'm a master, and I'm welcomed here with Cash and King. Welcome, guys.
How's it going?
Good to be here.
All right, well, we're going to be having a good time tonight. We have Akimbo versus Undefined coming in here for the Grand Finals. Um, so far, what they've done so far this season and in the playoffs has been looking great for both sides. I'm excited to see what they're able to do. Just a slight little note, we want to just make a point that, Akimbo has played a little bit of matches earlier, and they 2-0'd the team, so they are a little warmed up or exhausted. We'll find out which one that's going to be. But I guess that'll probably be a good talking point right off the bat is, what do you guys think as far as going into this? Who's going to be more prepared?
Certainly, it feels like Akimbo heating up offense. CCT should have a little bit of advantage in the early stages of this map pool, but like you were saying a little bit, if we go the distance here, I'm curious to see if fatigue will be a factor here.
Yeah, I mean, as far as how the CCT match goes, they did have a substitute for it. Taggy was in place of Laxi, so I'm not sure if that's going to be the case for this match as well. I guess we'll have to see. But they did play against a team that has shown to be a threat in CCT, and they were able to beat him 2-0, and so hopefully they stay on that consistent way for themselves, and already up a map coming from the upper bracket. They're gonna look to obviously make it an early night.
Certainly.
Yeah, and one thing to note is through the playoffs, Undefined is the only one that cost Akimbo a map. Akimbo basically 2-0'd everybody except for when, yeah, in the upper bracket, they definitely only lost one time as far as getting to that 3 maps played. And again, that was Undefined, and so now we're back. Now that was on Dust 2, and they absolutely obliterated them on Dust 2. They did fantastic on that. I think that was 13-2 on that. So it was a
Crazy.
pretty good run for Undefined on that one. So if they can get that Dust 2 in for the maps tonight, that would be great for Undefined.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off what you're saying there, a master there. I think Undefined, their course of action, their course to victory here is trying to force out Dust 2 very early here. But on the flip side
Yes.
here, Akimbo kind of knows this. And I'm curious to see if they're going to use their precious one ban in this map pool to try and avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, over the course of this season, you can see here that Akimbo's only played it once, and that was in the match versus Undefined. Undefined clearly has shown favoritism towards Dust 2. And then I think we're gonna see a good map coming out in Mirage for both teams. Um, but in the grand scheme of things, for that map specifically, I'd kind of have to give it towards Undefined.
Mm.
Yeah, and I mean, we could still see some magic coming about. We do have Vertigo that maybe they could just throw in there. Nobody's played it, right?
Mm.
Could we not? But at the same time, or do they keep it safe? Mirage, they're pretty close. Anubis, they're pretty close. Ancient, I mean, that's right there, Adam. But I think ancient wise, that could still be up in the air as far as whether they've wanted to. We do see a lot of ancient a lot of the times, so they may just want to not do that. Nuke, definitely. Akimbo want to be bringing that in here, so we do have some options. Now we
Certainly.
haven't had Akimbo do Inferno. We kind of talked a little bit about that in the pre-show, but they did have a lot of success last season with it.
Certainly. There's absolutely some wild cards possible in tonight's map pool, and the statistics definitely show for that year. But another thing I want to bring up here, kind of bring us in a little bit of a tangent here, and it's for Undefined here. It's probably going to be Akimbo getting the first map pick. Don't quote me on that one here, but they really need to do everything in their power not to go down 2-0 here. For those of you that don't know, with Akimbo coming through the upper bracket here, they've already got a 1-0 lead here. And I feel like if you give Akimbo 3 shots here to try and win one map, they're going to pull it off more often than not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
I would
I
agree.
think, I think it's really dependent on who gets this first ban, who decides to. Okay, well, we do know that
Ooh.
Akimbo is banning first, and so I do foresee them banning Dust 2 just to get that out of the way. It is the strongest map that
Yeah.
Undefined has, and then both these teams have shown that their perma is on Vertigo. and I think Akimbo's going to try and force undefined to make that ban.
I agree with
Okay.
you. Totally.
And it looks like we have it right here. Let's say we have Mirage, Inferno, Ancient, Nuke, and Anubis
Wow.
as our map. So Dust 2 got the axe right off the bat.
Goodbye.
So that was definitely a good choice there. Let's go ahead and pull that in. Yeah, that was their first ban was Dust 2, and then Undefined did Vertigo. So that's what we're looking at seeing.
Should be a fun one for us without a doubt here, but curious to see what the casters have to say about it without a doubt.
Oh
Kind
yeah.
of jumping the
So
gun a little bit there, I think. Sorry.
yeah,
My apologies.
we'll
Sorry.
we'll get their notes here in just a second, but I want to make a point though. So we are going to be starting off with a close matchup, right? So we got Mirage, that is the map that's going to be probably the closest, and then Anubis was not as well played, but still at least based off maps and stats should be close to. But that's at the very end. There is that kind of wild card for Nuke, second to last, where since Akimbo has done good, if they absolutely just need that win they have a good chance there. But it looks like it's just going to be, I don't know, Inferno. I'd be curious to see. We don't really have a whole lot of data there for how that's going to go necessarily. So I think it'll be fun. We'll start off with a banger and then we'll kind of roll through and be like, all right, let's see what happens.
Certainly.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as Mirage goes, they did play this as the decider map in the BO3 that bumped or that knocked undefined into the lower bracket, and that did go in favor of Akimbo. So
Yep.
both these teams definitely well versed on Mirage. I foresee this as a high scoring map, and hopefully not go into overtime because this is going to be
Night.
if everything is as predicted
Potentially.
from if everything is as predicted for me, this is going to go the distance.
Yeah. And at this point, we had that. By the way, just to confirm that Ancient was 13-5 and Mirage was 13-8. So yeah, it could be definitely in favor. But again, we do have Undefined making their way back up, and so they definitely could have worked extra hard through the night, and to make sure that they've gotten as much training as possible. And they could be trying to anti-eco, so we never know about that.
Perhaps, definitely. I think we got some head-to-head graphics coming up here in a second. Some definitely notable players in the server here, and I think we'll get the Neo versus Clausio one here. I think the host here was a little bit more prepared. If you want to break it down here for me in this regard.
Yeah,
Your team.
so for me, I had asked to get these two specific players. These two players, in my eyes, have shown the greatest performance throughout these playoffs. Now these stats are for the entire season. Um, a little technical difficulty, but um, the I do foresee these two players being the top performers. Neo has outshined as an entry opper in the entire playoff so far. He's gone for 32% of entries and had a 1.4 rating and
Insane.
something like 60% success rate, which is insane to me. And then Clasia, who has also shown prowess in just putting up numbers throughout the season and in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, they definitely have some great stats, and they've done great throughout the whole season. So definitely keep your eyes on these two players. Again, especially with the percentages of being able to get your kill, whether if it's if you're getting over 60% and up, just kind of be on the lookout that they're probably going to be getting that entry and kind of opening it up. Now, granted, if you're throwing somebody against on the opposite side that also has the same, that's when you start to get into some real fun of like, okay, well, if they're both supposed to majoritarily get it, then who's going to get it? And we should just kind of default that to a 50-50 at that point and see, what's going to happen as we move forward through these set of maps.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm excited to see how this first match goes. It's Mirage. It's a map that's known by everyone in the community. It is a very pug heavy map, if you will. Personally, for me, I don't like to play it as much. But
Boo.
but
Good.
hey, I'm not the greatest aimer, if you will, but I'd like to provide my knowledge to it, and Mirage isn't the greatest map to show that knowledge. But um, I do predict Undefined taking this map. I don't know about you guys. What do you guys think?
I think Akimbo's got the fact that they were just coming hot off of a Mirage game here. They've got that kind of working for them here, so I'm kind of 50-50 on this one. It's hard for me to tell, and with how I feel about if it goes 2-0 versus 1-1, I think I'm gonna say I don't know, man. That's a tough one. I'm gonna go with Akimbo on this one, but don't quote me down the road.
Now
Indecisive.
I'm gonna be slightly in the middle somewhere of I think this will be the best chance besides Inferno
Mm,
for undefined to be able to get it. Now, granted, I don't know where they will land it because it still feels more akimbo to me. But again, best chance because this is some of the most amount of plays that undefined has on just a specific map in general. So this is going to be their best case scenario to be able to take
true.
this here. And then Inferno next, that'll give them some options to, again, best case scenario, be able to try and take that. Because then they're going to be going straight into Ancient and Nuke, which is just straight up akimbo heavy. So they really have to take these two.
I agree. Well said.
Yeah, for sure. And I think in terms of Mirage goes, it is a very op friendly map. And so Undefined is going to have to do their best to, take Neo out of the equation. And then for Akimbo, Neo is really going to have to, start showing up now more than ever for on Mirage. Um, on the side of Undefined, they don't have a true opper. Um, I believe Stamina right now has been the one wielding the big green. But he's opt in the past, but I wouldn't classify him as an opper.
Definitely question marks in my mind on it, on how it's all gonna play out. I'm stoked for it though.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. And again, this is, it's kind of great, but it's also not that the pressure is on right here, right now for
Yep.
undefined. Just they don't even get to ease into it; they just have the pressure right away. Akimbo's got that positive map already, and then we're starting out with such a head-to-head map between the two with their stats wise for what they've played and won against. I mean, this is just straight up right out the gate, just full rip onto it.
And we do have I think everyone in the server now.
Beautiful.
I think we headed over
Progress.
to the casters and they get us into the game.
Yep, it's going to be
Perfect.
exciting. So it's going to be great. Cash, King, thank you guys. And let's go ahead and head over to the casters and let's get straight into it.
See you in a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome. Thank you to A Master, Cash, and King for kind of bringing us on here. I am Chris Jones, joined here by purely you and I. We have been chosen to be the duo here to bring us this season 50 grand final for ESEA Advance. And from what we were seeing a little bit earlier there on the desk, I am very excited for what we could have up here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, Connor. I think that tonight's match is going to be one for the ages for sure. I mean, like we were talking about on the desk, if it's any, show as how the playoffs match went, this rematch tonight should be extra special. And we do have a bit, of a different look tonight on the map. So I'll be
Yeah.
curious to see. I think it's hard to argue that Akimbo coming in with a pretty big advantage with the veto, I think going in their way pretty nicely, as well as the fact that they start up, 1-0. So I'm definitely looking to see them make some moves tonight.
Yeah, and I think this map pool as well that we're seeing is kind of a showcase of some of the best that we've seen so far, right? A Mirage, of course, obviously historically, like we've been saying, a pug map all the time. It's very loose style over, and then I think, but we're also getting a huge wild card because we haven't really seen Inferno out of Akimbo at all this season, so it's kind of just a total mystery as to what we could be getting out of them here tonight. And I think for that, I'm really looking forward to that map number 2 because I think that's where we could potentially see some of the strongest action, at least in terms of just like unknown variables as to who's really going to be showing up there. Lots of different win conditions in mind and everything like that. But oh goodness, I think this is going to be just a fantastic grand final.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And maybe we can take a quick look at the map pool again, just to hammer
Yes,
home, like what
yes.
Connor was saying. I mean, Akimbo has not shown their Inferno at all this ESEA Season 50 advanced season, but we know that they have played it in the past, and I think that that is ultimately, like you were saying, Connor, going to be the wild card tonight. I think undefined. That's a map that if they're not able to take decisively, I think it's going to be really really tough to see them coming out on top of Akimbo. And I mean, we know that Akimbo, both these teams are high caliber teams. Like we know that both of them have prepped. We know they're coming prepared for any of the maps that they might have had to play tonight, apart from maybe their permabans they probably didn't put much time into. But I expect to see some them really brawling on Inferno, which I think can make for some of the most exciting Counter Strike that we're going to see tonight.
Absolutely. When I do kind of look at this one, I am still a little saddened by the fact that we're not seeing Anubis. This is a map that, I mean, both teams, as you just saw, only played 3 times throughout the season and everything like that. I think Anubis just plays fantastically overall as well. So I would have liked to have seen it maybe in place of Mirage or something like that, but I totally understand why Mirage is still in the pool. That has clearly seen plenty of its repetitions throughout. And I think if you're just kind of looking at things, it's essentially that for both these teams, they essentially plucked out the worst that they could have, and that was Dust 2 and Vertigo, right? Those are 2 maps that, unfortunately, the community and just players alike just aren't the biggest fans of playing as much anymore right now. And with Vertigo, it just seems that the formula just can't quite get working, but hey, it is what it is. And so, while we got that, I mean, it's set up really well in terms of this map pool, and I think it's going to give us the best of both worlds.
Yeah, and I think the changes they made a little while back on Dust 2 definitely helped the map a lot, especially over towards that A site. But I still just can't get past. They really need to do something. I know they've done, tried a couple of iterations of mid, of the doors, of suicide,
Yep.
but they can't seem to get it worked out. So I think that's ultimately why that map didn't play. But I think we're going into game here.
Yeah,
All
I
10
think you're
players
absolutely
ready to
right.
go.
Map number 1, it's Mirage getting started here. Akimbo will be starting things on the T side for this map number 1, and Undefined will be playing on the CT side. Defense for the first half. And by the looks of things here, both teams are setting up very strongly. Oh no, it is just the knife round. Okay. I was trying to figure that out. Fake knife round. So that means that Undefined does get to select his sides. And there we go. My mind is scrambled after because I was like, oh, we're just going straight in.
Yeah, that would have been a pretty aggressive start to a map
I was
number
gonna say,
1.
don't tell me both teams are just gonna run and ramp and kill each other.
Oh yeah, gentleman's agreement.
Now, I think we're actually getting started here. I see pistols this time around, which pretty important weapon to use in the pistol round of Counter-Strike. And, well, still undefined. Going to be starting on the CT side. Akimbo will be playing on the T side. And overall, Akimbo, they seem very set in wanting to head things out towards A, in which BT and MOTM are the only 2 players defending.
Yeah, and I think this buy as well from both teams, setting the precedent early on in this game. Very limited utility. Dooley's up close for Beaky, though. He's going to take first contact, and N2O, nice shot, immediately shuts him down from being able to cause issues at Palace. And you can already see Modem making his way back into spawn. It's going to be a retake setup here.
Cameron's pushing forward, though, with the Glock. Wants to try and get aggressive, take down Stamina, who will be taken down by ZY. Cameron still spamming with that Glock, but it's Glacia to at least take down that kill. Glacia starting to move forward. OB and ZY gonna start to move and try and retake this bomb site, but the bomb planted on the side of Triple could cause problems here. Chomp with the tap. Obi does reveal at stairs and even takes down 1. Glock follows up for a second. It's left to a 1v1, but Chomp gets it both. And now sticking onto that defuse there. No kit, but it's not going to matter here. Undefined are going to have their pistol round.
Yeah, it was a beautiful retake from Undefined. Nice acknowledgement as well on the quick rotation through spawn. They know no kit on the board for them, so they have to move quick. I see a lot of teams make this mistake where they bleed the timeout on the retake, and then if you don't have a kit on the pistol, it doesn't matter if you find all the kills. So really good heads-up play there from Undefined to secure their first CT round.
CT side off to a decent start here. We do see the rifles getting picked up on both sides, but Undefined taking, I'd say a bit of an edge overall. Galil versus M4A1s is, I'd say, about even when it comes to the fact that Galils can't just get those one taps like you would normally see. Although we do see plenty of head armor as well. So for Undefined, they're not going to be too worried about Galil one taps anyways. it's not going to be that much of a problem. But the push out towards mid starting off pretty well. Laxi, some good damage, and the follow-up goes the way of Chop, but ZY takes down MTM and Connector, trades things out 1-1.
Yeah, the Akimbo, no stranger to these force buy rounds. They've looked really good on them in the past, especially on Mirage. Obi spinning around, not going to be able to clean up stamina there. Brought very low. He's going to back his way up. But so far, trades going back and forth rapidly here. Cameron kind of stuck in con. He has no help there. So he's going to eventually go down. Just Obi making his way through spawn. Maybe going to look to try and get Constellation Plant down. Since I think it's going to be tough for him.
Too. Obi is on 47 HP, but the A bomb site is left wide open. The only player left in defense is essentially ESEA just holding with the M4A1 from Cat. So for Obi, this is practically a free bomb plant on default. Maybe try and go for the cross to triple and plant it over toward play for CT. But for Obi, there's many options here, but their time is starting to run a little lower because stamina is slowly catching up here from T-Spawn, starting to walk on forward. And for Obi, he's just trying to make sure everything's all clear. But now I think this fight's about to come to a head. Obi gonna go for the peak. Stamina ready, and Stamina gets the headshot. So it is undefined, starting things off 2-0. Akimbo, unfortunately, no bomb plant means they'll have to take a bit of an eco here into round number 3.
Yeah, I think if he finds that kill on a stamina, a real opportunity there for Obi. It was a nice attempt from him, but ultimately not going to work out for them. I will say, like I was mentioning a little bit in the middle of that round, Akimbo has looked very deadly on those force buys. Expect to see a lot of those from them tonight. And mid control, maybe it's a little, doesn't need to be said, but Akimbo has looked second to none on this mid control on Mirage. I think that's what makes their T side so strong on this map, and you can see already a few players out early towards top mid. Beautiful shot from Laxi to open up the round.
Great shot there from Laxi. The Desert Eagle hand cannon steps up big, but BT at least finds the one trade. Laxi, the follow-up onto Stamina. That Deagle is finding its mark for sure, and now putting Undefined in a bit of a bind. One player per bomb site, although the B bomb site very vulnerable. Not playing from Catwalk, does at least take down one. That's Cameron gone. Viki starting to pull away here. So now it's Chop essentially left to defense. B1 tries to push out. Chop and Klasia do combine, and Chop with the second on the headshots as well makes it Obi in a 1v3.
Yeah, sitting in the smoke right now. I think if he walks out of this, he knows it's going to get cut down. So he's just going to wait for it to fade. But the question is his aim as on par as Laxi's was this round? Does have the Desert Eagle in hand, so still opportunities here for him. No utility. The time is working against him. No bomb plant down just yet. Klasia, easy kill for him. It's going to be 3-0 for Undefined.
But here's where things are going to get interesting here, right? Is that Akimbo, they have at least done some of this damage and gotten a couple of kills in each of these rounds. It's just forced reinvestments, right? So you do see that the economy for Undefined hasn't really been given that chance to build. And for Akimbo, they've got plenty to work with to try and break down Undefined here. They've got the full set of AK-47s, head armor all around. And while they are missing at least a couple pieces of utility, they still have more than enough to make this round entirely possible.
Yeah, stamina on the op this round. That's going to be the difference maker. Klasia going down very early. That must have been towards window.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. Yeah, absolutely was. Neo holding on Cat as well. Chop and MTM. Stamina even pushing into Connector, holding with the AWP. This could get very interesting here. Miss shot from Stamina, and it's Neo finding one ZY on MFCM. Things falling apart here for Undefined early.
It's going to be Chop. Blocked off by this Molotov. Cameron's worked his way through the smoke, and it's going to go down. So Chop and Biggie fighting back here in the 2v3. Laxi going to walk up ramp. He's not privy to Beaky. Repositioned here over towards Ticket. Going to swing out and actually finds the kill. So Beaky holding down this A site single-handedly right now. But he's got one more on the docket. He's going to jump across
on the bomb player.
So he has that info now.
Huge potential here. Obi, though, going to stick that bomb plant. Bomb going down. Obi getting that bomb plant means Akimbo have gotten themselves their second post plant, actually. Now, Chop going to group up with Beaky. It's going to be a push out from Ticket. Obi playing over at ramp, and ZY at jungle. This is going to be an incredibly tough one to clear out. There is no smoke here for the CT side to try and drop down and maybe buy some space here, so they have to win out both of these duels separately. Chop at least makes contact on one. Beaky taps. ZY continuing going for that fight, and it's just the crossfire being held. Peak from both sides. Obi and ZY take the kills, and Akimbo, they break through in their first.
And so far, it's been really clean stuff out from both these teams. I like that post plant setup a lot from Akimbo. Makes it very, very difficult, like you were saying, for Undefined to really get anything going on that retake with, I mean, obviously time on, not on their side, as well as the limited utility doesn't help, but I think that Akimbo right now putting themselves in positions to close out these rounds. And it is important to note too, like you're mentioning, that economy damage that was done to Undefined means that now they're on the full save. That's kind of just how CT economy goes these days. On
CT economy,
PS2.
trash since 2019
Yeah.
is essentially the only descriptor that we can really use, right? 3-1 though, Undefined have at least, you know, getting that early start of getting the first 3 rounds is going to help them a bit more, especially when it comes to the fact that they do have at least a bit of money. They just decided, you know what, let's not go for the force. We'll take the full save, bite the bullet, and get that second stage loss bonus anyhow. So, offense will be coming down shortly, though. The A-bomb site fully taken over. Stamina is trying to fight from stairs, but I can't imagine he gets anything. I have to eat my words on that one. ZY goes down. Stamina, that USB at least converts, and MTM, the shots continue to ring out here. Beaky wants to go for a bit more damage as well, and that's an AK recovered. This is a 3v3 that, while slim chances is within the realm of possibility, MLTM wants to go for these fights, drops the smoke down, and the USP Classy is starting to make some noise, but I think the round will shortly fall away as Undefined crumble right at the very end.
Yeah, it got a little sloppy there from Akimbo in the mid rounds. No spawn smoke means that, you know, they weren't really looking towards it. I mean, the USP had a free kill essentially on the first player, and that means that it got a little worrisome there for Akimbo, but they were able to close it down, which is important. You really cannot afford to lose those kinds of rounds. I mean, the force buy rounds into low buys are a different story, but in terms of a full buy against a complete save, those are the kind of rounds where you look back at a map that you might have lost. It might have been a close one, and you're like, that could have been the difference maker.
Absolutely, they're right. Neo will be holding the WP. MTM almost dead, but it's going to be the first shot on the M4A1 to kick things off for the 6th round. A round for Akimbo to try and tie things up, but the upper gone immediately could cause problems here for the T side. They are starting to see themselves into mid control, though, so that could give some favorable fights.
Yeah, and Akimbo wastes, like we were talking about, they waste no time in taking this mid control. They do not care if they lose 1, even 2 players. They will use as many resources as it takes to gain this mid control. And Cameron, again, going to try for the 2nd time, make his way through the smoke, but the timing does not work out for him. Modem. Obi, though, quick trade. Does he have help, though? Looks like Bomb rotating over through spawn.
Oh, but this fight, Beaky just trying to stay alive on default could be a huge difference maker here for Undefined if they try to hold onto the A-bomb site. With Beaky in position, that means that it's so many more question marks here for Akimbo to try and work out. Chop will be rotating in from Ticket as well, as Beaky's fully repositioned, I believe, playing at the back of Firebox or a Ninja. So right now, things are just looking incredibly difficult. Trying to jump over that. Smoke gets caught from Obi at triple, and Chop finds the trade. Now ZY, a 1v2, and Chop's lower on the HP. So for ZY, this is definitely a doable clutch. Spots the shoulder, but Chop, that timing to just go for the swing and takes the headshot. Undefined now. Answer back with one of their own.
And that almost got awkward there. The shadow as well on the ground. I think he spotted it even maybe before the shoulder. I'm not sure, but it's just the timing. Pulls out the bomb. Obviously, round time was getting low, so you have to make a decision soon. And, doesn't end up working out for Akimbo, but they built up a little bit of money, so they are going to be on the rebuy this round. Tech 9 for Cameron and a Galil for Laxi, but the other 3 on AK-47s. You can see Undefined's money also still kept pretty low after that previous round. So Akimbo doing their best to manage that economy to the best of their ability, make sure it doesn't start to pile up for Undefined.
Akimbo definitely want to keep Undefined on their toes. ZY pushing up on Catwalk early, but MOTM starts things off again in favor of Undefined. And now with a kill down, Undefined will just be backing away, essentially resetting the situation. Beaky, the MP9 SMG, cutting up some paper there as $600, and 2-0 attempts to push up forward, but it's going to be MOTM on the M4A1. Makes quick work of it, and this could be a flawless round here for Undefined. ZY, last one standing, spotted in mid as well, and certainly time is ticking. Does at least get some damage onto stamina, but MOTM, this fight could determine the round, ultimately backs away, and ZY allowed to at least stay alive. got 50 seconds to try and work something out, but I can't imagine there will be much.
Yeah, and these are crucial rounds here for Akimbo. I think their stronger side is their T side for sure. I believe in the last time that they faced off, obviously it was a close fight. A lot of where the advantage started completely shifting in favor of Akimbo was on their T side. I believe their CT side was a little lackluster the previous time that they faced off. So we'll have to see. I mean, Akimbo again now going to be on the low buy, which means that it's most likely, obviously, undefined going to be at a pretty big advantage in this round. And I wouldn't hate, to be honest, neither of these teams, at least from the times that I've had the opportunity to cast them, have been big timeout users. You'll see one every once in a while from both of them, but not the kind of neither of these teams the kind of team to pull the trigger early on a timeout. They'd rather just let it roll. So see a couple more rounds here.
Timeouts can make a world of difference as well, right? I mean, it can really change up the entire pace of the game, and just that 30 seconds can really just stall things out so much for different teams as they're trying to make their plays happen. Chop will be making contact, and so for Akimbo, they're starting to walk things out towards B. The run coming through. Clasia gets one. Laxi, that deagle, still shining bright here for Akimbo. Takes down one. Chop playing around the site. Wants to try and deny a bomb plant, but MLTM is cutting bodies down. Obi, last one on the deagle, fighting for the bomb site. Has it. Trying to make some noise, but overall, the 1v3 that sees little chance of success is just that deagle, no armor, and a smoke grenade to try and work with. And I think they believe that he's out on the site, but that shot from apartment should confirm it. Obi is still up in apps, lying in wait with that deagle, and Peek spotted again. Obi just continuing to slowly chip away on some of that HP, and round should be ending fairly shortly here. But overall, neither team wants to give up a fight here.
Yeah, you can see him fighting tooth and nail for every
There
hit.
we go.
I mean, it's not both these teams are locked in, right? We're not seeing the silly mistakes that maybe earlier on in the season were happening. You know, when it's regular season time, you can afford to be a little goofy, right? Like we see, especially to keep the morale high, maybe in a game that's a bit tougher. You know, we'll see some messing about, but not in the grand final. Like both these teams are locked in. They want it bad. So we're seeing, you know, very clean play, undefined. You see not over peaking anything there. They know that everyone on Akimbo is capable of pulling something crazy out of a hat there with just a Desert Eagle on a low buy round. So they are not giving them anything at all.
I think this is really going to be the one of the first true fights that we see between Akimbo and Undefined, because a lot of the times there's been different compromises being made by either side, and for Undefined that is no real difference, although Beaky could have afforded the A1, still stuck on that Galil. But it's essentially full rifles for both sides, and Stamina even has the AWP to try and work with here. Fine. You have Chop and Cat. Laxi wants to try and go for that fight. Doesn't spot Chop, though. Or will Chop spot Laxi first? But no, Chop will be backing away, and things are relatively quiet on these sort of mid-fights here early, as Undefined, they don't want to give up anything here. They are more than comfortable to give up the space without giving up the kills.
Yeah, it's not a bad strategy either. I mean, just to reiterate, you can look and see how much utility has been expended already for Akimbo, and getting this mid-control, mode him up first, is not going to be able to land the shot. Surprisingly there, looked good, but you know that sub-tick, how we roll in CS2. N2O out on the side, first man up, he gets the kill. So A side is open for business now for Akimbo.
Clasia, this play could be huge. Spots out one and goes for two, but Neo playing under default. Clasia didn't see him, and now it is a 1v3 for Stamina. Things crumbled there for Undefined. Clasia had it up on a silver platter, but Neo, that reaction was golden, and it just slams the door shut on that A-bomb site on Akimbo. Now on 3.
Yeah, and the transfer not working out there for Clasia, but it's fortunate as well that wasn't N2O on the bomb planet on 8 HP. All he would have needed was one bullet to connect, and finds himself in maybe a round-changing scenario. Maybe we find ourselves in a 1v1. And we're taking a look back.
Yeah, we'll take a quick look back at this as well. Neo just got sprayed it on through. Maybe not right now. But hey, 6-3, and oh, I don't think Stamina got away with that AWP. It doesn't look like it. I think he lost it there in the late round as the bomb was going off. So Akimbo taking away another crucial piece of utility here from Undefined.
Yeah, and it's going to be the investment here as well from Undefined, which means Akimbo, if they're able to convert, could be looking at a pretty nice end to this first half. All things considered, Laxi out aggressive towards mid. Smoking window. Same setup that they've been doing. This is their default. This time just leaving Laxi alone, and they're going to fight mid this time. Chop does get the dink, but it is going to go down. So Klasia, quick trade back. And everyone from Undefined right now. First time that they've utilized this on their CT side, but you can see how effective it is, especially on a round where Akimbo has a few less people out towards mid. It's just Obi, I believe, over Cameron at underpass. He's alone right now.
4v3. Stamina getting a little bold playing up against the smoking connector as well, but Beaky surely going to be ringing the alarm bell on this A bomb site. And, oh, Classy, a great shot from Catwalk. Neo down. Obi going to start to peek out as well, looking for a connector player. And Stamina has been spotted by Classy again. Cameron now will start to clutch up though, gets up 2. Needs to find 2 more kills. Has got plenty of HP to do it. Full health bar, the AK-47, but the bomb is down in the open. It's a risk here for Cameron. MLTM will just be playing in jungle, backing away through Murder Hole. And Beaky just starting to set things up over towards ramp. So for Cameron, he can easily isolate 2 1v1s here.
Yeah, and you can see he thought about maybe going back through spawn, but I think it's just going to take too long ultimately. Only 27 seconds here for him to make something happen. Really does need to try and isolate this first fight. I'm currently being... Actually, it's passive hold from them. They're not holding the bomb. They're going to take the retake together, and the shots from Pat.
From MLTM.
What a rotation from him. Great read.
Yeah, that was fantastic read as well. Now, they knew that they still had the bomb down, but I think enough time had kind of gone with the passive hold that they were maybe considering, all right, we'll send MLTM on Cat. Probably Cameron's still in mid, and if he gets caught up connector, he gets caught up connector. And that was exactly what happened, though. So great play out from Undefined to switch things up in the middle of the round and get Akimbo down for it. And so up to 7 rounds in their first half. Undefined starting off pretty strongly on Mirage.
Yeah, that's going to secure them their first half, right, on CT. That's a big deal for Undefined. And notably, you know, I don't like to call players out, but Cameron definitely having a bit of a quieter half this time around. In their previous matchup, he was the MVP on Mirage. So I think that definitely... You can see that Akimbo having a bit of a harder time right now since he hasn't quite come online just yet.
Yeah, I noticed that a few rounds ago that I think Cameron was at like 1 and 6, I think, a bit earlier, now up to 3 and 10. So like you were saying, has been a bit of a slower approach here from Cameron. Hasn't been able to quite get started overall in this best of 3 right now, or in this best of 5 anyways. Asia will be hearing the noise at Neo down immediately. And Undefined still have 5 players up for this B-side defense. DY and Cameron both trying to get the fights. Cameron at least picks up 1, but the USP of Klasia will just continue to be running circles around Akimbo here. And it's all on Cameron in a 1v5. Nothing. Klasia takes it down with the USP, and LTM stab Stamina?
Yeah,
it is last round, so no harm, no foul, I guess.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about that we saw in their previous match, and even in some other games throughout the season. You know, a little bit of goofiness going on. Just it's not even like insult to injury. It's not like BM. It's more just so like, you know, we're here, we're in a good position, we're having a good time kind of thing. You love to see a little bit of goofiness sometimes. But I will say that's gonna hurt Akimbo losing that round. So that, I mean, it looked like they had a good opportunity out B, but haven't really been able to get much going over on that B site, and because of that now. They're going to be on a bit of a makeshift buy for their final round in the first half, and that nade, Laxi, eating a direct hit from it. It's not a great start for them.
Yeah, taking down so much damage early is certainly a bitter pill to swallow. Obi at chair, though, could at least find an opener. Oh, just backed away as Klasia went for that angle, and Cameron, just more damage taken here for Akimbo. Cameron's down to 64, Laxi's on 50, and Neil on 79. Damage will just continue to stack up, and Klasia has just found an opener onto Obi. 3, but I think with starting out a 5v4, it could be 9 before we know it. MLTM holding on window is sure to catch Cameron here in the moment.
Yeah, he's holding. He's not going for any sort of info at all. He's got his spot, and he's making sure that no one is able to cross, but maybe a timing here works out. Cameron gonna just execute him from behind, and now Stamina scrambling here on default, but him and Beaky are able to shut it down. Again, ZY left alone. 1v4, gets the first pretty cleanly, but 22 HP to work with. It's gonna have to be flawless from him.
Oh,
to give
baby,
Akimbo a
ZY
4.
1v4 has gotten the first. Can he make it more? Let's see. No, unfortunately, it will be chopped to take things in that one. And a 9-3 half in favor of Undefined. Some say that is the cursed scoreline for Counter-Strike, and we will see if that comes true here as we switch sides for the second half. Akimbo, though, will be playing on the CT side, and Undefined will be on the offense, trying to attack things out. Will Stamina and his gigantic brain be able to navigate Undefined through this half?
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. I think importantly, Akimbo getting 3 is the minimum that you need. I think less than 3, and the chances of you being able to bring this game back drop dramatically. I mean, at least you give yourself a little bit of leeway here, a little bit of room to work with. But a pistol would be nice here for Akimbo.
And that's the thing with, like, I think that 3 as well, right? Is that, sure, even if you lose pistol and you lose the follow-up, you have a 1-gun round to work with. And that can be just more than enough to really get that ball rolling. Neo taken down, though. Chop on the first. And that is a kit down. Laxi, will he find the shot on MOTM? And now things starting to get a little interesting here as Undefined will be going for that bomb plant on B. Klasia does go for the tap. Not going to go for the stick until now. And with 40 seconds left, Stamina spots players in Market door. But it's all 4 players coming out from Market. 3 of them from the doorway. Stamina trying to fight for more. Gets one on Obi. Klasia as well from the van. Oh my goodness, CY and Laxi taking it all down. BK will be trying to stop that bomb defuse, but Cameron sticking it with the kit. And it's going to be Akimbo just stealing that round away. Beaky, unfortunately, not quite able to get the connections he needed.
Yeah, I mean, and in contrast as well to Undefined CT pistol, this time Akimbo make sure they have the kit in the smoke, able to just stick the defuse in that. Beaky unable to really do anything. We're gonna take a nice little look at all these pistol shots missing. The Glock, bro, I've gotta love. Yeah.
I think unfortunately there as well is that Beaky was just I just don't think he thought that Cameron had a kit. So when the diffuser is going, he's like, I'm just gonna try and fight these guys, then go for the diffuser, and then it got real messy from there on out.
Yeah, I think it's tough. I have sort of a love and hate relationship with the Glock. I feel like sometimes it looks like the most broken pistol in the game. I don't know. It's since CS2, I swear as well. Like in CS:GO, I never felt like it was like super overtuned or overpowered or anything. But for whatever reason, this game, maybe just because it plays faster, I don't know. But doesn't end up working out for Beaky there.
I feel like the Glock in both games is always just the most hit or miss pistol in the game. Either you're getting just gunned down immediately, or you're missing 20 shots and having to reload. I feel like there is really no in between with the Glock sometimes, and that just makes things really difficult. But for Undefined, they're gonna have to make some key choices here as they have just lost that pistol. Now going for the force buy. Stamina does at least have the Scout Klasia and Chop on the Galils. But BK and MOTM on Tech 9s, those are what I'm interested to see here, because if those Tech 9s can actually hit their shots and just get some of those clean one-taps that we can see out of Tech 9s, there could really be something to say about this round.
And if you're Akimbo here, you just do not want to get caught with utility in your hand. Gun up, Laxi, that's ridiculous shot from Modem. Stamina, though, misses his first, so N2O able to get that kill. Now Obi stuck in a hard spot in Sandwich, can't go anywhere. Does get some good damage across, though, before finally going down, and now N2O is going to look for a spam through the smoke. Looks actually pretty good, but no one going to connect those bullets.
Nah.
Bomb yet to go down here for Undefined.
Neo going for that attempt at least. Klasia with the Galil takes the shot on Neo. Cameron and ZY, last 2 standing here. Molly towards B, but Warforce Klasia out of position, and ZY tries to catch it with the M4A1. Oh! The wall bang through triple connects and takes down that kill. Now it's a 2v2 or the post plant here. Bomb tap, no commitment just yet. And Beaky gonna go in for the follow-up here now. 40 seconds left on that one. Cameron does still have the kit from that pistol round. It won them the first round of the half. Can it win them another here? And now Cameron creeping forward, pushing up through that smoke. Beaky just starting to back away, playing it in towards mid. It is a bomb plant at front triple, and Cameron, the heads up play to check for back firebox. That's great heads up knowledge there from Cameron. I just think maybe MOTM's going for something sneaky. DY gonna go for the fight. It's just brutal, battered, and it's gonna be MOTM on a triple there. Starting with that Tech 9 and ending it with the Tech 9, Undefined on 10.
Yeah, and that might just be the nail in the coffin here for Akimbo. I mean, like we said, at least giving themselves an opportunity for one last gun round. to run it all the way back. But yeah, that spam from ZY was insane through triple.
That spam could have genuinely could have changed the entire round. It was a very close to doing it as well, because it just dropped the bomb essentially in the open-ish to where the point where undefined, they really had to question when they can actually try and go and recover. They did go for it. They got the bomb plant down at triple, and eventually it was all okay. But now for Akimbo, that's a hard reset to try and deal with here. They've got just Eagles, the 5-7, and an MP9 on ZY to try and work with.
And look, man, if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, then you're a fan of how this first game is going. Because if we want a full 4-game series here, then like we were mentioning, undefined, need to look confident in this first map. But Obi, he's looking to not allow that to happen. Gets the first one in N2O, able to follow up with a second. But trade's coming in fast from undefined. And it's just Cameron on the site with a 5-7. ZY gonna fall in, and actually Stamina. Okay, he manages to transfer there, but it looked for a second incredibly good for Akimbo. Stamina just on 13 HP and a 4K on the round for him.
That is
what an insane round.
Just ridiculous there out. And yeah, undefined, finally, they will be taking a tactical timeout here, and it makes sense, right? That is a moment where it makes sense, because that round was just insane. It was a total brawl out onto that A-bomb site. Both teams hitting shots. We saw Obi hitting a Deagle headshot, Neo hitting Deagle headshot, Stamina getting a quad. That's a moment where you're like, okay, we'll pump the brakes for just a second. We'll take a breather, and we'll come back to this next round level-headed.
Yeah, and I mean, it looked a little too slow from Stamina, at least from the spectator. Maybe he spun a little faster in game. It's just a little, slow to catch up. But the MP9, for the first time ever, not coming out on top there. You don't see that happen very often anymore. But yeah, I mean, Akimbo, they put everything into that round. So again, you can see pretty interesting buy here. They do have the scout on N2O at least to work with, but I think it's going to be tough for them. I thought maybe they were going to try and play for OT here, but it looks like all the eggs in the basket.
This could be the play that they need to force OT, right? Going for something fast and aggressive, something that undefined just wouldn't expect, and Laxi getting a kill and almost a second as well. It's MOTM down 6 HP in this round. It's not even through the first 30 seconds. In this round, already looks like Akimbo's just put it in the bag.
And that's the MP9 we were promised right there from Laxi. Holy cow, he's already almost single-handedly won this round here for Akimbo. And this might be the beginnings of a comeback here if they're able to lock it down to convert it. But it's still early days in this round, a minute on the clock. And undefined, if they find the gap here over towards B, just Cameron pushed up aggressive in apartments. If he's not able to find anything, might be a clear avenue onto the site for undefined. If they can get a bomb plant down, set up in post plants, they still are in this round. It's not over, done and dusted just yet.
Yeah, bomb plant would absolutely have to come through here for undefined. Their economy is in shambles after that previous round. We do see Classy at $50, Chop 100, Stamina 500, MOTM is at the highest at 1350. Then for Akimbo, of these 5 players, Laxi's the only one that's taking damage apart from ZY, and Neo is just taking down Chop in the immediate moments there. Stamina will be getting at least 1 kill on Neo. That does start things off in the right direction. Stamina would essentially have to be clutching up big time once again. Oh, the spray through the smoke, good for some damage. I think for Stamina, he's just going to be backing away, grabbing that bomb, but there's just no more time to get a bomb plant here. So for Akimbo, they're going to be winning this round by time, and undefined just be trying to stay alive. This round was something. This round was something, all right.
I'll be honest, I'm very confused. We're gonna get a little replay here. Of Laxi. That
Laxi
initial
action.
Yeah, that push in underpass was everything. Secures the first, and look at this little fadeaway there on the Beaky. Almost kills him. I'm surprised it doesn't quite finish him off there, but yeah, that round is very puzzling for me for undefined, because it looks like they wanted to go for it, but the 2 low players were already saving like at a minute. I mean, they were low HP, granted, but I think with your advantage here, I mean, that's like a very, very passive play from undefined. That's how you know they want to make sure they secure this Mirage.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like they had much of their heart in it in trying to really win out on that round. Once they lost those couple of openers there, N2O getting the shot on Beaky, and now is a missed window smoke that starts things off, but maybe it's what undefined needs. Stamina, what a headshot there to kick things off back in favor of undefined. And with that, it is a 4v4. Both sides have had to make some serious sacrifices, though, on their purchases. We do see that for Akimbo, they do have MP9s. And for Undefined, they've got Galil and a Tech 9 to try and work with.
Yeah, but I tell you what, Connor, I mean, take me back to the days where a scout and some upgraded pistols was all you needed to win a round, because I'm really happy to see both N2O and Stamina having picked up this weapon a couple times already this map, because I really didn't see it much in the regular season. I don't know, maybe I'm just forgetting, I'm misremembering, but it can have a lot of impact. Obi goes unchecked. Nice, clean two-man spray down for him. Clausia gets one in return.
Okay. All right.
I'm telling you, man, the MP9.
Just get the spam. Just get the spam from stairs. MOTM will at least humble in that regard, but it's the peek over top of Ticket. Obi secures it 11-6 now. Akimbo bring this now within 5 rounds, but will there be more? Akimbo will have to stack things up just a little bit, but Undefined, this is an eco. If they go for a major investment here and just force buy with Mac 10s, I genuinely think that would be just a boneheaded play to make at the least. But hey, crazier things have happened in Counter-Strike. But overall, Undefined will be taking the reserved approach and going for just the pistols, just the Glocks, nothing else. And I think this could be just a fast play out mid to maybe just try and throw themselves at it.
It's going to be an attempted run boost. Did not quite get the velocity he was looking for. Obi, N2O in combination. He's going to jump onto window. Actually, he drops the op, I think, maybe to Beaky. ZY going to fall down, make sure nothing else comes of that round. Hopefuly Cameron can recover a rifle here.
Okay, ZY got the op. That was the big point there, is to try and make sure that op actually gets recovered and given back to Neo. That was a very important thing once the round ended. Undefined, if they were able to get that op totally out of play and force a reinvestment there, that would have been devastating to try and recover from there. And so 11-7, Undefined, though, have got themselves another full buy to try and work with. But will Akimbo continue to stop them at the gates?
And hold on, Connor. We had a last-minute second AWP purchase here for Akimbo. Obi now, secondary op. Very, very
double
bold
ops.
play.
You don't see it often.
No.
And it really only gets pulled when you want to just throw the monkey wrench well into the machinery. And that's absolutely what's happening here and now, right? We see that Undefined are they're spread out around the map. They're trying to look for some of this information. And I'm sure they're probably questioning, like, where is Neo? Neo hasn't made any presence shown over towards mid with that AWP, but he's holding absolutely off right now. And that could be just, if Undefined decides to finish B, that could be a big problem here. But Obi as well is making those on the op, with the op on A. And so I think for Undefined, just going to try and take their time on this execute.
And I'll be honest, I'm not sure if that was a shoulder peek on ramp, but if so, now Undefined know both these AWPs are online. Oh, the timing is terrible there for Undefined.
That is
getting in the way a little bit.
Timing.
Or it wasn't Beaky, actually. I believe it was Modem who walked in front of him, but either way, does not go Undefined's way. Cameron doing his best to stay alive underneath here, and hold on. 2v2.
Something to say about this one. Neo gonna get flashed on stairs, gonna avoid it though, by using the geometry and an what? Are you serious? The shot to connect to Stamina and the follow-up on the AK-47 Neo. That double op play right at the very end of the round plays out to perfection. Now it's 11-8, and this is back within 3 rounds and potentially more. Undefined, surely they'll be having to go for another eco here.
Can we just
that combination right there with the double ops, perfection there out from Akimbo.
And can we just appreciate that spectating real quick? That was some good stuff right there.
Can we get some props to Vincent on the observing for just absolutely nailing that? Into the smoke. Neo holding, but for Undefined, this is just Tech 9s, and sure, while the Tech 9, the Rec 9 as it's been historically known, could have some of this impact, I seriously doubt it'll be able to find what it's looking for up against the rifles that Akimbo has, especially with the double op play. Cameron's going to be backing off on B. Beaky pushing forward. Quick headshot there for Cameron. We're starting to turn things up a little bit more here in this map. Up to 8 kills. It's still been slow going here, but if he can maybe find some of the even footing on the CT side and just start to push on forward, Cameron, this play could be huge. It does! Chop down, and the bomb denied. Cameron triples up. And Gonna be 2 kills left. Cameron on 4. Could Cameron get an ace here? No! Obi steals it right at the last moment. But it's 11-9. Undefined. This lead is slipping and fast.
And it's good to see Cameron heating up because that's exactly what Akimbo needs right now. Only a 2-round game. And how have we gotten to this point, Connor? I mean, we were talking about how difficult it was going to be for Akimbo at the beginning of this half. But they have
Mirage,
one by one, man.
T-side Mirage is short to put a pain. A pain in somebody's rear end at almost all times. It can be just a brutal experience for even the best of teams, right? I mean, we saw this most recently. What was it? Cologne, right? That Liquid phase game that was 10-2 CT side for Liquid, and they still somehow lost it, you know, on their T side, right? That was, you know, all these ridiculous scorelines seem to happen the most on maps like Mirage. And so right now for Akimbo, they are absolutely bringing the heat on the CT side and locking down this defense.
Well, and like we were mentioning as well, the desk touched on the fact that Akimbo coming off a Mirage game in their CCT match earlier, but they were playing with, instead of Laxi, they had Taggy, right? They're sub playing. So I don't know if maybe that's causing some of the, because I felt like when I was watching Akimbo's T side, it just felt a little off kilter for me. Like, I don't know if that's just maybe, you know, just getting warmed up with the current 5 or whatnot, but it did not look like their previous matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the start of this game, they were maybe just still trying to gel a bit because they had finished that whole best of 3 against Exolos Laser while playing with Taggy. Obi, this ramp play could mean the entire round difference, and Klasia goes for the fight, but Obi takes it down with the M4A1 nade from MOTM. Is a tactical nuke. Stamina gets caught trying to cross out of Firebox. MOTM on 1, but it's Cameron to trade. 11-10, Akimbo. Well, we are definitely back into this map number 1. Akimbo on 6 rounds in a row and potentially 7. We'll take a quick replay there and look back at what we just witnessed there because Stamina, unfortunately, trying to go for the bomb plant default, gets caught. MOTM, great attempt, but unfortunately, Cameron had the health, he had the kill, and now the round 2.
And it's no surprise to me, to be honest with you. Akimbo, they've done this before where they have a bit of a slow start on their map number 1. Actually, it happened earlier in the playoffs as well. I believe on Anubis, though, not on Mirage. But where they had a map where they were really struggling in the first half. Completely brought it back on the second. Came alive. N2O, uncharacteristic missed shot there from him. But Laxi is in the thick of it right now. He's going to look to activate through the smoke here. Has walked his way through. 5-1, 5-2.
Perfect.
And the
and
third
Neo even finds Klasia as well. All 3 mid players dead in the first 30 seconds. And Beaky and Chop on other sides on the map from each other. And now for Undefined, what do you do, right? You're essentially about to lose this entire lead that you had built up over the first half. And even at the very beginning of the second half, you got things up to 11 rounds. And now you're at the precipice of losing out this map number 1. Oh, Chop gets caught by ZY and Beaky down by Laxi. It's a flawless round for Akimbo. Their economy looking as strong as ever. And now, 11-11, a replay there. Let's look back at what we just saw Laxi pull off in mid, walking up through that smoke, sneaking on through, and just tearing it up there onto Stamina and MOTM. Neo, the follow-up to Klasia, doesn't want to let him get away with that one. And now we're tied.
And they're just playing off each other so much better, I feel like, than on their T side. Like on T side, I felt like they were getting caught flat-footed a lot. Like the trades were a little bit too slow. There was one round, I don't know if you remember actually, where we saw a player swing cat on Akimbo and they died. But instead of going for a trade opportunity there, one of the players tried to grab the AK that fell off cat and trade it out for his glow.
I think I do remember that.
Yeah, and it's like I understand, you know, it's hard to trade that kill out, but it's like we need to see the attempt at least being made. Fast out a ramp. Obi, beautiful.
My goodness.
Gets 2. Laxi now desperate spam through the smoke. Hold on.
Could be more to be said about this round. Beaky, though, has just found ZY as well. Cameron, Laxi, and Neo. They've got themselves a hefty advantage to try and work with, but I think they might be jumping the gun a bit too much, trying to push against players back against the wall, and they will certainly fight their way out of it. It's chopped down to 1v2 clutch. Gets the headshot on Cameron. Would need one more on Neo, who cannot get the rifle. Has to play with the USP, and Chop has just put map point with a quad kill up for Undefined. And now it's Akimbo. They could lose out on their map pick of Mirage unless they force overtime.
And it wasn't the Keck 9s that round for Undefined. It was the Sneck 9. I mean, that was an insane round from them. That was the kind of pace that they needed to change it up, because obviously their slow approach was not working against this Akimbo defense. A little bit something a little bit more pacey. Sometimes all you need is a fortunate timing to completely open up a site. And Undefined finds it. That's going to come back to haunt Akimbo if they don't push this to OT now.
OT very well within the realm of possibility here. Neo, nade to the top of mid. We'll be trying to push forward on that as well. If MOTM can catch this, that's going to be a huge advantage, but not able to get the reaction in time. Neo, great shot to start things off here for the first, and now he's doubling back in. He's dipping the toes back in, wants to go in for another play, but doesn't spot anything out. And now for Undefined, starting a group for B.
Yeah, and currently only Cameron over here. He already had a 4K earlier, almost an ace. That was Nico. N2O finding that second kill in top mid, though. They know the execute's coming in. And Cameron has some backup now. ZY and him gonna easy close it out. Send us to OT in map number 1.
We haven't even gotten to through the end of map number 1, and we're already seeing overtime here in this best of 5. Map number 1 of the series, and we need more than regulation to end this here. Both teams have shown their absolute strength, mostly on their CT side. Undefined definitely had, I think, I'd say, in some of their times, a better T side than Akimbo. But overall, Akimbo have really shown here their strength on their CT side. Picking up 7 rounds uninterrupted there to put them on 11 rounds was a masterful performance here. And for Undefined, now in overtime, money's not an issue, but Neo is causing the problems anyways. Neo finds Chop on the first. He's going back in for more. No way. He drops that nade into the smoke, tries to go for the bit of a quick no-scope there, but no connection.
Yeah, lineup not quite working out for him that time. Beaky sitting in the smoke. And I think that incendiary thrown from windows not going to really deny much here. Obi goes through the smoke, though, finds a nice timing on a modem. He's going to stay, dip his toes in for a second kill.
I don't think Obi ever took his toes out of that water. He just stayed in it. He was just like, nope, I'm in it. I want this. I'm comfortable here. And just absolutely dominates their Classy. It does at least take down Neo, so that's the opt-down for the moment, but surely it's going to be recovered at the end of the round anyways. It's Stamina 1 versus 4 on an AWP. And I think for Stamina, this might just have to be a bit of a save here for the next 50 seconds. Now for Akimbo, they could try going hunting for it, but I think right now when it's overtime and they just are trying to play for these rounds and not trying to break economy here, it might just be best to just be like, all right, we're going to take our time. We're just going to let Stamina have a bit of that space.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need any like 1v5 Guardian, you know, clutch-esque plays here. Stamina, we know he's good for it. So I expect to see Akimbo playing very respective here. But I will say there's just been a huge shift. Oh, Obi go down first. Okay. Stamina. Switch out to the AK. Ollie going to go in towards Palace. Maybe allow him to get a plant down, but he's actually going to go looking for another pick. Laxi slid out. Not expecting that. Stamina.
Smart play from Laxi.
Yeah.
And now is the op recovered is the real question here. Yes. No.
Oh,
no op recovered. So that's going to have to be the reinvestment here for Akimbo. And that means if they do lose out on this next round, that could cause a bit of problems here for that CT side economy, as having to buy ops consistently can be just a real drain on that money with the $4,750 price tag. But for Undefined, got themselves another full buy here in the second round of OT number 1. And they want to at least find a round before they switch sides. Will it be this or the next, or will it just be Akimbo just clean sweeping it on their CT side? That's the real question.
Yeah, I mean, that would definitely be good for them. Only needing 1 round on T side to close it out. And I will say the confidence shift up here is very evident here for Akimbo. I mean, we're talking about Clausia being a star player for this undefined roster. 14 kills on their CT side. He's only got 18 on the board. Or actually, yeah, 18 on the board. So he's only found 4 so far on the second half. And I think that him slowing down and Akimbo speeding up has definitely...
This is so much info, too. Look at this playthrough ramp. Obi and Laxi are starting to just walk it through towards T-spawn and Undefined by leaving nobody to try and hold for this angle. It's essentially given up the entire game plan here for Undefined. They're going to be walking slowly towards their own doom. Now, Palace hasn't been left checked, so for Akimbo, they are just leaving that question mark. But for Undefined, they're just getting boxed in slowly, and it's essentially on Akimbo, who will be just applying that squeeze here shortly. Klasia is going to start to push forward. ZY boost up on the site, though. Could just be the one to shut it all down. And there it is. One on the Klasia. The peek around to find MOTM. Cameron, the follow-up on Chop. It's a double. And now it's Beaky. Alone, 1v5. And no chance at all to try and win this round. Especially when Neo's staring you down with the AWP. It's 14-12. Akimbo, 1 round away from map point.
I mean, I like the switch up, like the adjustments from them as well. You know, having DY boosted up on the site there. They haven't used that all CT side, and pulling it out in an important round like that. Money maybe starting to be an issue here. Stamina not going to have the AWP this time. Mac 10 maybe going to look for an entry.
And look at the play on the CT side. They are having double ops on the last round of the first half of OT, and Neo's already found the first. Stamina goes down early, but that is a bit to be expected. Stamina with the Mac 10 is just going to have to try and get aggro somewhere. Tries to run it out towards the mid and gets caught. Beaky, great trade onto Obi, but Laxi is there as a response as well. And so, a 3v4 set in play, and Akimbo with the 1-player advantage, but Neo missed shot. That's going to be rough here. ZY is nowhere to be found just yet. Still on that long rotation from B, and MLTM to spray through the smoke onto Laxi. This whole situation is flipped on its head. It's ZY now in a 1v3. Bomb plant not making its way to the site just yet, and ZY switches to the AK-47 as he has to go for the retake attempt.
Fortunately, none of these players softened up at all, so it's going to have to be headshots for ZY, and it's not going to end up happening, which means that at least Undefined will pick up 1 round on their T side in this first OT, giving them a fighting chance now. I mean, if this first, the regulation time was any sort of indicator of how these overtimes are going to go, CT side obviously much stronger for both these teams so far on Mirage.
14-13, Akimbo do lead by 1, and now a chance to break some of their T-side woes and get themselves up to map point. They haven't seen map point just yet. The closest they got was 11 before Undefined were able to steal away that map point for us, and Akimbo had to force overtime. Now they could get to 15 first here in this overtime second half, but it's going to rely on some of the gunfights here. It'll be crucial to see how things go.
I wonder if this call from Akimbo, a little bit slower approach out towards mid, is in response to earlier on the CT side. We saw Undefined go for that aggressive fight. They switched it up 1 round and just all fought mid, and it ended up working out well for them. So I'm wondering if Akimbo delaying a little bit out, just trying to change up their protocols here. Throw Undefined off guard. And they're giving up this control again in Undefined fashion. Not really contesting it much at all. A little bit of utility extended. That Stamina is good though. Oh, I thought he might have had a second there.
Yeah, I thought there was definitely potential there, but Laxi could apply some of this pressure here to Stamina, who's holding on the AWP. Scoped up, and Laxi could just kind of try and sneak through here, but Stamina onto Neo. Double here for Stamina, holding on Cat. Laxi rings his bell, but no kill found. Chop finds the follow-up, and now it's 3-0 in favor of Undefined. Klasia does get taken down, but Beaky from under Palace gets ZY. It's Cameron. He's had a long way to battle himself back into this game, but now at even 17-17, he'll have to make another 1v4 clutch attempt here. Starting to walk into Palace. Stamina holding with the AWP from Market. Could make it a connection. Ultimately backs away, though. And that could be a very difficult prospect here. Still time to go. 11-10 seconds now, and Cameron decided to go for that bomb plant. Spotted out by Beaky, and Beaky takes down the kill. 14-14. We're tied again.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like these rounds are pretty one-sided on this, whichever team's on the CT side for the most part has just been, I mean, how many T rounds have we seen? I don't know if any of our analysts have that information. I wonder how many T rounds since the beginning have actually been won. Obviously, we know Akimbo 3 on their first half.
So it's been it's three rounds for both sides, and then 1 round for Undefined, and so it's, I think, a total of 7 rounds have been won on T side so far by both teams. Yeah, it's been a brutal experience,
right, of the round. Incredible to think about. But Akimbo going to give it another shot out towards mid again, delaying. not
But
going.
Undefined have changed their approach too. They're actually putting a bit more of this heavy mid presence, leaving Beaky alone to defend on the A bomb site, and that could cause a bit of problems here, especially if Akimbo just pulls the trigger on an execute early. Stamina spotted and done damage, down to 57 as well. And Akimbo, they're gonna start to push players up on ramp. They're gonna put this pressure on the A bomb site, and Beaky is just forced back away towards Ticket. CY on Tetris. Does he go for the jump over the stairs? MOTM goes for the peak and rings and Neo's dome, but no kill found. Laxi, the peek on Khan. MOTM not able to get the follow-up there and loses out in the gunfight. Classia at least needs down Laxi. Bomb plan attempted, but nothing found. And Beaky, this play from Ticket. Oh, Cameron shuts it down. It's a 3v3, but Stamina and Classia low in the HP. Is it going to be worth to go for? That's the real question here. Stamina holding on the op. ZY playing over towards CT and Ticket. And two players over at default. That is Cameron and OB. Stamina takes a bit of a bot shot there through triple. Cameron going to start to move into position now, believing that it might be a bit safer to just stick up behind triple. Classia, the walk up gets one though. And now the confusion starts to set in. Chop gets one. It's a 1v3 clutch for ZY. Could he win it out here and put Akimbo on match point? That's the real question. Just trying to buy time. Causing over the bomb stick. Stamina loses it out. And ZY, a 1v3 clutch. And we gotta watch that one back here, Purely.
Yeah, I mean, that was a must-win round from Akimbo. They put themselves in such a great position, and it started to get a little hairy there, even with Undefined on those low HP values. It ultimately, the fights were going their way. CY now 1v2. I like that he switches to the Tech 9 here, so he can just sort of run and gun with it. Even at close range, you can see a couple of those shots not finding their mark initially. Got a little bit scary for him, but he does end up winning it out for Akimbo. So now, like you said, on match point, if they can win this T rounds, they're going up 2-0.
Here's the thing, both sides have shown that the CT side has been their stronger side. Stamina and Neo, both missing shots either way. Neo attempting to go for that wall bang, but caught by Beaky from under Palace. That's a first, going the way of Undefined, and a first. 5v4s have been very favorable here for both teams, and so for Akimbo, they've got a long way to go if they want to win things out here. And now, on map number 1, for Akimbo, they still have to get 5 kills and potentially a bomb plan if they want to do it.
And I don't fault N2O at all for that early aggression. I mean, he's been landing these shots so consistently. How many times out towards mid has he beaten the window smoke and found the opener for Akimbo? I think, you know, a large part of that success on the CT side for Akimbo was in due fact because N2O was able to find those opening picks with the op. So it's gonna hurt Akimbo quite a bit. I like that double swing onto mid. Stamina, even finding one out towards A main. There's 2 players remaining. And that corner not gonna be checked. OB 1v4. How is that only done 24 damage? Stamina, that's so
double
unlucky.
OT required. We're gonna need a few more rounds here. Now it's instead of first to 16 like it would be in MR15, it's gonna be first to 19 here in double overtime. So whichever team can win out those 4 rounds and put it to 19. Hopefully we don't see what we saw just like a week or so ago with that MAD Fnatic match, but who knows, man. This game seemingly is just neck and neck.
Yeah, when they call me tomorrow morning and ask why I'm not at work, I'll let them know I'm casting a Counter-Strike match that started at 9 p.m. the night before and is still going on in you know, however many overtimes it takes. I will say Akimbo, they're no stranger to overtime as well. I haven't seen much of the playoffs just yet, but in previous runs, season 49, I think their semi-final match ended up going to like triple or quadruple OT before finally they fell to
Great Stamina on the first, but Laxi, that trade from bottom mid, wants to go for Stamina again, but Stamina's retreated into ladder. Cameron playing on apartments. Chop sends a bit of a smoke, but Stamina is getting caught in this cross here. Oh my gosh, Neo almost had it. That wallbang almost connected, but Cameron has gotten Chop out on this B bomb site. Now Classia rotates in. It's a gunfight here, a duel, a 1v1, and Classia does win it out onto Cameron, but Neo has found some kills on the other side. ZY, I think, gonna catch Classia here. Did Classia spot it? I'm not entirely sure.
I think he did.
Either side seemingly spotted it, and that's the fight going the way of ZY. Now a B bomb side open, but it's gonna be ZY just backing away and starting to head towards A, and then Neo from connector takes down Beaky.
That is a bold decision. Glock out. Like That is an insane choice, but it ends up working out for Neo there. And again, these T rounds are so important for Akimbo. I mean, CT obviously having been the more successful side so far, this map means that any T rounds that you're able to get in this OT puts you one step closer to closing out this map number 1. Instant smoke for window. Obi gonna look to try and get ahead of it though, this time with the spawn. We've seen him pick up the secondary op before.
Something to think about as well is that in the previous matchup that Akimbo played up against Exilus Laser, their Mirage also went to overtime. It was a 16-13 in favor of Akimbo. And now we're in double overtime here on Mirage in map number 1. So overall, you can kind of see that Akimbo is no stranger to overtimes on Mirage specifically. And having 2 overtimes in one day on the same map, that's got to be difficult.
Yeah, and I think that we were talking, I was not really in favor of fatigue being an issue here for Akimbo, especially, a lot of these guys have been playing since CSGO days back in the Mar 15 era, so it's like...
That was a year ago. I don't need to hear back in the day right now. No, I guess you
yeah, when I was just a youngin.
I don't need to feel
Cameron,
old.
We'll come
Great
back
shot
to that
from
in a second.
Cameron. As we
Stamina.
get forward here. Stamina
Oh.
on this bench play. Could have something. Although, I think he's playing a bit of Ring Around the Rosie with Neo, and who Neo will be winning that duel. Bomb plant attempt. Tapped. Still holding for market door. Classia down. It's going to be on Beaky to get a 1v2 plus. Oh, no way! That nade from Beaky has just changed the entire round. Cameron not going to react in time, and Beaky clutches it up. That nade and that M4 shot, undefined, tie it back at 16 apiece.
And that timing was everything as well. It's so dangerous to hold a nade in that kind of scenario, but it worked out so well for Beaky, knowing that obviously N2O brought very low from that initial gunfight. And yeah, I'm surprised that Modem was able to stay alive so long. Or what? Actually, was it Stamina or Modem? I forget. On the site, I think it was. Maybe
It was Stamina. Stamina
Yeah,
was playing Ring Around the Rosie with Neo.
Yeah, the Molotov pushing him out, I thought for sure he was going to get gunned down instantly. But he managed to play his life pretty well there, and that bought time for his teammates to rotate in. So I'm definitely going to attribute that round to him a fair bit. But yeah, what we were talking about is I think fatigue will actually come into play here, especially if we're seeing maps like this, where we've got double, even triple OT possibly on the cards. I don't want to
I was going to say, we're in double OT of map number 1, and it's still ongoing here. We don't have a clear winner in sight, right? Beaky on a double op setup here, which is a bit surprising for Undefined. Both teams have gone for a double op in the last round of their CT sides of overtime now. MOCM will at least be getting that first, though. OB down. Now MOCM, this play on Conbox. Oh, great positioning to avoid the gunfire and allow for the T side to just sort of back away momentarily. Cameron tries to swing out from jungle. Gets caught, though. MOTM on 1. Laxi can win this duel, but swings close when MOTM was wide. And MOTM, just an absolute solid piece there for Undefined on 3. Beaky will close it out with a second AWP shot, and 17-16 Undefined. They claim a 1-round lead into the next half. And we'll get a quick look back at this one from MOTM. That shot was fantastic. And Laxi, unfortunately, swings a bit too close. And MOTM, that was just perfection there. It's now 17-16 Undefined. Could have a chance to put themselves on match point again.
Yeah, and it's been an absolute scrap so far. We were talking about Inferno maybe getting a little down and dirty with it, but Mirage has delivered absolutely. I mean, you can't get much better than this from these two teams. This time that top mid smoke. Don't think N2O can really have an angle on anyone towards top mid. Going to take the shot anyways and hopes to catch someone crossing there, but not gonna find anything just yet. Laxi again. Him and N2O have really done a good job of locking down mid here on their CT side.
Overall, Undefined, they do have MOTM out on top mid. MOTM will be getting ready for, I believe, another smoke to mid to try and maybe push things up towards Cat, maybe. Not entirely sure at the moment, but the follow-up smoke definitely indicates something potentially towards Cat or mid. And with the double smokes as well, match is essentially very isolated. MOCM nades that, and then Neo gets caught and boxed in with that Molotov as well. Great opener found there by Undefined, and they've definitely switched things up a little bit. Chop finds Laxi. It's Obi playing a default, holding on for dear life with the M4A1. He goes for the pre-fire, but Chop with the shoulder peek absolute decimation. Cameron and ZY, last two standing. Shot spots from Palace. Cameron goes for the wallbang deny, but not going to be happening this time around. Cameron just gets caught out by Chop, and it's ZY, a 1 versus 5, and I think this very well could be a save if MOTM doesn't deny it like that. And so, Undefined, given 2 match points to work with.
Yeah, scary stuff here for Akimbo. They need 2 in a row to push us to a third OT. And they find Undefined does so good. They do a great job finding the gap here in the defense. Laxy getting caught completely unaware from Palace. And that can be a difficult angle to cover off, especially when you've got a player under cat or playing on default. You don't really have the angle deep into Palace. So, able to find Laxy looking the wrong way. Really on it. Well, movement. Moving. DY here to assist him in window this time.
One of these teams will have to win at some point, right? It is 18-16. Undefined will at least have a couple of chances, though. So even if they lose out on this round here, they have another chance next round to try and bring things forward. But Neo is switching things up, starting to push things up to top mid, holding on the AWP, but Stamina's already lying in wait watching. If Neo pushes out, that could be a big risk here. Stamina, just checking to make sure, but oh, if Neo peeks out, I think he might actually have this kill. I don't know if Stamina's going to be able to react in time. And Neo, warning shot, but no kill found. And for Undefined, do they decide to apply the pressure and try and maybe force a mistake out from Neo? No, they're going to be backing away towards T-spawn. I think they're going to set things up for A.
Yeah, that's an interesting call from them. Might end up working out in their favor, though. Right now, we can see just Obi playing over here. That he does have some help from ZY, but ZY is going to rotate back over towards Ticket, it looks like. Flashing high over the top, but Obi not going to peek off of it. Chop waiting very patiently here in Palace. Oh, but the footstep. Obi, I think he has some intel here now. How quick will the rotations come in? It looks like it might not be fast enough. Undefined, not wasting any time, and Obi's going to be first up. Gets one before going down. ZY going to get spammed on triple from the entire enemy team.
Oh!
And how has he managed to find 2 there? Stamina 1v3.
Stamina's a 1v3 clutch, and it wouldn't have been that way if Lax didn't get that double. 18-17, and how Undefined. Are they gonna lose out again? Is it gonna go to a triple overtime here on Mirage? We're still in map number 1, and we have currently seen almost, an entire extra half of play.
Yeah, it's already insane. Already insane stuff. I mean, Akimbo, they just get it done when it needs to get done. I don't know how else to say it. Laxy has been so consistent the entire first map. He is kind of that rock for Akimbo, showing up when they need him the most.
Laxy peeking to top mid. Ooh. That AK is disgusting out from Laxy. What a shot there on the first 30 seconds here. And Laxy's already just cleaved MOTM out of the round. And now for Undefined, they'll have to make some big decisions as to where they want to go. But it seems that right now, here that you and I think we're seeing something very clear. Neither team can truly figure out their T side right now.
Oh yeah, and we might be burning the midnight oil tonight, Connor. I think I'm buckled in.
Tells me that's a very high possibility. Oh, Laxy, this push through crouch under the smoke. Stamina's gonna have no idea. At least gets Neo. Laxy playing around the smoke. Oh, he's gonna get down Stamina. Goes for more, but Beaky at least trades. Now it's a 3v3. The A-bomb site vulnerable. Obi, though, this positioning into ramp could make a world of difference. If he can at least deny the bomb planter here, which is on Chop, he could just, he's going to do it. He's going to peek around, and there's the kill. Obi finds Chop, and now they know about the ramp play. Beaky going to go to try and recover the bomb. ZY and Cameron spray it through. They get the kills, and we have triple overtime in map number 1.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a long one. But you know what? I was prepared for it. I will say that their previous matchup on Mirage, it was a 13-8 victory for Akimbo, but that really didn't tell the story. Look, man, I was there firsthand. I'm sure some of you guys were as well in the chat. But it was an incredibly close match. Both teams exchanging blows back and forth, and sometimes You just get the rounds going, get the momentum going. Like we saw Akimbo on their CT side, that 1-Tech-9 rounds, like we were talking about, allowed Undefined to push it to 12. That was their saving
Oh, I
grace.
love this. Look at
Let's
this
give them
ramp
an
boost
opportunity.
coming out from Stamina in the first 30 seconds here, just holding, waiting. Now got to creep up on ramp, miss shot, but MOTM there to play bodyguard. The AK rings true to find that shot, and Stamina will just back away, thankful that he still got his own life here in the round. And now for Undefined, they get themselves their 5v4 advantage, and they have done such a great job at converting these 5v4s. Both teams have, and that's been the big problem, is that once one team essentially loses out their first round, we haven't really seen a round go the way of the other team. In very few scenarios have we actually, and it's just been that great team play from both ends.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. I like the approach from Undefined to sort of, after getting that initial pick, not just running out ramp, you know, showing their hand, but taking their time here, really working their way through the map. But the question is Cameron going to be able to have some impact in this round? He has pushed up aggressive in apartments, but it looks like the final hit going to come in towards A. Incendiary out towards Palace. Neo gets one, but he goes down. Why?
Why?
Oh, he needed more.
Yeah, I tried to get more, but unfortunately couldn't. Stopgap there. But this play from Cameron, the late play through CT or through T-spawn, could be what he needs to try and pull off this 1v3. It's still incredibly unlikely. The bomb is planted in a very difficult position to try and work through, especially when you have players like Chop and Stamina already waiting for you. And so, 19 for Undefined. And it seems that, you know, purely, it seems that once we get to the next overtime is when a team will break through with the round that they needed to win the map, and then it just continues to go back and forth.
Yeah, I think we've yet to see a team pick up 2 on their T side, right? I believe it's just been
No,
one.
it has been 2-1s all the way.
back and forth, pretty much every OT, I believe. So as soon as the first team is able to pick up that oh so sought after second T round, we could be looking at crowning a victory here on Mirage. But for right now, we're back to this mid aggression from both teams. Laxi making his way up. We've already seen him pull off some heroics from this position before, but now it's just Clausia, and he is getting the entire kitchen sink thrown at him right now, but that leaves the B site a little bit vulnerable. Cameron, he has to find, he is able to get one. Jumps up.
He was looking for it too. He had the idea of where Cameron was playing and tried to counter it, and Neo with the shot on MOTM leaves Stamina and Chop to try and recover. No scope! Oh, it's a quick scope there from N2O. But still a fantastic play nevertheless, and it's tied 19-19 once again, and I think we're going to have to give that one a look back, as we just have to see the absurdity of that shot from Neo. Jumping out with the AWP, goes for the quick scope, misses out. Follow up, we don't even see the scope in. It was that fast there from Neo.
Yeah, I think that classifies as a no scope, but it could have gone very south very quickly. I mean, everything hanging on. I won't say hang on by a thread for either of these teams here, but I mean, it is just, everything is in such a delicate balance. Oh, the timing is perfect.
And there it is, Loxy has just taken down that kill. MOTM trades on 2 at ramp. Neo backs away from window though, and I think for Undefined, they're gonna reconsider their options here, and I think they're gonna attempt something out towards B. The problem though, ZY playing in ladder will be ready and waiting. This could cause big problems here for Undefined.
They still have lots of utility, which I think is actually a big deal here for Undefined. DY playing in ladder right now, so this B site completely vacant at the moment. It's going to be a full retake here for Akimbo, unless ZY can maybe catch someone. But they're going quiet, which means that he's not going to have that info until they explode out onto the site. It's going to be too late. Oh, but N2O, this rotation in could be everything.
Oh, miss shot though from Neo. That's going to make things a bit difficult here. The bomb hasn't made its way out proper yet though, and that could be the difference maker. Bomb plant getting attempted here by Beaky, but it's denied by Neo. The Deagle shot to follow, and Neo, oh, he gets the connection to Chop. Neo can single-handedly end this round. ZY will offer the assist, but Neo, the shot, the Deagle, oh my goodness, it's Akimbo taking a 1-round lead.
Yeah, and it's starting to devolve into madness here from these two teams. N2O is just unlocked right now. I mean, we were talking about how think King was the one who mentioned he was definitely going to be the high impact player here for Akimbo, and he has really shown up so far in
He's
this
risen
OT.
to the occasion. He's risen to the occasion.
He
Absolutely. Here.
has.
And that is just really a great thing to see overall, right? When you're kind of thinking about some of the stats that we're seeing, and I mean, Neo is on 86 ADR, or 84.4, I think, right now, but still, just a great statistic from Neo to just continue to play it such a strong way. And now, Undefined will have to bring things back on their CT side, but seemingly both teams have had strong CT sides. We need someone to be able to break through on the T side more consistently. Now, Undefined seemingly have figured out their solution. Oh my god, what the hell am I witnessing with that one? I don't know what's happening there. It's Cameron, Neo, and ZY, last few standing. Stamina on the double with the AWP. It's Neo, a 1 versus 3 on Cat. Oh! Okay, Stamina.
Man, he is showing he can go toe-to-toe with Neo here. He is not shying away from a fight at all. I mean, both these players, the oppers on either of these teams, just oozing with confidence right now in these shots. Had a little mouse jump there. And sometimes that can happen.
If Mo were in this game, he'd be very angry right now.
I mean, I'll be honest. Ever since they changed the way the jump binds work, I've stopped using scroll wheel. I just, you know, there's actually, yeah. I mean, because
I'm double bound. I'm double bound. I've
Are
got
you? Yeah.
I got mouse wheel for jump, and then if I need to jump, like throw something, I just use X. So we're gonna see if we can get a quick try at looking at what Stamina just pulled off there in the round. Neo playing on catwalk there, and there it is. Stamina 1 and 2, and this third shot I think is really what seals the deal there. It's just how impressive that one is, and whew, there we have it. But we have entered a technical pause here. So we're at 20-20. We haven't quite started the next round, as we do have that technical break. So clearly somebody needs something fixed. I don't know quite from who, but we will see momentarily once we get started.
Yeah, we're gonna start needing mandatory bathroom breaks here soon if this game goes on.
No, that's if we get to the what was it, OT number 6 or 7 or something like that. Like we saw
that in the rule book.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know they did it in that Fnatic game.
They did it. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
A little bit of respite here for both these two teams. Take a breath, because it has just been non-stop from both these teams. I mean, they really, really dueling at maximum potential right now. Both these teams. It's gotten very, very scrappy. I know I said that already once before, but it really is just not necessarily devolved, but Counter-Strike is starting to break down.
Some Stamina. Holding for ramp. Neo naded down to 41 HP early by Chop. Just playing solo on this B-bomb site, and right now, Stamina. It's essentially just a timing game. If Obi tries to drop down ramp to go for a fight, that could be very, very poor decision making. With Stamina, still just gonna be taking his time. Now I'm gonna switch that aim over towards Palace, and Neo jumping up, trying to maybe spot somebody out from apartments. But for Akimbo, nobody wants to give up the first kill.
Yeah, and it's the same. They're really playing passive here. And the issue with this A setup, I do like it a lot. Again, we like to see switch ups here in the deep, catch your opponents off guard. Oh, Biki's gonna go looking, and he somehow wins that fight onto Obi. He's gotten away with murder.
That's a bold
there,
move too.
Out.
And it really just helps to give some of this information over to Undefined that it's going to be a play out towards A. Laxi from Connector as well, making some noise. Follow-up nade. Laxi's dead before he can get through. Stamina catches Cameron through the smoke, and it's ZY in a 1 versus 4. Has the bomb, has the molly, has 50 HP. But what can be done here from ZY? Peek around, and Stamina with the EWP gets it. And now, map point for Undefined. Can they close it in overtime number 3 and push us to Inferno, their own pick? Or will it be Akimbo still fighting for their pick of Mirage?
2-0, he had the AWP in those last 2 rounds, so he's going to be forced down now onto... Oh, no, actually, they are going to be able to afford 5 AKs here, so that's good at least. But with the AWP not on the board for Neo, I mean, we've seen how much impact he's been able to find with that weapon so far. That could be what tilts this round in Undefined's favor. Again, out early towards mid for Akimbo. Everything on the line for them right now. Oh, and that is not a good start, that nade. Bouncing off the back.
Yeah,
It's gonna
that
do
nade's
quite a
going
bit
to
of
be
damage.
incredibly tough here. Akimbo already taking some damage, really softening them up for those M4s that are lying in the wings here. Chop does at least have the AK as well, so one-tap potential still very much available here for the CT side. And Stamina, where is he holding with this AWP? Currently, he's looking for Palace, so he's not quite able to look down connector for a peek immediately unless he goes for a major reposition. Obi will be making some noise, and now Stamina will be pulled into action. That nade forward. Oh, he connects the shot, I think, I think it might have been more of that nade damage coming through. And Obi down to a 49 HP, and for Akimbo, they just continue to get chipped away here.
And this damage that's early on against Akimbo is actually a big deal. Obviously, the M4 not able to one-tap to the head with head armor, but with players from Akimbo, 3 of them now, actually 4 of them in one-shot headshot range. Could make a big difference. That's 2-0 going to go down first. Stamina following up with an op shot. Are we looking at a Mirage victory here for Undefined? Just 3 more players to find, and they're going to go out towards B. Actually, interestingly enough, Cameron has found himself in maybe a power position. He needs to find.
It seems Clasia's
multiple
aware of
kills.
it, though. Clasia is very well aware of that possibility. He's holding for the market door as this utility is going to start to stream with a molly over towards bench. And Clasia, I think, going to just rely here on Chop. See why he gets the trade. Clasia going for the fight, and Clasia on 2 and 3. That is, in fact, the round done and dusted. 22-20. Undefined. Steal away Akimbo's map pick of Mirage. And we bring things back to us for a quick moment here because, man, Purely, this is just map number 1 of this series, and Undefined has just absolutely delivered.
Yeah, and I won't beat it to death too much because obviously we're gonna let the desk talk about it a little bit how that map 1 went. But obviously that was a must-win round or a must-win map. I apologize for Undefined. So the fact that they're able to lock that one down, I think gives them a lot higher hopes going forward.
It's going to be a big boost of momentum too, I think, as well. But I think we should be letting the desk talk about that, like you said a bit earlier. So without further ado, let's bring things back over to King, Cash, and A Master as they break that one down before we get to map number 2 of Inferno.
Just incredible. Just, you gotta give them the applause, guys. That was essentially just straight to the line of OT4. I mean, this was 6-6 on OT3. Wow, they were really throwing punches back and forth. That is, I mean, I told you this was going to be the most possible closest it could be, and by golly, did they deliver on that one. It just crazy.
Hey, well, part 1 of the checklist is done there for Undefined. We were saying they couldn't go down 2-0 here against Akimbo, and hey, 1-1. Definitely not in the fashion that we expected, but hey, definitely a very fun one to get to watch from start to finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry for ever throwing that word out there. I
did this.
apologize to everyone. That
Naughty.
when I said a high scoring game, that this is not quite as high as I expected, but nonetheless, it was an entertaining match. I will be honest. When we were talking about Mirage in the pre-show, I did think that it was picked by Undefined, based off of my predictions before. I knew it was going to be a map that was going to be in the series, but I figured it would be Undefined's pick. But regardless, it was a very CT-sided affair for both sides.
Oh yeah.
I think the casters had mentioned it after the second overtime or something, where it was only 7 T rounds won across both teams after like 2 OTs, and so yeah, it's kind of what I expected for both teams as far as Mirage went. Both very good on Mirage, and you can clearly tell.
Certainly.
Yeah. And I don't know if that nade at the very end, that really kind of, chipped into the health there. If that would have changed anything, because those gunfights didn't exactly go smashingly for them anyways. But I don't know if that would have, helped them out. But we definitely at least gave me personally the longest CS game that I've ever got the chance to be here and see. So never seen 20 appear on a board ever.
First
So
for everything.
that's a monumental moment. So thank you to Akimbo and Undefined for letting that be the first time for me.
Hey, well,
And just
hopefully
be
no one
happy
has
you
plans
haven't.
tomorrow.
Just be happy you haven't played in one.
Oh no.
Playing
that
in
would
one
be
is
nuts.
significantly worse.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, definitely big shoes to fill coming up into the second map here, and Inferno definitely should be another very exciting talking point for us, but I think we're going to have a little bit of dead air here. We'll throw it back over to a pause here and get a little bit of a break here until we get ready for that next one. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss the fun.
guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out through that little bit of a break. If you guys are just tuning in, you missed the incredible match of the entire season, the best game ever, going up to 20 and 22, respectively, almost into that fourth overtime. We were 6-6 on OT3. I mean, it was just one round away from going an entirely another distance, but incredible. So if you guys check that out later, go back and check it out. But we're back and we're going into Inferno, guys. So that's going to be map number 2, even though it's going to feel like 3 for us because of how many rounds we just went into.
I like
Yeah,
it.
that was insane. I think everyone needed a little bit of a break after that, especially us, the casters, especially needed a break from that long-winded series. But yeah, I mean that Mirage was insane, especially in the overtimes. I want to point out that Undefined really kind of tuned it up. It was less of the playstyle it was less of the play style they were running in during the rest of the game. They were, you know, kind of playing more of a puggy style, or like it was on the fly kind of stuff. And especially Stamina, who turned it up on the op. I'll eat my words from what I said in the pre-show, but yeah, he really turned it up in that overtime. I think this highlight kind of tells you exactly what I'm talking about. This kill onto N2O, just not what I expected at all coming from Stamina. Speaking of N2O, amazing throughout the whole map. He had 18 op kills, which was I think it was more than half of his kills. Yeah, it was more than half of his kills. And now Classy did not quite having the performance that we all kind of expect, especially me. I didn't expect him, or I expected him to have a bigger performance. Maybe it's just the first map jitters. Now it was technically 2 maps in one, but yeah, it's not quite the performance I expected out of him.
You know, and it is a thing, right? You know, it's going into those crazy jitters, but you know, it is a thing, you know, and
Certainly.
gas is technically 2. But you know what? Let's see if we can get that out of the way already, because map number 2 is coming in real soon. So we're gonna go ahead and slide it back over to the casters so they can get us back into that. I think the knife is running, so let's slide it back over to them.
See ya.
We're back. Purely, you and I, we've just witnessed some awesome Counter-Strike on the map number 1 at Mirage, and we're going to, I think, my all-time favorite map of all time, Inferno. It's map number 2, and I think that knife round's already done and dusted because we just got to get started here. Inferno, the pick of Undefined. Undefined will be starting things off on the CT side. Akimbo will be playing on the T side.
And look, man, if you're a fan of NACS, you know this map well. You can't see now because obviously we're in game, but I got the Cloud9 sleeves on. I got the Cloud9 flag behind me. And this is quite a storied map for NA Counter-Strike. Obviously, it's undergone a few changes since we made the switch over to CS2. The map still holds true to what it did all those years ago. Give me flashbacks, 2013. The map looks much different from then. But it's going to be a
Oh, yeah. This map is... It's gotten a couple different facelifts over the years, hasn't it? It's gotten many different changes, and some for the better, some for the worse, depending on who you ask. Overall, I think right now Inferno's in a great state, but for Akimbo, they're going to be the ones to really test that right now and see how their T-sides can perform. Stamina gets 1, MOCM on the trade, and MOCM... Oh, he finds 2 from the back of the site. Now, Stamina trading back here from Coffins. It's on to ZY, a 1 versus 4, and no more after Stamina goes down. It's MOTM, triple on the pistol.
And I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure there on this, but I feel like MOTM waited a little bit there to activate in the back of that site in dark position. Maybe it's just because shooting that silenced pistol is kind of hard to tell. So maybe I just missed those initial shots that he was taking. But if he did wait, I think that's a really intelligent play from him because they were not expecting him back there at all. He just swings out, finds 2. Very crucial to help Undefined secure their first. And it's actually going to be not a force buy, surprisingly. I haven't seen Akimbo. I guess no bomb plant going down, so they're going to play a little bit more respectable, or a little bit more respectful of the economy here.
Nice shot from MOTM to start things off. Cameron will try to push up with the P250, maybe go for a trade, but not going to be really allowed any of that so far. So right now we do see flashbangs out. Stamina does get Obi. So is at least a kill, and Cameron, oh, Stamina. That MP9 will just continue to do the damage. Chop finds the MP9 kills on Neo and ZY. And that does make it a quick and easy 2-0 start here for Undefined. But Akimbo, having gone for that save in round number 2, we'll have a full buy for round number 3.
But here's the thing about Inferno. We did touch a little bit on the MP9 on Mirage, but Mirage, not an MP9 map. Inferno, however, is the complete opposite. I'd almost rather have the MP9 in some of these positions that you might find yourself on CT side of Mirage than an M4. I mean, it's that it's that insane of a weapon.
The MP9 is just nuts. All right.
I mean, it's insane, man. I don't know.
Anybody who has an allergy should be feared.
Like, look at this. Can you do that with an M4?
Yeah, exactly. Anybody who's a nut allergy should not touch the MP9. It's just too insane of a gun, and I agree. Somebody at Valve, please nerf this thing into the ground. I keep getting ran at, and I don't like it. Maybe it's just because I'm bad at the game, but who knows? But anyways, Undefined will start things off a 5 versus 3, but Cameron short could actually net at least a kill. Does get one. That's Stamina down. And that was one of the high health players here for Undefined. The player in pit, though, caught as well. ZY on Clasia. And oh my goodness, this entire round is just flipped from 5v3 to 3v1 as it is chopped. Now alone that has to hold on and wait things out. But I think this bomb's going to consider going its way over towards B. Although ultimately OB does decide to commit to A. Smoke is already down at Moto, but Chop, he's got a gap to try and work with here. And Obi is trying to work his way out. Okay, good God, Cameron. That's nuts.
Yeah, that was insane fight back there from Akimbo. I thought for sure after those opening 2 picks. I mean, look, in this fashion as well, Chop is leaping in the air, fully blind as well. Laxi going down. I know I'd be a little bit tilted after that one if I was Laxi, but Akimbo managing to still get the round win. I mean, maybe that can help staunch some of the bleeding for them here.
Getting in around number 4, and Akimbo having essentially surprised from going to that 5v3. The conversion was phenomenal there, and you can kind of see who the front runners are for that. Cameron and ZY. Cameron, who started things off very cold on Mirage, now starting things off with a nice 3K so far into the first few rounds, and now it's going to be up to Undefined to see if they can respond. It's a patchy buy, to say the least. MP9s, the AWP on Stamina, and the M4A1 in the hands of Chop. It's a weird buy.
It is, but I like this call from Undefined. I think the best time to pull out the op is when Kimbo's going to least expect it, and with how the previous round went, they might not be expecting it here. Stamina, nice timing. And he's actually going to stick around for more. He's going to send the flash a little bit too deep, though, and Stamina not going to miss those. He's got backup here as well. Even going to drop a flash before he rotates this AWP over, and I like this rotation from him a lot. I mean, played perfectly. Already 2 men down. Akimbo. We saw them in this position once before, though.
Yeah, smoke in towards Arch. OB and the rest of the squad, they're going to start to push forward up towards A. But here's the thing. We've seen Akimbo convert a 5v3 on this A bomb site before. That is Beaky, and with much lesser weaponry in the hands of Akimbo and more weaponry in the hands of Undefined. So Beaky already taking a lot of damage there in towards mini pit. Cameron going to take that kill down. A double now on MOTM. And that's the A bomb site crumbling again, as now Akimbo going to get that bomb plant down. So seemingly going to be set up for a retake here. Stamina just going to try and hold things down with the AWP. There is no more smoke to try and work with for Akimbo. Once that Arch smoke fades, it's going to be, or Moto smoke fades, it's going to be a really tough fight here. Chop, considering going for that peek up lane, but overall, it's going to be back off Undefined. They're going for the save.
Yeah, it's tough, I think, with the AWP to retake here. You're basically, I mean, you can have him play far back and just hold and hope for a peek, but you know Akimbo's not really going to give it to you. So it's really just the 2 rifles coming in, and crucially, no incendiary to push any of these players out from their position in big pit or mini pit, whichever they were playing at. And Yeah, we're gonna see this initial 2K from Stamina as well. Really well executed, and it's just the perfect timing. He in between all the utility, dodges the Molotov behind him, dodges the flash above him, dodges a second flash here. Although I think this one maybe thrown a little lazily there. Cost Akimbo, but ultimately they still pick up the round off some great entry work from Cameron over on that A site, and that smoke completely blocking off line of sight for Stamina. He was not able to get involved at all as Akimbo made their way onto the A site, and ultimately the MP9's coming up a little short that time around.
Absolutely there. And so, undefined, it is another one of these investments here. MOTM and Beaky have decided to pick up the SMGs off in the hands of Stamina, although Chop and Clasia do have themselves AK-47, so there's a bit more to work with, and Stamina's been left alone over towards B. This is a big change in the setup here that I don't know if Akimbo are going to be quite ready for unless they catch Stamina just alone and get that kill early. Neo wants to go for the fight top banana, although the smoke will deter things for the moment.
Something that Akimbo have been good in the past at doing is that their trading is always lightning fast. I mean, we were missing it a little bit. Like I said, it's a little something left to be desired there on their Mirage, but that's the weakness of having a lone op here over on the B side is, yeah, you might get one, but if the whole team's behind you, that might be all you're getting, unless Stamina have some insane plays. But 4 players now holding in towards bracket. That smoke onto Arch. A little gap in it, and somehow Clausia finds the kill through it, completely blind. Does get brought low, but the fact that he gets away with his life, and there's no answer from Akimbo.
Yeah, no response from Akimbo except for Laxi getting Stamina. That's the B bomb site wide open now, and an op in play potentially here for the T side. Now Neo's gonna cross over to the site, get the bomb plant down, and I'm sure gonna try and upgrade to that AWP. It's still a 4v3 in favor of Undefined, so I'm sure they're gonna just attempt for this retake. The money is not great, but MLTM caught towards top mid as ZY at ult will be getting that shot, getting that kill, and now I think Chop and Beaky gonna get sent forward. Chop makes contact on one. That's a kill. ZY and Neo. Last 2 standing here. And that's the spot. Both players at top mid, top banana. And oh, it's Chop clutching it up. Neo, great to get those kills. But it's Chop on a quad kill to secure it for Undefined. And that should be a 3rd round locked in here. As Undefined, or at least get another on the CT side. Op recovered as well is going to help. But overall, Akimbo, I think they're going to have a bit of a weird buy here in this one.
Yeah, and I tell you what, the support flash, the unsung hero in this round, allowing Chop to pick up that first kill into Laxi basically for free. I mean, Laxi could not see anything. His screen most likely completely white there. And so then in a 2v3, the numbers paying out there for Undefined, just trading back and forth, back and forth. You're up 1. That means you're going to have 1 left alive. No players left for Akimbo. Diffuse comes through even without the kit. And I was a little nervous there for Undefined. I thought that maybe a tad bit slow, allowing ZY to get back over to B and help bolster the post plant there for his team. But it ends up working out for them. This time out towards banana early. Laxi taking his time up right now. Not a whole lot of utility invested just yet. Nade on the corner. Molly as well.
And for both teams, their economy is very well broken, right? We see neither side has got money to work with. It's essentially whoever wins this round is essentially taking themselves a lead forward, and Obi catches Chop getting a little too aggressive, trying to throw that nade forward, and Clasia down immediately. And I think here for Stamina, Beaky, and MOTM, there's no chance to try and retake and bring this one back. Stamina thinks he's got it, though. He's pushing forward on that AWP. This is a bold move here out from Stamina. It's going to be a peek forward. Laxi gets the kill, or Laxi gets taken down, and Stamina, he tries to push forward, but it's Cameron and Obi just waiting. They get those final follow-ups on MOTM and Stamina, and it is just done and dusted. Akimbo keeping 4 alive. They'll have Cameron probably upgrading to that AWP as well. Fantastic work there out from Undefined. Or from Akimbo, I mean, sorry.
Yeah, and at the beginning of this Inferno map, you know, with the pistol win into a pretty clean conversion from Undefined, I was seeing some shades of confidence, maybe even some momentum carried over from that first map. But that round, I'm a little surprised with how cool, calm, and collected they looked on Mirage, you know, going for some very reserved, you know, saves and stuff on some of these rounds that you might see other teams just ship it, just go for it. But that one puzzled me a little bit. I was not expecting that at all. I mean, throwing the op away In that kind of situation, when you know there's really no hope in that kind of spot, when you lose 2 for free and you have a FAMAS and an MP9 to back you up, I think I would have really liked to see a save there from undefined, and I think maybe some desperation setting in for them there, knowing that the money is now broken.
Undefined, it's another force buy here, and I think we've seen plenty of these force buy wars coming through right now. Undefined will be playing 2 players up on the B-bomb site, Chop and Classia, although the utility is so minimal, it's practically non-existent. Now for the A site, they have gone for a bit of a different setup. Beaky pushed way deep up and towards long haul and just able to just hold this really close angle. Now, ZY is aware of the possibility of this type of play, of maybe a push through long haul, and it's just going to be holding and waiting anyways. So right now, it is just going to be this kind of slow approach from both sides. They're trying to feel out what's going on. But it looks like for Akimbo, they're going to set things up over towards the B-bomb site.
And slow is the way to go for Akimbo because they have the utility advantage. They have the weaponry advantage as well, but you have to be careful up close. These 5.7s cause some damage. Cameron makes his way across. Up on the site, Classia lands on Creamer, 2 headshots.
That's insane. Puts 2 players in the grave and backing away from coffins as well. Now a 5-on-3 in favor of Undefined. Bomb tap here by Akimbo. Obi gonna go for the stick. ZY playing over at New Box. Neo playing atop Banana. But for Undefined, they've got the numbers to try and work with here. Obi takes down 1. Chop on the trade. ZY at the back of New Box. Neo, more than likely known to be playing atop Banana, and now confirms ZY. Oh, those AK shots are phenomenal. Confirms the last 2 kills and secures it. Akimbo, hold off on the retake.
And yeah, I mean, Cobalt Disruptor in hand. He definitely disrupted that round, but ZY, it's not going to let it happen. Able to shut that down before it gets out of hand. And Akimbo, 4 rounds now, they've made their way back up, put themselves in the lead for the first time this map, and they don't seem to be slowing down at all. It looks like this B site is where they found an avenue, even though that last one started off a little rough. Now on all USPs, undefined. Surprised they don't... I thought maybe they would look for like a stack. A classic Astralis stack or something of the sort. Those nades doing massive damage over towards the corner of B, but there is a stack here.
Oh,
they are going to at least get 1. But yeah, it's just going to be a firing squad.
Beaky could get another player, could maybe catch Laxi trying to like spam through that smoke or something like that, but overall I think Laxi's not even just going to dare try to go for it anyways. Just play it safe, go back, grab the bomb, bring it forward to the site, and Beaky, well, just going to get shut down by ZY. So it is going to be 5-3 in favor of Akimbo. Their T-side starting off really strongly here. Undefined, you know, after those first couple rounds, they really haven't been able to find nearly as much of that impact and being able to hold off on some of those site takes that Akimbo has been putting up for them. And I mean, that round 5 where they won by defuse, that was Chop getting a quad kill to clutch up the round.
Yeah, it was big stuff from him. And you really, I mean, you can't expect, like, the consistent rounds are the ones that you're looking for, like, as a team. Like we were talking about, sometimes the best performers on a team, they aren't always the ones winning the 1vx's, you know, the crazy flashy plays and clutches, but it's the players that are getting the 2Ks every round that are just consistent throughout the entire map. You can't always rely on players like Chop to have those big plays. Needs to have some more stability in order to start picking up some more of these CT rounds, but still plenty of opportunities in this first half for that to happen. They are back on the buy this round. It is, though, MP9, Moth, MOTM.
Good shot there from MOTM to start things off here. Potentially more as Neo gets caught trying to sneak up through that smoke, and that's a brilliant play. They're out from MOTM. Laxi, Cameron, and ZY. Last 3 standing here, but for Undefined, perhaps showing a bit more of the strength in the defense, and Chop may not even be needing to call into action just yet as he sits in the cubby at bottom Banana, but going to use that smoke just to continue to solidify that space, make the presence aware as well. But Laxi has just found stamina over towards the A site, and for Akimbo, they're no stranger to these 3v5 scenarios.
Yeah, and that might be something that we have to talk about, because if they lose this one, that'll be the 3rd one that they've let slip through their fingers. And with the numbers advantage, especially on Mirage, we're seeing how often the numbers advantage was converted into a round victory. This is starting to get concerning here for Undefined. Laxi getting those 2 kills is going to allow this bomb plant to go down on A. Cameron does take
Essentially
quite a
here.
bit of damage on the cross.
Oh
but
my goodness.
Player stuck in Moto.
MOTM down to 8 HP as well. Cameron gonna get that bomb plant down. It is a player walking up lane though. That is classy at Cameron. Cameron will just be getting stuck in towards the site, playing at the back corner here. But I think for undefined, they're just gonna try and go for this retake. They've got Clasia set up over on lane. Chop's gonna try and get boosted up over that smoke as well. And so this is well within the realm of possibility. Chop getting boosted does take down ZY. They know about a site planter. Laxi playing in pit does take down one. And I think they know about Cameron in the back of the site. Cameron gets one. It's all on Chop. He'd have to clutch up once again and try and hold on to things here. But oh no, I think the servers crashed us out. So we don't know who's going to end up winning this round because it's just going to end up being a little something like a mystery. But if we quickly check, it looks like it did end up going the way of Akimbo.
Yeah, I think the clock.
Just a quick check of the match page. It looks like it did go the way of Akimbo.
Yeah, and that's classic Face It for you. But
Classic Face It. I'm surprised we didn't have anything like that in map number 1 at all.
yeah,
That's like the big shock.
yeah, it's a miracle in itself. But I think the clock just got too low there. That resmoke onto Moto. I mean, they went for the boost over it, and they were able to find that first pick onto ZY when they went for the retake. But it just delayed them for so long that timer ultimately was the. Yeah, Akimbo.
Yeah, so Akimbo, continue to bringing these rounds forward, and it's another 5v3 conversion.
Oh.
It's oh my good lord. Undefined tactically Nuke there. The stamina on 16 HP, Clasia on 15. That's a lot of damage to try and stomach early.
Yeah, and I was waiting for that. We saw a couple times already them go for some, like, we saw a single nade and followed up by a single Molotov, but it wasn't really finding a whole lot of damage. This time, the coordinated aerial strike there under the corner. Clasia getting trying to get a little fancy there with the movement as he tucks himself in. He's just getting all his movement out, at the beginning of the round because he knows now he's going to be stuck in this this cubby until something happens. Stamina, though. Again,
the opener again.
alone here
Obi,
over
it's a
MD.
5v3 once again. Akimbo, though, this is where they played some of their best in being able to win out rounds here. Will they be able to repeat history? I think this would be like the third or fourth 5v3 that they would have converted with this one.
And it's
We
two
double push up
MP9s.
banana. Two
and no
MP9s in
utility.
play. Clasia will be holding one of them. Essentially going to be baited here by MOTM to just get the information. But ZY gets one, not able to get the second. MOTM, great conversion. Flashbang forward. Laxi goes for the fight, wins it out. Now they know it's a player over at Grill, but where is Cameron? And there he is. The back of the site gets one. Chop, another 1v1 with Cameron, but Chop wins it out.
No time.
Does he have it, though? There's no kit. He's got the kit. It's a top banana, but there's just no time. And Akimbo, they continue to do it again. Another 5v3 conversion.
Yeah,
And we're going to have to take a
starting-
look at that tactical nuke that we saw of the nades there on the stamina glitch. Oh, my goodness. Just two brutal bombs of ASHs. And we have a technical pause coming up here.
I'm not gonna lie, it should be a tactical for undefined. If I was starting to get worried before, I am very worried now. The fact that is the fourth 3v5 that Akimbo have managed to convert is ridiculous. That's more than half the rounds they've won have been 3v5s.
Yeah, no, that is a pretty ridiculous thing to be seeing right now. And so, I mean, if you look at the rounds after the first two, it is 7-1 in favor of Akimbo after the first two rounds. That is just a brutal time there for undefined, especially when most of those rounds has been rounds where you start things up 5 versus 3. And this is in a stark contrast to what we were seeing. And this is a stark contrast to what we were seeing earlier on Mirage, where essentially whoever got that opening duel was set to win the round. Akimbo has shown a lot more versatility in that regard, and unfortunately, some of the players on Undefined haven't been able to quite keep up. Unfortunately, Beaky right now is 0-7, and Clasia is 4-7.
Yeah, and I know we were talking about, or I don't know if we mentioned it or not, but obviously Akimbo have played Inferno a few times in CCT, not at all in ESEA, but just from so far from what we've seen, they're obviously very comfortable on this map. I mean, it's looking incredibly clean. I mean, maybe Mirage, it started to get a little bit of a slugfest there towards the end, and that's why, we started to see stuff start to slip and slide around a little bit towards the end there. But right now it's looking incredibly clean from Akimbo. I mean, the trades are swift. Like I was talking about over on that B site, a couple of times now, Undefined have left Stamina, by himself with the op in the back of B site. And I think that's, I don't know if Akimbo have identified that specifically, but they've obviously identified B as a weak point. They're attacking B relentlessly. Stamina is maybe able to get one, but then he's immediately traded out. I mean, what are you supposed to do from that position, even with the AWP? It's basically a one and done for most of these rounds. He needs some support over here. But I guess if those if those nades are still consistently coming in and dealing that much damage, maybe his teammates are not even able to make it to the late round.
And something to think about as well. I'm hearing this, and apparently there's only been 2 rounds so far in this half where Akimbo has gotten the opening pick, and that was Obi with both of them, right? So of the 11 rounds that we've seen, 2 of them have been opening picks from Akimbo, and 9 of them have been from Undefined. And yet they're the ones that are down so far by 4. And now we're back from the technical pause, getting into things here around at number 11. Akimbo lead by 4, Undefined. They want to bring this within 2 to close the half.
And look, I wasn't going to say it, but we're looking at a similar scoreline to that map number 1.
We are.
I would hate to see, another nade strike. This time a little bit more delayed is beautiful. Neo going to eat one back and actually going to force him out, but the Stamina goes a little wide, and Claudia also forced out. This time they have 3 players over here, but it might not matter. Neo going ahead of the smoke. Oh, okay, Laxi, that was a little crazy. So Undefined, quell the noise for now over towards Banana. Remaining forces from Akimbo, though. They're no stranger to 3 players left alive in these rounds. He's going to go down. Quick trade from ZY.
No.
2 full HP players here for Akimbo.
Do they do it again? Does it happen again here for Akimbo? Sure, it's not a 3v5, it's a 3v4, but they've still brought things within a very winnable set of parameters, especially when Stamina's on 4 health remaining. Chop's on the double kill, though, and he's been doing pretty solid so far in this half. So you definitely want to look to Chop to try and be the one to really bring things forward here. ZY holding Molotov in play, and Stamina. Oh, missed opportunity, but ZY low on 18 HP. Stamina down, and Chop now in another clutch attempt has gotten the first, but Obi as catches Chop trying to get to the smoke. It's 8-3 Akimbo. Can they make it an identical scoreline to what Undefined did on Mirage and make it 9-3?
As long as they don't make it an identical overtime, that's all I care about. For the sake of everyone. But yeah, right now 8 rounds. This half very secured here for Akimbo. Feeling pretty good. It's going to be another buy here for Undefined. Last round of the half. It's going to be 3 MP9s for them. But it seems that nothing really is working. Like you're mentioning, apart from that physical and second round conversion. Only 1 other round for Undefined. So this time they're throwing everything at mid. And so far working out better for them than previous rounds. 2 kills going down for them. Ento gets one back though, so 3v3 and 2 players incredibly low again. I'm not sure if that was off of the back of nades or not, but the Molotov gonna burn Claudia alive. Chop on 9 HP. He's gonna gamble and rotate over, but it's already looking at
here. Undefined. I mean, down to their last 2 players. Do they swap this rifle over to Beaky because he's got the high HP? I'm not entirely sure, but I think for Akimbo, they're going to take their time and try and feel out their options here. And it looks like they might just be going for something over towards the bomb site. Beaky going to get flash forward, and that is his first kill of the half at round number 12. Beaky's broken through with 1. ZY going to get this bomb plant down over on A, though, and N2O. Just waiting over on Boiler, and Beaky is slowly creeping it up here, but it's 2 rifles against 2 rifles, and it's at least an even fight to work with here. But ZY holding for Mono, Neo holding, Beaky goes to a swing, Beaky on 1. Now it all comes down to Chop. He's won a few clutches here for Undefined. Can he win at least one more? Peeks around, low HP though, and ZY just had enough to make it happen. 9-3 Akimbo, a dominant T-side here on Inferno.
Yeah, I thought he actually had that there for a second. ZY dancing around that pillar there. Makes it happen. They're just playing well in the post plant. I mean, it's clean stuff from Akimbo. I definitely would love to see their utility damage. I don't know if that's something that we can do or not, but it has definitely been paying off for them on their T side. Yeah, I
T
mean, look at
side,
that
they're
damage,
just-
man. Obi 232,
that-
170
that's
for Laxi,
ridiculous.
170 for Neo. I mean, that's that might be the highest utility damage I've seen in quite some time. Obviously, it is Inferno, right? I mean, we're no stranger to that on this map, but
Inferno is just a masterclass in utility damage. It really is. And I've seen things where it's like players can have like 500 utility damage by the end of things. It is just ridiculous. But right now for Undefined, I think they're going to take a very basic approach here. They're just like, all right, we group up all 5 players, and we just go to B with just a monster set of utility. Send the mollies, send the flashes, and just let Akimbo rotate in, because there's nobody home here from Akimbo apart from Cameron, who's going to try tapping through that smoke. But right now, it's a 5 versus 5 post plant here. Undefined, though. They won the first half pistol. Can they repeat in the second half? Clasia does get one. Neo with the trade on the dualies and going to start to charge it up Banana. ZY gets one. It's a brutal fight. Chop gets 2. Stamina down. Beaky down, and ZY down to Chop on 3. It's Neo. Last one standing in a 1v2. Taps on that bomb. He doesn't know where MOTM is, and it's MOTM from behind at the back of the site, where he got the pistol round kills in the first half. Funnily enough, he'll be ending the round of the second half. And now, Undefined, both pistol rounds.
yeah, I was about to say, I think ZY completely shot. He was the anchor, I believe, over in that B site, so he did spam some in early on to try and maybe deny that bomb plant going down. But I heard the ping of the empty USB there at the end, so he was just standing in that corner accepting death. He had no weapon to switch out to. You hate to see when that happens. But hey, look, man, P2K, I tell you what, people are sleeping on it.
Look at this push down mid as well. Beaky will be taking down one ZY on the MP9, at least kind of trades things up. Aclasia holding the Galil, gets a kill, and now it is a 4 versus 3 in favor of Undefined. But for Akimbo, much more scattered around the map here. Obi still deep in towards mid. Could surprise here with a kill on that 5-7. Oh, MOTM, he's vulnerable. Very vulnerable indeed. And Obi gets the right activation. No, Clasia takes him down. It's Cameron left in the 1 versus 4. And I think for Undefined, they're going to use that info that Cameron was playing around B previously to potentially just go straight for A. But they are just wanting to take their time, take it slow, and let things play out.
And I'm a little surprised, obviously we saw Undefined trying to deploy a similar strategy towards the end of their CT side, where they got aggressive down mid. Didn't end up working out for them, but we see it come out from Akimbo much earlier in their CT side. Again, also not really working out, but gave it a good attempt. Opening pick did go their way, just trades did not really ensue. But I am a little surprised that we didn't see more, just them send everyone. Sort of trickled in one at a time, maybe hoping that someone would walk into the crosshair around the corner unsuspecting, but didn't end up happening for Akimbo. So Undefined, some important rounds. I mean, the fact that they were down, 3, only had 3 on their CT side. These are must wins for them. Start bringing this half back. Actually wanted to put a spoiler in their plans, though. That Molotov going to force off the stack. Damage done on either side, but so far, Akimbo with the opening pick. But this Deagle from Obi's got to land true. He's looking for
Obi's
it.
trying. Stamina's pushing forward, though, in the Mac 10. Cameron, though, with the USB, has found one. Obi cut down, and Cameron still fighting at the back of the site. It is a 2v3 now. These pistols of Akimbo are doing some serious damage, and Cameron gets caught finally. Clasia taking down that kill. A smoke towards top Banana, though. N2O grabbing the AK, and now thinking about pushing forward, but Clasia could be ready for that. Oh, he's not. He's turned away. And Neo. Oh, he was looking the wrong direction. Laxi now next up from Banana, and Clasia continues to cut them down. Quad kill there for Clasia. Slower game here for Clasia compared to what we saw at the first half of Mirage, but now turn things back up. Gets a quad kill.
And it's hard, I don't want to criticize any of these guys. Again, they're obviously, very high caliber of players, but I'm a little puzzled there. The tap, I think, was obvious, right, after a couple seconds there from Undefined, so they know both players. No one's planning. I would have liked to see them wait for a second tap before going through that smoke, so at least you give yourself, the 2v1 advantage on the one player that's defending the bomb plant going down. But they end up sort of just trying to find a timing through the smoke. Doesn't end up working out for them. Nade to blow the smoke away. you know, not going to see anyone just there, but they're going to boost up over the smoke. I like this adjustment. Very quick boost up. And Clausy actually gets tagged. But not
He actually
expecting
got
MOTM.
Beaky. That's insane out from Neo. The flick down to take down Beaky. Now is traded by MOTM. Missed nades there from Laxi. Won't be allowing for the nades to find a kill onto anybody. And so things simmer down a little bit here at a 4v4. But Akimbo, they're starting to stack things up around the A palm site pretty heavily. We do see Laxi in position, ZY in position, and now Cameron's just rotated in from Arches and just going to be holding over for that top mid swing. And so right now, if you're undefined, you're essentially walking into a trap, but it depends on how you try and navigate things here. If you take down Cameron, that does open things up for that B bomb side again as well. So for stamina, this shot can be very important. Missed shot, no shot made. Cameron will be taking the kill and just backing away towards CT. Smoke's down though, and I think undefined, they might commit to that A site wrap. They are stalling and waiting a bit of that time. 35 seconds left on the clock. There's a push down lane. ZY gets one. Laxi catches Chop, and now it's MOTM, a 1 versus 3. Gonna start to push it up here on lane. Laxi playing the mid site, and Laxi gonna get double kill for Akimbo, putting them on 10.
I think we're going to take a look at that shot again. If you guys missed it, he actually, not only did he kill Beaky, but he got, I believe, oh, actually, maybe not. I thought maybe it was a collateral. Because also, Clausia brought very low, down to 25 at the same time. I'm not sure if that was from the op shot or from some other source of damage, but either way, those HP bars coming into factor there in the late rounds. Definitely helping Akimbo close that one out. Laxi, again, man, he's just the picture child of consistency here on this Akimbo roster. Seems to always be good in those kinds of spots.
And something to think about is that the last time that Akimbo actually played on Inferno was back in August up against Detonate. It was a 19-15 game. Laxi at the end of that game on Inferno had a 1.69 rating. So for Laxi to be performing at the way that he is right now in some of these rounds, it definitely makes sense. Although ZY has definitely been a front runner for some of those high impact moments.
Yeah, he definitely has. I mean, I can't really like point at any one player just yet. I don't think so far in this series as like the difference maker, because I mean we saw, especially in that Mirage, like in OT, I think at one point undefined at least. Obviously I'd have to double check for Akimbo as well, but I saw towards the end of that first map, the undefined was almost like all at like 25, 26 kills. Oh, that shot, Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron definitely gonna be feeling that one tomorrow morning. That's a pretty strong headshot there. Undefined, they have gone for a much more desperate purchase, though. It's an all-in force by AK on Classy at Chop with the Galil. And the rest of this team, they've got pistols, stamina on a Deagle, Beaky on, and MOTM. They're playing on Tech 9s. They at least have utility, though, to try and make this work. And so that's going to be the difference maker for sure as we continue to move on forward. And it's OB and ZY trying to defend. Smoke down, but the follow-up smoke to CT. And I think they're just going to try and push on forward. ZY now left alone. Obi gets ran through on that CT smoke, and Classia, great shot with the AK-47. 10-6, could be 10-7 here, as Undefined are going to get that bomb plant down.
Yeah, it's going to be a save. Looked like Laxi made his way over to see if he could find anyone trying to bite off a little more than they can chew, but with the AWP in play for Neo here, they are just going to call for the save immediately. And that's sort of why, you know, I was talking about on that first half where we saw Undefined in a similar position try and go for something. When you lose both of your anchor players on this B site immediately with really no, you know, answer back, you just have to call for the save. It sucks, but that's just kind of the way it is, especially with the economy. And it looks like they still attempting to fight it. I don't really like the stall, even if they find some kills. Neo, he's got found
Neo!
Look at the fifth, he gets the fifth.
Oh my god!
Okay, actually, it wasn't quite an ace. I thought it was. That was still insane shooting there from Neo, but Laxi did steal the ace from him. So at the very minimum, some insane economy damage done here. Undefined. They're going to be hurting after that one.
My god, yeah, look at that no scope there to end from Neo. That is oh my gosh, I have no words. It's just a totally bonkers play from Neo to keep Akimbo holding on to that AWP, and they needed it, right? That was an absolute need to keep that AWP alive, and if Neo can just follow up with that round into another big impact round, he's already found one on stamina. That stamina gone almost immediately. Nades flying down banana, and Cameron just wants to get aggressive here to bottom banana, and I don't think Undefined are entirely aware of this possibility.
Yeah, and I mean, even more importantly than that very flashy 4K at the end of that round, Neo's still holding on to the op into this round. It's going to pay dividends here for Akimbo, as you can already see, opening up the round with that initial pick. No banana control gained here just yet by Undefined. Going to probably wait out that smoke, but a smoke dropped here for Cameron. He can re-smoke, and they really have to pay respect to this because the MP9 again up close is not a weapon you want to mess with. So Chop, start looking over towards brackets here. Molotov down under porch.
It's a 4-player stack as well here. Akimbo have got 4 players in position. Neo, one of them holding with the AWP. And when the smoke fades, it could be Chop very vulnerable. But right now, Akimbo might have to show up their defenses on B. Cameron gets run down. That's a great opener. But Neo, he's held off on ones before. Beaky, he'll be avoiding death for the moment, but it's MOTM shot through the smoke there. Neo, a no-scope through it, and Neo just continue to deliver this one. Come on. Oh my God, Neo! Stop it now! Does he hit it again? Please tell me yes! Oh, he's going for it, but not going to make the connection. Now Chop in a 1v4 gets the first, but there's no chance at getting this back. Neo given that defuse there, and it's 11-7. What in the world?
Okay, and remember, Connor, how I said a couple of rounds ago there aren't any standout players just yet? Yeah, I may have lied. Because Neo is absolutely coming alive with this op. I mean, we're not shocked, right? I mean, we were seeing this on Mirage as well, but he is just, the last couple of rounds has been it's been something out of a fever dream.
It has been just a really insane performance there out from Neo to continue going forward right now on map number 2 as Akimbo. They're slowly inching their way towards map point here, although they're going to have to deal with Undefined once again. It's a rush out towards B. Stamina with the first on that Tech 9. Neo holding with the AWP, going to have a lot to deal with here soon. Holding and waiting. Smoke should be coming in here shortly, and they're just waiting for it to land. They throw it, so it lands up high, so that it'll block off boosted players as well, but Neo is still waiting with the op, and Stamina. Missed shot from Neo. It's Stamina to take down one, and oh my goodness! Stamina's on for 3.
Andy recovers the op as well. Big round from him, 3K. Pretty much just secured it. Yeah, it looks like these remaining 2 players from Akimbo going to attempt to save. Laxi does find the lurk player. Chop going to go down, but still a great result here for Undefined. And Stamina, man, he was gliding there on that entry with the M4 in hand.
Stamina was really showing up on that one, especially when Neo, who had been just such that ultra consistent piece there for Akimbo, just unfortunate miss there, right? It is really going to make things difficult, especially now that Akimbo they forced to save. And for Undefined, they're not going to go for hunting like they did previously and lost it all to Neo, who was just 1v5ing with the AWP practically. But it is an 8th round for Undefined. They keep this game closer, but they haven't quite brought it back just yet. And they're going to have to play for that max rounds of 24 if they want to win things out in regulation.
And I don't know about this, man. This is like the 2 different sides of both these teams, right? I mean, obviously in this map, we saw Undefined do some similar things. The low buys a little bit more potent on a map like Inferno than on a map like Mirage, but I don't know if I like this force here from Akimbo. I think it's scary, man. You're on 11. You know, you really would like to get another full buy in as soon as possible to try and close out the second map. Put them on 2-0. But it is going to be some MP9s.
I think I understand it a bit here because with the way Akimbo, I think, is probably seeing as well, is that if they go for the buy here, even if they lose it, they'll have the next round and the round after to try and just go for a save and build up some more of that economy, right? So it's not going to be that big of a deal. Loss bonus is starting to build a little bit here for Akimbo. And so the next time that they would really have a buy would be at like 11 to 10. So to go for this buy, it makes a bit of sense. And for Undefined, though, it's starting off really well here for them. So for Akimbo, it might not pay off the way that they're hoping, especially with Laxi and Neo already down on the ground. And ZY was that strong point here for Akimbo, lying in wait at top mid. But Cameron and Obi, if they get called out in banana and maybe mollied out of position, that could be very, very bad.
I don't think their position is known, but Obi maybe baiting here a little bit. Heard that nade being dropped across, but it looks like they're not going to go towards B anyways, so it should just be easy remaining cleanup here for Stamina. Clean shots from him. Another 3K for the IGL of this undefined team.
Absolutely there. And so with that, we enter into round number 21. And I was just kind of checking things here because I was a bit curious. And by the looks of things, from what I'm seeing right now, ever since the second half has started, ZY hasn't gotten a single kill. So ZY, while sitting here up there at 17 kills, has essentially stalled out here for Akimbo on their CT side. And that can be very troublesome when he's had such great impact over the course of these couple of maps.
Yeah, can definitely play a factor here, especially as the top performer currently for Akimbo. Nice flash. Oh, Mag 7 coming into play though. Laxi. We love to see the Swag 7 getting some love. UI with the 5-7 here. Provide some backup. They even try and recover this rifle here. Could be very nice to have on a retake possibility over towards this B site. Laxi is able to recover it uncontested. Just Cameron.
That's going to be really important as well, as you know, for Akimbo, they are stacking things up pretty well over towards this B bomb site. This could be the difference maker that they need to win it out on this match. Smoke does miss on CT. That's a big problem here for Undefined, as now they're going to have to deal with more of these angles. They do send a follow-up on the fly. They realize that it missed, so they just send a quick one into CT. Obi, though, playing around the edge of the smoke. He could pick up one with the deagle. That's one, maybe more. MOTM trades, and now it's ZY and Laxi, last two standing. ZY cut down, and it's Laxi in a 1 versus 3. Bomb plant going down, and I think for Laxi, it's just going to be the save.
Yeah, he's too far away, and I'm not even sure they have a kit on the ground either for him to recover, so by the time he even makes his way over to the site, there's just not be enough time on the clock, so he is going to save that AK over into the next round. But that's unfortunate, man. I thought Akimbo really had something going there for them. You know, the crossfires were pretty good, just not able to get damage across. You know, that deagle didn't do as much as I thought it did, even though it was... He did find himself in quite the position there, unchecked. It is going to be undefined, making the double digits, so we're only...
Yeah, undefined up to 10. Akimbo, been a slower half here for them. It's been 7-2 in favor of undefined so far in the half. It has been scrappy at different points, but Akimbo, that round win on 16 and number 18 really seemed like they were able to just finally break through and push themselves to that match point. But the round number 19 play, that sort of B-rush called where Stamina picks up the triple, that really just changed the entire pace here. And this could essentially just be Undefined's, you know, avenue, their path to getting to a match point first. But overall, still got a bit more to go here on this match number 2.
Go back on the op, Stamina. Gonna try and get ahead of this utility.
Oh my goodness.
Perfect.
Those nades were huge. Stamina removed from the round immediately, and that's the off down. They could maybe bring, you know, over, although he does already have an AWP, so maybe not on that one. And Akimbo, this buy that they have here, round number 22, already starting off on a strong point.
Yeah, that's got to feel bad if you're Stamina there, man. He doesn't even get to play the round at all. He's gonna have to watch it from his teammate's perspective, next minute or so.
Lead forward. Ooh, Neo gonna be doing some damage, and Laxi playing over the top of the balcony gets 1, 2, and ZY finally breaks the deadlock from 17 up to 18 kills. Klasia at least does take down 1, but he's boxed in. There's just no real chance to get this one. Swings around for rep. Oh my God, Neo, what a shot there. It's 12-10 though. Akimbo, map point on Inferno.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt, honestly, but does not quite end up working in the end there for Undefined. So Akimbo on match point, and they're looking to close this one out. Pushes to Ancient. You have to imagine Akimbo closed out this Inferno, which is Undefined map pick. They're going to be feeling pretty confident going into what is, in my opinion, their best map. Although Some
Nice.
people on Akimbo would argue with me and say Mirage is their secret weapon, but
Oh my goodness.
I've
there.
watched this team play. I know we're not quite there yet, but I've watched this team play Ancient so many times. It's just
Yeah.
it never fails to impress me. So
Yeah, we still do have that final end of Inferno coming up here. Last 2 rounds of regulation. Will Undefined be able to bring things back, force us to another overtime? OB wants to say no. Flash assist from Cameron, but MOTM, the trade. ZY removed from the round almost immediately. Now, Neo hasn't been called over with the op just yet, although they are starting to float that rotation over, and Neo is quick to head it down on Speedway, but I think for Undefined, they might be trying to fake things out and head over towards A.
utility used there by Laxi, so he no longer has the smoke or the incendiary to delay. He is the sole anchor over on this site, and that could be trouble for Akimbo. Cameron, you can see he feels like he needs to go for some intel,
Oh
and he's
my
versus the
goodness.
op. He's gonna go jumping, and he's able to get it.
And Laxi, this play from long haul as well. It seems that the map is crumbling away from Undefined as Akimbo is getting ready to steal away their opponent's map pick. And so, right now, MOTM and Beaky, they've got a lot of work to do. But if the peak comes out here from balcony, Neo is essentially set up for a kill. Smoke will block off the angle. MOTM down lower in the HP. Bomb plant getting committed here by Beaky, but Cameron, this play from long haul, it's seemingly the setup, the perfect setup here to just crunch in on the site, take down these 2 kills, and secure the map. Cameron playing for Belk, spots the top of MOTM's head, drops the Molotov to force him out, and now Neo takes down MOTM. Beaky fights, but loses out to Obi, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 13-10 on map number 2. Akimbo put themselves on 2 maps in their series and need just 1 more to close. Undefined would have to force us to a 4-map game.
Yeah, and what a way to close it out as well. OB, clean shots, finish up that final kill. Going down.
Absolutely.
Wasn't a strong spot. I was nervous there. We've seen many incredible historical plays made from that exact same position, so I was sweating a little bit there for Akimbo, but they get it done in the end. And like I said, man, I know I already gave it a little taste. I'm not going to go too crazy into it again. I'm going to let our desk boys do their thing, but bro, Ancient up next. You have to be concerned here if you're undefined.
Yeah, especially, Ancient, though, is an incredibly popular map overall. You know, everyone, essentially, if you're playing Counter-Strike 2 competitively, you have to know Ancient. It is, I think, the new Mirage in that sense. Everyone wants to play it. Everyone is playing it. And, well, Inferno going the way of Akimbo, it's definitely a good step in the right direction for them. But I think for now, we'll throw things over to our desk and let them talk about that one.
Absolutely. And, we were with Ancient in mind. They already played Ancient previously, 13-5. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're rolling into a map that has already been played with these 2 teams already before, and it didn't go too well for Undefined. So this was a super close time, but obviously Neo just said, hold my drink. He just absolutely said, no, this is not happening the way you think it is, and let me show you.
But before we get talking full swing on Ancient here, I want to talk a little bit about those Inferno 5 versus 3s that Akimbo was stealing away there. If just one of those had gone in the direction there of Undefined, maybe the scoreline would have been different. But you know what they say, hindsight is always 20/20 there. As Undefined, they're gonna have to pull off 2 in a row here. And Ancient, I don't know if it's gonna be the one that they can start that on.
Yeah, I mean, just going off of what you're saying, Cash, that's 4 rounds where Akimbo won in a 3v5 situation. There was a total of 3 opening kills on the side of Akimbo on that T side, on that T side, and then they were still able to get 9 rounds, which is a massive feat in itself to take.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see what that's going to cost Undefined.
It did. And I mean, also at the end of the day, I mean, they got those rounds. Those are huge contenders. And mentioning those 4 specific rounds, that would, if you flip the script, that's already a win. So, if it went like, you would think it should, in your 5 versus 3, well, again, like I said, it could have been having a different story. But as we roll into some of these later maps, these are the first two are the ones that I said at the beginning that they definitely need to get because it's going to just increasingly get into the favor of Akimbo as they've already played 13-5 on Ancient. Nuke is just, a win for them, is what it looks like, at least on paper. And then as we go down to our last one for Anubis, that could be a toss-up, but we got to get there. And so they have to, Undefined has to play absolutely insane for these next two to go ahead and pull it off based on statistics alone.
Certainly.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Ancient goes, I think especially from the time they played previously, it's looking like a clear win, at least on the side for Akimbo. They won 13-5 in a commanding victory in the match that knocked Undefined into the lower bracket. And so I'm expecting more of the same. I'm sure Stamina and Undefined has worked on Ancient in their own way, but I'd still give it to Akimbo.
Certainly. It's got to be picture perfect from here for the Undefined fans, and I'm curious to see how that's all going to work out.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we will find out. We'll see if there's been some anti-stratting, maybe, go back and find out a way to go up against Akimbo and, just do the best that they can. And that will be something you'll see here in just a moment. We're going to switch over to a quick little break and get everybody set back up again. So stay tuned and we'll be right back. right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out through that little bit of a break. We are back, and we're getting ready and ancient. If you guys are just tuning in, some fantastic games that just happened. Crazy first game, went forever. Basically 2 games in one, 20-22, and then we got to 13-10, rolling in for map number 2, and now we're into 3. And Akimbo's looking to try and shut this out now. King, I know you got some numbers you want to share with the crew about the previous ancient for Akimbo.
Yeah, now this was the match. This was map 1 of the series that knocked undefined into the lower bracket. In that match, Cameron was their top fragger at 23 kills. Laxi just shy of him at 21, and then Neo was quite far down. I'm expecting him to probably show up more in this. I don't remember the match exactly, but over on the side of undefined, they only managed to get 5 total rounds, and that like the top fragger there, Classia with 13 kills, and then you have the bottom fragger and Beaky at 9 kills. So a very tight window for that, and I just don't foresee much going in favors for the side of undefined in this in this map.
Certainly. And for Akimbo, Master and I were talking about it a little bit in the freeze frame here about how good in particular on Ancient they have looked throughout the season. And if they bring that form at all here into this one, it'll be a force to try and be stopped.
Yep. And well, we're going to have to see how that goes as they do it. And I mean, don't be wrong, we could see some changes. You know, they could have been practicing, like I said, through the night and making sure that they make sure that this ancient is going to be an ancient that you will remember, or maybe not. We don't know. But what we'll find out is here in just a second. We're going into the game. So let's throw it back over to the casters and let's dive in.
Oh boy, I'm still muted. Okay, there we go. Welcome back. Welcome back. There we are. I'm Curtis Sales, joined here by Purely as we're getting back underway here with this best of 5. Map number 3. It is Ancient, the pick of Akimbo and one of their strongest. Purely, you've had much experience watching Akimbo on Ancient, and I think it's more fitting that you take this one and run with it to start.
Well, I will say they are no stranger to this ancient. Like I said, I still do believe this is their strongest map. Obviously, Undefined as well have played it quite a few times during their regular and playoff run. But the last time these two teams met, I know the Deaths touched on it a little bit. 13-5, very decisive victory here for Akimbo on this map. So they had Undefined's number, and I expect to see some similar results tonight and looking to try and close out this grand final 3-1. But these pistols have been going well for Undefined tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, winning both of them on Inferno as well and losing out on the map is certainly going to be a bit tough. But right now, Akimbo going to be applying the pressure over towards that A site and potentially bomb plant coming through.
Yeah, already 2 players falling stamina, doing some great work from Temple. He is finally going to go down to Laxi, but that initial kill going the way of Akimbo, I think, is paying off in spades right now for them. Bomb plant will go down. 3v3 in the post plant, and Chop is very, very low. 1 bullet from this Glock, stray bullet. Wazia is going to have to do some work with the dualies. Gets the first, but a longer range fight now for him. Might be a little bit challenging, but he might be able to long arm this defuse. 2 players trying to defend. He hops off, though. I don't know about that. No kit, but MOTM somehow manages to find the last 2 players. And that got a little sketchy there for a second. I don't know if he meant to hop off it. Maybe he thought there was a defused kit behind him. He was looking for it.
He mainly hopped off because he was checking for CT. We did see that. I think he was mainly hopping off just to make sure nobody was trying to flank through CT. Maybe try and just catch off the defuse there. And so great start there for Undefined. They do take a first. It does come down to a bomb plant, though. So for Akimbo, it's going to be the classic. It's going to be the force buy. They've got the Galil on Laxi, Mac 10s, and Neo's got an AK-47, which one-tap potential, very strong up against some of the rifles and SMGs that we're seeing here on Undefined. But will Undefined be able to hold on is the real question.
Well, and some of these shots he's been hitting with the AWP tonight as well, I wouldn't put it past him to just flick and tap some heads. He has been lights out so far tonight. Definitely the player to watch on this ancient map, but Oh, that spam doing quite a bit of damage onto Laxi. Neo brought very low as well. They're going to force their way up ramp, but now without sustaining significant casualties here. 3 players already going down. To Stamina's M4, a 4th for him, and almost finds the 5th with the USP. Beaky there to help assist him.
I think Neo's about to turn and shoot his teammate as well because he was just so blind and it was just total chaos there up on that B bomb site. So nobody really knew what was going on there for Akimbo, just completely discombobulated with all the flashes and everything going on. And for Undefined, they really capitalized on top of that as well. They took that very strongly, a 2-0 start, and with Akimbo being forced to play on Deagle, this could go easily into a 3-0 to kick things off here on Ancient.
Yeah, into mid smoke, some nades over the top, early incendiary, pretty default utility here. Gonna be a boost up. Might look for a pick with this Deagle. Chop gonna test the waters. What a nade from him. He's just going to be farming on the MP9 this round. It's just the pistols here for Akimbo, and it looks like they're not going to be able to get much done at all. Swinging very confidently, farming some of this cash. Obi going to fall as well.
Yeah, Chop even taking that one as well. ZY left a 1 versus 5 and a Desert Eagle to try and make it all happen. Already on 1 kill so far in this game, so overall not a bad start, but I think for ZY, gonna have to go up against MP9s, the FAMAS, the M4A1s. It's not looking great. So for ZY, it's gonna rely a lot on that aim of his to really just nail it. Malaysia has been spotted, and ZY, great first shot to kind of kick things in the right direction, but I think Stamina might be set up to try and steal things away and shut that down before it gets too out of control.
And again, man, look how much, respect they're showing ZY here. Stamina not even going for that peek, even though he had every advantage there with the rifle against the Deagle, especially at that range, but not wanting to give him any opportunities back into that round. And I really can't understate either how good it is that Undefined allowed their MP9s. They let them loose there a little bit, loosen the reins a little bit, allowed them to run wild, and farm up some of that cash. Really crucial on the CT side.
Akimbo, though, have got themselves a buy, right? We do see the AK-47s coming out. A decent belt of utility. We are seeing flashbangs missing for Obi and Laxi. But overall, they still have 3 of those smokes. 4 of them, in fact, and even a couple of Molotovs as well. So that can make things a bit interesting. But Chop picking up 2 on the M4A1 certainly sets things in the right direction for Undefined once again.
And yeah, the smoke not allowing any mid-control to be taken here. MOTM actually going to fall back here. I like that call from him. Staying alive there is important, especially as the sole player over towards this A bomb site. But they left Klasia behind, and I wonder if they're going to check this. They don't have a Molotov to... Oh, actually, they do on Neo. But currently, he's over towards B main right now. Still sitting on the other side of those doors, so it's going to have to be a hard clear, and Laxi not gonna clear it. Flash out. Klasia is still kind of stuck in this position, but they're really not able to punish him. And actually, it might be the audible over towards this B site. Neo managed to find that first pick, and now it's just Stamina sitting in spawn right now with the op. Bomb is going to go down. I don't think they're going to be able to deny that plant, but numbers advantage here on the retake.
Molotov out, flashbang over as well. Cameron holding with the AK-47, and Neo will be playing over towards K, losing out though to MOTM, and I think for Cameron, he's going to at least give this a fair attempt. It is planted well for him, but if that tap, Cameron's just going to maybe try and go for a bit of a wall making attempt here. Oh my gosh! Does catch Klasia, and that's a great shot, but Cameron finishes, or no, MOTM finishes off onto Cameron, and Stamina gets the defuse. But that shot from Cameron through the wall, superb.
Yeah, and I was surprised that he's more confident in that spam versus the one. I feel like the one through cave is a little easier, but I guess he's worried he's going to get swung immediately as soon as he goes for that. So that's why the adjustment was made from. So does well to try and make something of that round. Doesn't end up getting the result he wanted, but Akimbo now on max loss. They're going to just rebuy back into this round and just try it again.
Absolutely, and with that now, Undefined hope to have another test. The AKs for Akimbo, but the utility is now even more lacking than what we saw in that previous round. So for Chop, this smoke, once it fades in front of Obi, there could be a dangerous duel happening either way. But MOTM opens things up on the first on the Laxi. That's a huge opener.
Yeah, and Chop about to be up next.
Ooh!
Lands the headshot, but again, that M4 pesky is not going to be able to get the one tap, one kill. So he will go down. Not before ZY takes the majority of his HP in return. And it looks like maybe Akimbo mounting for an attack here over towards this B site, grouping up right now in main. Smoke going to go in towards slant, that op train. Stamina missing the shot, though. He's going to go back in for more. It's starting to burn a little bit there. Is able to get out relatively unscathed, and this smoke is causing problems for on ramp. Neo going for the spin through, but not able to find anything in MOTM. So far, 6 kills right now on Ancient. He is shutting down Akimbo.
And for him to find that defense looking good. Stamina with the AWP will pick up on 1 and follow up for 2. Oh my goodness. I think he connected for that 3rd as well. So those last final moments there going the way of Undefined. And, well, they've already met their previous score. They lost it 13-5 to Akimbo previously, and they're already at 5 rounds. So anything more, and that's far better. And, I mean, goodness, look at those shots again.
Yeah, not falling for the jiggle. Very patient from Stamina. And he can do it. He's been shown that he's very versatile. He can do it with the rifle. He can do it with the op. It does not matter what weapon you put in this man's hands. And he's IGLing. I mean, we've got to give him some praise as well. Maybe, you know, I mean, he's had some flashy plays tonight as well. I was going to say maybe not always the flashiest player, but he is just delivered on all fronts right now.
Stamina will be holding with the AWP. Undefined up 5-0, and Akimbo will be sent on yet another bit of an eco here. They're not going for the force play like they did previously. They are saving a bit of that money, keeping around $1,500. The ZY with the AK-47 has already lost out on that one, and it's not really recoverable here for Akimbo. So that's going to make things really difficult. It is the sort of 4v3. For Akimbo, they're just going to try and creep things out towards B and maybe try and go for a bomb plant.
And I think they're going to get one down.
I think so too. I agree with that one.
They look a little puzzled as to why there's not a single defender here on the B site, so at least they're going to get that bomb money at the very least, which definitely doesn't hurt. Chop in towards cave. Got to be a little careful. These pistols can be deadly up close, but he's got backup. Going to swap to the Tech 9 here. Jumping, diving. Hold on, N2O. Wait, 2 kills. Recovers the M4. And Stamina on the op. He's going to get caught. Oh my goodness, I thought for sure. But I think
sometimes that hand cannon, it's all you really need sometimes in the moment. And I mean, a great round coming out there from Undefined, 6-0. And this is a very different start to Ancient than I think than you or I might have been expecting here purely.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure how much it shifted since the significant changes to like the incendiary nade and the M4 and some of the things they changed a little while back. But obviously, Ancient before was the most CT-sided map in the pool, in the current active duty pool. So I'm not too surprised to see Undefined starting off pretty strong on the CT side. Like we mentioned, they are no strangers to Ancient. I think Akimbo, where they really shine is that their T side is a leg above any other team. But they do need to get something going here. Because as I say that we're talking about, I just was talking about how their T side is up a leg. They have yet to find a single round yet, so they need to get it going here.
Maxi, great double, and Beaky. One trade is going to start things off on the right foot for sure. Stamina is left alone to defend for A. Takes down 1, and Cameron forced to back away. The op already hitting its mark, and Chop pushing around. He's got to get a 1 versus 3 clutch, but he's just dropped the bomb. And oh no, that's going to be really difficult here. Akimbo, if they lose out on this one, that's going to be a bit of a mental backbreaker.
Yeah, but I think they should be able to... Oh, but... Not be expecting this reposition, and now Chop has put himself in a 1v1, but Cameron on such low HP still has plenty of time to work with. He can take his time, doesn't need to rush this. But it looks like he is right he wants, and Chop, an incredible 1v3, even recovers the AWP as well. And that's definitely not what Akimbo was looking for in that round.
And it seems that for Akimbo, I think they're unfortunately kind of making some of these really just simple mistakes that are costing them so dearly, right? I mean, for Akimbo, they got so many kills out mid. They got like 2-3 kills out mid or something, and Stammer's left alone to defend on A. He gets 1 kill, they trade it back immediately. That's the A-bomb site wide open, and then I forget who it was exactly, but someone, I think it was Laxi, goes in, dies outside of B main with the bomb. And that's a huge giveaway there, and that makes things just so much more difficult to try and bring things back, because now you have to deal with a player that you have no idea where he's playing from, where he's gone from, where could he have gone, and where did he come from, Cotton Eye Joe. But anyways, it is Akimbo. Cameron down to 6 HP already in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it was almost some skeet shooting there from Claudio, almost completely knocking Cameron out of the air. But he does have the MAC 10, so that is his job to be this entry player, take the brunt of the initial defense there. And so far, no players dropping on either side. So Akimbo still with an opportunity in this round, but they're hurting right now, man. They need, I mean, at best right now, they can get 5 rounds on their T side. Undefined is not showing any signs of slowing down here on their CT. Key tucked here in cave. Stamina again on the op.
Kimbo's setting up for a B execute though, and that could be the difference maker here. The executes are sometimes for T sides can go incredibly well because there's only 2 real main avenues to try and break through. But if BK is able to hold things off continually on cave, like he just did up against ZY, that can make things very difficult. Obi now next up, he's in mid, he's got the AK. Claudia has just taken out Cameron, but Obi caught, at least gets 1, but the kills continue to trade back and forth on the opposite side of the map, and now 7-0 for undefined could become 8. Beaky playing inside the box. He chooses a fight, but it's Beaky that loses that to Laxi. Now it's a 2v2.
And it looks like they might get aggressive on spawn here. The way the bomb is planted, that's their only avenue here.
Ooh.
Somehow he manages to land that shot fully blind. I'm not sure how MOTM has managed to find that, but now Laxi, he's going to need 4 on this round. Nade might be good here. Actually, it's a little shallow. Oh, and then actually the smoke from the nade explosion obscuring his view. He's not able to clean up that kill onto MOTM. So an 8th here for Undefined. And yeah,
Undefined are absolutely running away with this CT side right now. This is a brutal showing here out from Undefined. And Akimbo, they continue to get these bomb plants down. Round number 4, round number 6, round number 8, they continue to get the bomb plants, which means they continue to have at least some money to work with. But they're just not able to break through finally and, you know, just really concernedly take a round into their hands and say this is ours, because it's coming down to these 1v1s, it's coming down to these 2v2s, and that makes it just all that more difficult because you have so many more of these just unknown variables. And Cameron's dead. What happened to Cameron? He's burned alive, and ZY has gotten a trade on Claudia.
I think yeah, trying to beat that mid smoke, it ends up just standing in the flames. I might have taken a nade as well to the face, I'm not sure, but that combo can be deadly, man. When you take a nade hit and you get slowed, you get staggered, and you're just standing in the incendiary.
It really can. It really can. It can be a
down.
brutal experience.
4v4 once the dust all settles. 2 players from Akimbo here making their way into cave. Stamina trained on mid this time, not over here at cave like he has been the previous couple of rounds, but that smoke gonna stall them out here.
Now here for Undefined, 2 players stacked up on this B-bomb site. MOTM moving to bottom mid, and essentially for Akimbo, they're boxed in. Unless they clear MOTM here, there's really just no way out. Oh, they're going for the shot. MOTM turns around, but Stamina's the one to get the trade. Gets 1, and now he's going to rotate over towards A, but Akimbo, they seemingly are still committed over towards B. And so it's going to be their final move here. What will be their choice? It looks like they're heading for A. Stamina lying in wait. AWP gets 1, backs away, repositions to site, and now pressure on, but Stamina! Oh my goodness! He's already on for 3 kills. Can he make it a quad? No! ZY offered a 1v3 clutch. Going for the tap, but it's the run through. Chop, that's really rough, but Beaky catches him on the reattempt.
Yeah, I thought maybe ZY might have been able to clutch that one up there for a second there. I like the tap, immediately swaps to the rifle. Stamina. These shots. Look, even looks away. Possibly expecting a flash there, but Akimbo has just been dry peeking him a lot, man. I mean, they've been able to get a couple times. They've been able to shut him down, but for the most part, he's just been able to run wild. 15 kills right now on this first half. CT side right now going swimmingly here for Undefined. And we could be looking at a map 5 here.
There's potential here for that map 4, technically map 5. that we could be seeing Obi lose out on that first to MOTM out on mid, but it's a trade from ZY, and now a 4v4. The main thing is, though, is for Akimbo. What happened to that Molly? It seemed that was dead on, but Stamina, not going to be too worried about it. Takes the kill anyways.
And that nade again, doing so much work. Beautiful timing here from Beaky. He does go down to Laxi. So he's brought it back to a 2v2 here for Akimbo. And this is, again, an opportunity, and one that they need to capitalize on. Akimbo have let these little chances slip through their fingers too many times. Stamina, he is by himself over here with the op, so maybe Neo can try and find like a whiff shot, but Ozzy has tucked himself in. Yeah,
that's so smart. That's so smart from Neo to just take that kill, walk through the smoke, and now he's got a bomb down. He's got an op in hand, and he's got a general idea as where Clasia could be coming from. But for Neo, this can essentially be the round that Akimbo finally breaks on through. He's pushing forward as well. Clasia, there's no way he's going to be ready for this. It's Akimbo on one.
Yep, a much needed one. They really need to get these next two as well. Otherwise, they're going to be looking very dire on their CT side. And look, he even has to make it a little flashier. He stares at him through the wall and then flicks back onto him. You know, because if it's too boring if he's just aimed on the angle and, you know, clicks the trigger. He's got to hit a little flick to it, a little flick of the wrist.
Undefined, though. Despite winning 9 rounds in a row, their economy is in a rough state. They're essentially broke here, and if they lose out on this one, they're going to be fully reset. Beaky with a great shot onto Obi will start things off, but right now for Akimbo, the pressure's on Undefined right now to try and break through.
Yeah, I mean, just assessment. Oh, the Shadow giving away Stamina's position. It's going to save Neo's life there. TY there to back up his teammate. Gets one, doesn't get the second, and Chop also is able to get the kill onto Neo. Recovers that op, but he's not the opper on this team. He's not able to land that shot. Cameron, beautiful transfer with the MAC-10, salvaging this round for Akimbo. It's not over just yet, but Clasia just the P250 in hand. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to recover a weapon here. Both players grouped up from Akimbo. They need this round. Clasia has made his way onto the site, though. He's beaten the T's, but he's not sure. He's not aware of this yet. Akimbo hasn't made any noise, hasn't revealed their position. He has recovered the MP9. He will know soon here once his bomb plant goes down.
That's if they decide to commit to B. That's the real question here. Molly going to be going down. Clasia, though, he was starting to consider rotating back towards A, but going to still hold for B. Although this positioning of Laxi holding from the long angle is going to make a world of difference. I think Cameron might have spotted him, too.
Yeah,
Clasia pushing up to the site. There's the spot. Laxi takes the kill. Headshot through. Undefined. Still 9 rounds. Akimbo 2 in a row. And is this going to be, like, the story of our lives here in this best of 5 here? Purely because we have seen 9 threes exclusively in these first halves so far. Is it going to finally be a 10-2? Is it going to be Akimbo picking up a third?
Well, based on the buy that we're looking at for Undefined, it's looking very likely to be a 9-3. And you know, something else that's interesting, Connor, is that every single map so far, while it might have been a 9-3 at half, they have gone the distance every single time. You know, hopefully we're not expecting an OT distance, but I expect to see this map still go all the way. Akimbo just going to have to be diligent in battling back here. Obi early out towards cave. Flash in, maybe just to push off. Yep, he's gonna fall off that angle. MP9, that smoke delay, but it's dropped very early here for Undefined. Akimbo completely fine, sitting on their laurels here, allowing this utility to be bled out from Undefined, the limited utility they have. Stamina still holding on to quite a bit though.
And the weaponry is just so much better here for Akimbo, right? They've got the AKs, they have the AWP in the hands of Neo, and that is essentially all that you really need to just entirely win a round, especially when you're going up against pistols, right? MOTM has the 5.7. We do see that Clasia also has the 5.7. It is just a setup for disaster here for Undefined, although MOTM still somehow gets CY. Gotta feel a little bad for him to just unfortunately lose out the way he did there. Laxi gonna go for a bit of a bomb plant, but Clasia, chance to potentially deny, does get one on camera, and that's a rifle recovered. And now a 3v3 post plant. Okay.
That didn't even look like it landed on, on our screen, but Obi He's playing the spoiler here for Akimbo and does great in that lurk position. 3K for him. Definitely MVP of that round. So Akimbo are going to secure 3 at minimum on their T side. We'll have to see now on their CT. They really would like to see a pistol here, although they've managed to do it before, even losing the pistol.
Counting things down, second half getting started, undefined with 9 rounds in a row before finally losing out on 1 in 2 and 3, as it was Akimbo to at least give themselves a bit of hope towards the end of that first half. But now it's going to be onto Akimbo. Can they hold strong in this defense, or is it going to be undefined, stepping forward, shutting things down quickly on their T side, and giving us a 9-3 half that ends quickly? We'll have to see, though, as this round goes on.
Yeah, and I mean, Stamina, 18 kills in that first half. You can't always rely on him to be the impact player on this team, but Chop going to start off this round with a bang. And it's just going to be the pinch onto the ESEA. Actually, no one's home, though. Kimbo, 4 players. They're running through mid right now. Going to be looking for this 4v5 retake. They do have a kid on the back of Cameron. And it's going to have to, they're going to have to land their shot first. Oh, nice shot from Laxi. Looking in towards spawn. So far, 2 kills. Go the way of Akimbo. Spinning around, dancing around this bomb site. Somehow, Clausia, though, and MOTM. They hold strong in their positions. Yeah, that was an insane round. I honestly thought that was going Akimbo with the way it started off there.
It really did feel that way, didn't it? I mean, they had 4 players pushing up on Donut, undefined, very scattered around, a player on site, a player on big box, a player A main, and then one last player over towards CT spawn. And it was Beaky and Clausia that actually just held on to that post plant barely, and were able to finally close things out right at the very end there. So undefined, again, kings of the pistol rounds, up 10-3 now. And it's the force buy from Akimbo, and that if it gets ripped away, it could be disaster here. MOTM and Chop already picking up some kills. MOTM finds a double, and now it's a 5-on-2.
Yeah, and the fact that he has the patience just to hold there with the MAC-10, I'd be a little nervous doing that against the Deagle after what we've seen some of the players on Akimbo do so far this series with that gun. But right now, undefined, keeping it clean. Stamina already. Actually, I don't even think, was he the one that picked up that kill with the MAC-10? I didn't quite see. But MOTM looks like he's the one that ended up getting those first 2 with the MAC-10. And now looking for a third onto the player red room. Just Cameron left, 1v5. 5-7 in hand, and it's looking like Fine going to go up to 11 here pretty shortly.
Cameron left in a 1 versus 5. Has got the 5-7. And he's got 5 players to find. So maybe it's the 5-7 is the dream gun for the job. Does get 1. Cameron finds 1, but no more. There it is. Beaky cleans it up. It is 11-3. Undefined have given themselves potentially their chance at getting the match point here on Ancient, and in record time as well.
Yeah, and Akimbo identifying that they do not want to play for 10 or 9 rounds straight for the OT, so they are going to be forcing the 5 MP9s in this round. It's scary hours here for Akimbo and Akimbo fans, as we might be looking at map number 5, like you said. It's going to be an early site smoke. Stamina looking to pop some flashes over mid as well, allow his team to take this. That might cause some issues for Obi, who's trying to get up on Cat quick, and the shots are clean, but he's not able to find the kill. N2O responding by pushing down B ramp. The remaining 3 players from Akimbo crunching in. Oh, wait. Okay, that was a little strange of a flash there.
I think it was just pressure, you know.
Yeah,
people are kind of freaking out. There's a lot of gunfights going on over on B. Might as well just throw the nades and just get out of there as quickly as you can. Stamina gets the bomb plant down. It's 3v3.
Yeah,
oh
good Molotov is going to flush him out. ZY, 2 kills with the MP9. Now Cameron, 1v1. Did Beaky hear him, though, through A main? I'm not sure. But if he did, that could be...
So.
Yeah, I mean, they both know where each other are. And Beaky playing very, very passive. Actually looking to maybe make... Oh, I thought he might try and rotate in through spawn, but Smoke going to go down. Cameron going to look to maybe stick it. He doesn't have a kit, though. This is the main problem. That nade going to push him off. Yeah, no time.
Less than 10 seconds there. Cameron, no time left remaining. Beaky won't secure the kill, but Cameron's a dead man anyways. Less than 10 HP, and that bomb radius on Ancient now is just huge. So it's just going to be Cameron falling dead next to his comrade as well. So you know what? a little bit of camaraderie, but it's map point for Undefined at 12-3. Akimbo, maybe this is that fatigue we'd been talking about at the start of the show here, purely, where Akimbo, before this match, before the series, they played against the Solo Slazer. They won that series 2-0, and now here they are in map number 3 of 4, and Undefined have really just shown Akimbo what's up.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. I really am shocked right now at the way that Akimbo is looking on Ancient. But it might be some of that fatigue starting to come into play here. I'm getting tired just watching them play, so I can imagine I can imagine the players themselves.
12-3 in favor of Undefined, as they've got the AKs, they've got plenty to work with here, but for Akimbo, it is essentially the scraps. They've got the M4A1, sure, but there's no utility to work with stamina. Blind running shot, but still it's Glacier to help set it up for the kill, and 2-0 does at least trade things out on top, and now kind of 4v4 is just unfolding rapidly.
Yeah, just getting desperate here from Akimbo. Laxi has found 2, maybe a 3rd on Eclasia. You can find the player tucked in on ramp. FAMAS in hands. He's done well so far to fend off the attempt here from Undefined. Just 2 players left, so maybe Akimbo can survive one more rounds here, but I have a hard time seeing a route back into this map. I mean, I've seen them do crazy comebacks like this before, but just so tough. Yeah, BK backstab. Nice 2K from him. Surely that's got to seal the deal here. N2O. He's been the outstanding player here for Akimbo. Now in a 1v2, rifle in hand, but it's not going to be enough at the end of the day. Undefined, big upset against Akimbo on their map pick, 13-3 on Ancient.
We got to see that again. Look at that, Beaky. Holding with the AK, just walking it out. And there's the shot there, 1, and the swing for 2. Cameron, no way to respond, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 13-3. We have to go the distance, and we were talking in the pre-show, the pre-show, where we were thinking that this would probably, this had the best setup to go to a map 4, and it absolutely has. And I dare I say, this is easily, I think, the best advanced finals that we have had since the switch of CSGO to CS2. And I mean, would you have it any other way?
No, I mean, you really can't ask for much more than that. And I think sometimes, these MR12 series, especially, I mean, in, majors and stuff, I saw someone in the chat talking about that, how some of these majors are even best of 3. So really getting a treat here for a best of 5. But I think we are going to send it over the desk, dissect that map for us before we get into the final map of the night. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And yeah, let's send it on over there, purely because we have got one more map to go tonight. Nuke is coming up next. But before we get onto that, we'll allow the desk to kind of reflect on what they saw on Ancient.
Well, indeed, there is one more left, and that is coming up for Nuke. So guys, it didn't exactly go the way we thought, like, at all. We said there was some potential, some opportunity to anti-strat and, work through the night, right? Wow, they really did it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, were you there for it? Did you know something that we didn't, Coach a Master? That was crazy.
All right, now to be fair, if you guys look at the notes that I posted that were mine, I predicted Undefined would win on Ancient if it happened. Now I changed my tune before the match, but my initial thought process was that Undefined was gonna win on Ancient, and I'm gonna be honest, it felt a lot less as if Undefined won that first half rather than Akimbo losing, because they just didn't look like themselves at all on that T side. I didn't see them going for a fast mid. Maybe they went for it 1 round, maybe 2. But all of their mid aggression came late, coming from shelf, and then sometimes you have a lurk coming in from elbow. And then every time that happened, they seem to die to stamina's op peeking from donut, or you had either Classia or Modem playing in the mid cubby. But it just didn't seem like mid was an option that Akimbo had even considered. Their cave pushes were just getting shut down by Chop who has played an amazing series. He's top fragging all from all 3 maps played so far. But yeah, it just didn't seem like Akimbo were ready to play Ancient, even though they picked it.
Yeah, definitely just not finding their footing there. There's definitely many ways that we could describe it there, but all I know for certain is it all comes down to this finale here, and I am so stoked to see how it's all going to finish off. It just feels fitting. It just feels right, because I'm very curious on that one.
Yeah, King, I agree with you. It just did not seem like they were just going on all cylinders with that. Again, it could be, the casters did kind of touch on that. I think it was Connor that mentioned it. The fatigue, right? They've gone through so many games today. They have sat in their chairs so long, and by all means, this is arguably their best map is Ancient. But sometimes it can be your best, but. If they did a lot of training, a lot of anti-strats, it's the end of the day. We're getting down to it. There's a lot of things that could go into play here, but either way, the score has been earned for the side of Undefined, and we're going to Nuke, which arguably is stats-wise almost one of the worst cited lineups for Undefined, because Akimbo just has so far done fantastic on it. So can they do it a second time? Can they do the unthinkable? Well, we will find out as soon as we come back into here. We'll just show off just a little bit here. And that's Nuke. That's 4-0, and then there's just 1. I looked back, at least on Face It, and I saw that Undefined has played Nuke a total of twice in like 3 months of games. So it's totally possible that they could be ready, and they could have trained for it. But again, we'll just
And I'm
have to
curious.
find out, right?
I mean, also sorry to cut you off, Cash,
Yeah,
but
go for it.
Undefined have played Nuke in CCT, and they performed quite well. They showed a good performance against. This might not have been in CCT, but they do have a HLTV match against Nouns where they lost 11-13, which is a good showing against Nouns.
Oh yeah.
And they do have 2 wins recorded. I'm not sure. I forgot what the time period was for that. But I'm gonna lean towards Undefined in this last map because just purely based off of the showing that purely based off of this last map we saw on Ancient where Akimbo did not show up. Now Akimbo, I hope they wake up and make it a good last map. And yeah.
Yeah, like you're saying there, King. Like, I'm curious to see how the mental game is going to be coming into this final map here for Akimbo. I mean, they felt like they should have won at Ancient, and you can definitely get in your head a little bit whenever that occurs too. But I don't know, Nuke. We'll just have to see. Let it run its course here.
Absolutely. And well, we're going to let it run its course while we get them into the lobby and everything set back up again. So stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break to get into the last game of the night, Nuke. We'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's been 3 incredible maps, maybe 4 if you count that very long Mirage. But purely, you and I are back for our 4th and final map of this best of 5 series here between Akimbo and Undefined.
Yeah, and I mean, you couldn't have gotten it any better. You couldn't have asked for anything more from these two teams. It has been a long one for sure, and I think that's definitely starting to weigh on Akimbo here. If last map was any indication, this is their, I believe, 7th map that they're playing tonight, which is just insane. I mean, for any team, for any player, that is a brutal, brutal amount of maps to be playing back to back with not much breaks in between. So, but we're getting into it. Last map. This is the decider. Whoever wins this books their ticket to ECL to promote next season. So a lot on the line here. Pressure is high for both these teams as we get underway with the pistol.
Absolutely, and Undefined. We'll be starting things off on the T side. Akimbo playing the defense here, and perhaps they're going to be happy for it as well. Maybe, oh my god, Neo, he just got a knife in towards Vent onto Clasia as well. That's a huge first kill there for Neo. Op's going to be pulled out way earlier here on this Nuke map, and MOTM going to get that bomb plant down on B. The B bomb plant, and it's a 4v4 post plant, but Beaky already low on that HP. Laxi going to make contact at least, and so they confirm that the bomb is planted at default, but right now, with about 40 seconds left, neither side is able to quite get through to the site just yet. Obi does take down one. MOTM gone, and now it's going to be Undefined. They're going to have to get a little creative on how they hold on to things here and now. Cameron tapping on that bomb. Going to go for the stick. He has the kit. Laxi taking down 2. Laxi getting more. It's Chop to find 1, but Obi trades. It's Akimbo on the pistol.
And that defuse was stuck by Cameron, too. He didn't even take a tick of damage there from a Glock, so really good coverage there from Akimbo. Very important pistol. We were talking about that in the previous one, how Undefined has definitely come out on top of most of these pistol rounds so far tonight, so a very crucial one for Akimbo to start off strong on their CT side.
Yeah, on the CT side, that Akimbo, I'm sure, going to be happy they won the pistol, because for the last 2 maps here, it's been Undefined all the way. They've won, I think, 4 out of these pistol rounds so far in this series, and both of those were in maps number 2 and number 3. So start things off on map number 4 with a pistol round win is going to be a big boost for the economy here. You already see the 3 M4s picked up, MP9s for camera, and an NZY. But with the bomb plant there, Undefined, they at least have the couple of Galils and Mac 10s. Those Mac 10s, especially on a map like Nuke where it can get very close range angles, could be just deadly.
Yeah, and I won't lie, we've seen a couple of these force buy rounds where Akimbo has struggled, even with the superior weaponry, superior utility. Looks like the outside smokes gonna allow the cross, or is it? Neo, 2 kills through the smoke. He is so good from this position. Clasia, though, able to at least get a trade onto Obi. Cameron rotating in, down through vents, just manages to tuck his way down into control, but he's stuck here now. Gonna have to fight his way out. Oof. Gets the first. Bomb is dropped. Trying to bait this door, play through the door here. Double now, just the last remaining player. Clasia, M4. Cameron dancing around the bomb site. Isn't gonna find the kill. Laxi gonna help clean that one up, but really big round from him. And a pretty clean overall second round from Akimbo.
Great kills from Cameron there on the MP9 to secure things for a 2-0 start on Akimbo. Now here for Undefined. They've got themselves pistols. Can't imagine they're going to be going for anything crazy on the buy. If they went for a Mac 10 force buy, that'd be a little foolish, especially considering that they will have a much better buy into round number 4. But so for Akimbo, they're essentially been allowed this sort of 3-0 start, right? And for Undefined, they're more than happy to allow it, right? They've got the Glocks. And they've got plenty of time to work with in this map anyways. It is only round number 3, after all, of the final map of ESEA Season 50 Advanced.
Yeah, so a lot on the line here. And like you're mentioning, off the back of that force buy, now it's going to be full Glocks here for Undefined. So shouldn't be able to get much going here. Neo, he's expecting this. Actually takes quite a bit of damage from the Glock. And oh no, the shot not connecting there. Chop, that was a little burst kill, I think, as well with the Glocks. So 2 kills for just full Glocks, no armor, no investment at all is not too shabby for Undefined. They're going to be happy with that going into their now first full buy of
But
this
here's
league.
the chance for Undefined, right? I mean, their main show of strength, especially on Ancient, were those gun rounds, and they had plenty of them to work with, right? So for Undefined, if they can just break through and just send it to an immediate first round here, that's going to put Akimbo in a really difficult position, especially with the economy. Obi's only on $150, Cameron on $1,800. Now, it will allow enough money here for a full buy into the next round if Undefined is able to win it out. But overall, Akimbo, they'll have to make some of those sacrifices to hold up more of that weaponry.
Yeah, and it looks like these cross smokes again. Even the one that Bill is down from on top of Mini. So Clausia going to be the first person to try and make his way across. This is treacherous territory, especially we saw Neo last time finding 2 through the smoke on the spam. This time, though, he's on the AWP, so we're not going to see that. He has already gone down vents, though, is repositioned, trained in over towards Secret. Look how aggressive he's playing as well. Finds the first shot, falls back.
Yeah,
And I'm
Neo with that
scared.
shot. Yeah, it's a scary one as well. I think Beaky just kind of realizes that Neo's going to be holding for that doorway anyways and not even going to consider going for that fight. Chop and Stamina, 2 shots at the AK. Obi at least trades back on 1, but it is going to be undefined, evening things back to a 3 versus 3. And they've got lots of control around the outside of the map here. Now, Laxi is playing under the ladder, just kind of waiting for any sort of peek in towards Hell. But overall, Stamina is going to be just taking that opposite direction and going up into heaven and trying to make the fight. Laxi, though, this fight, he could have a kill on the Beaky. Oh, double dink there with the M4A1. It works out. Stamina, though, activates for 2 from heaven. And Laxi, the known variable, Stamina. Okay, Stamina. Quad for Stamina, undefined. Now on 1.
And it might be a little bit too early to call, although I say that as we are in the final map of the series. But I think for me, Stamina has to be the MVP of tonight, regardless of who comes up on top of this series. I mean, Akimbo, you know, looking at N2O, definitely. I think the last couple maps, he's slowed down marginally compared to those first 2. It hasn't been as flashy. But Stamina, man, has just been insane so far this series. I mean, the fact, too, that it's very impressive, I think, that, you know, he's able to call as well as find so much impact on the scoreboard as well.
Yeah, something to think about a little bit here. As you mentioned, it's like, oh, Stamina is definitely like this sort of front runner for MVP. It's basically a 3-way tie when it comes to the HLTV stats that we're seeing right now. MOTM's at 71.55 with 1.29. I think before that, we'll talk a little bit more about that. We got to see the round going on right now. It's a full-on A rush of sorts, and now things have gotten a little hairy. A 3v4. It's 2v4. Undefined, Beaky, and Modem have now got to try and bring things back and try and steal it away. And it looks like they have decided to go down for the B-bomb site for that.
Yeah, it's a complete fiesta. I think they actually they passed each other in the smoke as well at one point over by Squeak. Bomb plane is going to go down here. Beaky actually going to fake it. That is going to net him 1 kill, basically for free. Cameron gets a little over-eager through the smoke there. This plant will go down.
Oh my goodness.
Somehow defending this really well. Repositions as well. Tucks in just in time. And somehow they're fighting this one back. Now a 2v1. Obi. It's all up to him.
Yeah, and Obi's got to just essentially take an incredibly difficult fight because he has to go up from above because he's trying to go through quietly through the window. And so MOTM and Beaky, they don't quite know where Obi is, but they're just going to hold in the corners, play the time. MOTM going to be up for the fight, and MOTM on 2, Beaky on 3. It's undefined, stealing away a 2v4 clutch and perhaps giving Akimbo a bit of their own medicine from that Inferno.
Yeah, and I know we were praising both these teams earlier for how, like, you know, restrained they were playing, how patient. They weren't giving any unnecessary fights, but we can see that, again, we got to mention that fatigue again might be starting to set in here. Cameron getting a little over-eager there, not waiting for the rest of his teammates there, goes barreling through the smoke, giving over that first kill. And those are the kinds of plays that can sometimes come back to bite you like it did just there. Finds 2 rounds now for them, and they're back on the full buy now.
And Undefined, they've used something that we've seen rarely. Okay, it looks like this is a bit of a technical pause coming through. MOTM having to do a bit of a reconnection into the game here. Just, you know, maybe working out some slight technical issues. I mean, it has been 4 maps of Counter-Strike. There's bound to have something going wrong. Although Undefined are just using tac timeouts for this one, which I find a little bit surprising as well. Okay, it's a technical. Okay, it says tactical, but it's seemingly just a bit of a technical anyways. So overall, Undefined, they have called a bit of a pause, and so we'll just be taking a quick moment while MOTM gets back into the game.
Yeah, Akimbo, strong start to this map, but oh, okay, MOTM has rejoined. Love to see that. Of course, technical issues can be any can be any number of things. Sometimes, most of the time, there's something small, but you definitely don't want something really unfortunate to happen. Not at the summit of this series that has been so incredible so far to watch and to cast. And you know, I'm gonna take this the rest of this pause and just I want to shout out everybody that's still in the chat watching. You guys,
Shout out
you guys are the
all the people that have
MVPs.
shown up to watch this best of 5 and have stuck through since like map number 1, because it's been a long one, ladies and gentlemen. It has been 3 hours and 50 minutes of a broadcast here from us at ESEA Broadcasting, and we appreciate all of you for showing up and turning out and just being the life of the party.
Especially
Bit of an admin reset there for the round as we get started.
Especially East Coast gang.
Yeah, East Coast gang shout out.
Yeah, looks like freeze time is going to be on pause. We're going to be getting back underway here. Should be maybe a couple of light pistol upgrades here for Akimbo, but that's going to be about it.
Yeah, and this does give me a bit of a moment to kind of bring up what I was mentioning earlier there about Undefined and some of their stats. Modem is on a 1.29 rating, Chop is on a 1.28, and Stamina's on a 1.28 as well.
Wow.
Stamina does have the highest ADR overall in this series, though. He's 69 and 57 with 91.3 ADR, and Chop is at 69 and 54 with 85 ADR. Very nice score lines indeed.
Patience early in this round for Undefined. They know that they have far superior weaponry here, so they are not going to give Akimbo any opportunity to get those pistols up at close range. But as I say that, Chop looking like he's just going to go straight out upper here with the AK. Going to clear up above him. He does find one. Oh,
smart moves from Chop. Oh no, it crashed out. It is
shots
what
were
it
too
is.
clean. Face was like, nope.
Yeah, the shots were too clean that the relay just had to say bye-bye. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. But anyways, so far looking good here for Undefined as they continue this bit of momentum on their T side. Now with like 2 rounds, potentially a third, considering it is just Nico here for Akimbo. And we're just going to have to see how that all plays out. We're jumping back into, though. Sorry for the little bit of technical difficulty. And there it is, 3-3. So we're tied up again, and Undefined, if they can win this round, that'd be huge.
Take another quick look at these shots. Very clean from Chop. One spin, finds the second. Good adjustment there from him. And, we're going to be back on a full buy for both these teams now. I feel like maybe, or not quite, this might be only the second time this map so far that we've got both teams on 5 rifles. But Stamina notably with the op in hand still. See if he's able to make anything happen with that weapon. It's a little bit more difficult, I feel like, on the T side of Nuke specifically. Especially if you can't find any openings outside. But currently, all 4 members remaining from Undefined are out in yard right now. Clausia already made his way across down into Secret. Didn't take any damage either, so that's pretty big. And now Akimbo gonna have to send some people down there, make sure they don't really know how many have crossed behind those smokes. It's something they have to be wary of.
And the only thing is though is that it's only Clausia. He's the only player that's gone down Secret towards B. And for Akimbo, they have gotten a bit of a counterplay in place, right? Laxi is already here behind default, just kind of waiting. But the real play, it's going to be up towards A. And I think that for Clausia, that might just be the long con here right now. He's kind of sticking around in towards Vent and OB. He jumped the gun a bit too early, still managed to pick it up. Oh my gosh, Obi! He's on 2 kills. Clausia up from the vent, takes down 1. It's Beaky and Clausia now. It's another one of these sort of 2v4 scenarios, and Clausia's just gotten another one. ZY down, and now it's a 2v2. Beaky and Clausia in a post plan of Beaky's Cameron, and Laxi and Cameron smoked off the angle.
Yeah, that smoke is going to cause some major problems here. It's going to be up to Laxi. And I'm not sure, but I think that smoke might have given away his position as well. Nate coming in. Doesn't get too much damage on him. Actually, a flank here, I believe, from Clausia on the ladder. He's made his way around. He might be too late. Now the smoke that his own teammate threw working against him. Bomb the fuse is coming in, and they're not expecting this play, though. It actually ends up working out for him. Laxi gonna hop back on it, but gets off. Flash coming in. He's got to find this kill, and he's not able to spin around fast enough in time.
Smart.
So a 4K from Clausia. So well played from him. The patience paying off. And Undefined.
That is so incredibly smart there out from Clausia. Just taking the time, the slow walk up to heaven. And I mean, we'll get a look at this play from Obi as well. Just great shot to one, stamina down, follow MOTM, and there it is, the 2v4. That again, undefined. They just hold on, the resilience, the strength, as they get it up to 4 rounds in a row.
And look, man, I'm gonna say it. Obi had the
Say it.
A4 there. That extra 10 bullets, that would have been looking real nice in that spot.
Ooh, this
Switching
is
to the
true. This is
USP.
true.
Switching to the USP, not ideal when you're getting pushed by the entire enemy team, but it might have not made a difference at the end of the day. I just, I'm a A4. I gotta rep the A4, man.
Listen, man. I think you have to take the neutral approach and just run both.
That's what I do, actually.
True. Honestly, running A4 and A1 is really great. I remember during like Operation Riptide, 2-3 years ago, I remember I was just running both back and forth, just like switching between them because I was just like, so many people run them both nowadays. This wasn't Go, obviously, and I was like, I don't know which one to know to be better at, so I'll just be decent at both. And hey,
Well,
now it's ES2, you can run the both. So
Exactly.
problem solved, right? And now undefined, back in the game after a bit of a pause.
And just the last little note about that, the funniest part, in my opinion, is that I always ask people which one they want, and they say, I don't care. So it's like, what's the point? It's like, what's the
I know,
point of
dude.
running
I'm
this?
guilty. I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it.
But yeah, undefined now. Job. Must have been a nice shot. Hit onto OB again. Akimbo now back down on the low by MP9s. And you really do not want to start letting undefined run away with it because we've seen what they can do, especially on Ancient. You do not want to allow them to start building up this momentum again on Nuke. Got to try and keep it close, keep it competitive. Lax going to get pushed out, and he does love playing this position. That's an interesting molly. I wonder if that's a little VOD review coming into play there, and it surely is working out for undefined.
I'm willing to bet that is stamina, just like having gone and done the homework. Just be like, all right, Laxi likes to play this on ramp, or somebody will just have this molly ready in case someone's playing back there. And if there isn't, no harm, no foul. If there is, that's free game, right? And so great kill coming out there. It's Obi and Laxi both down and undefined. A 5-on-3 here as they want to head down towards this B bomb site. Stamina, though, won't be jumping the gun there. He's going to give the bomb over to Beaky, who's going to try and go get this bomb plant down. Stamina, though, is still leading the charge. Op and Tech 9 is the entry. And Cameron, I think, humbles him a little bit with that one.
Yeah, so opportunity here for Akimbo. Oh, the spam coming dangerously close there for ZY. Cameron is pretty low. You gotta be careful not to walk in front of ZY while he's going for some spam through the smoke. But yeah, these smokes completely locking down the site. I think it's gonna be difficult for Akimbo to make their way back in. They might give it a go just because they're gonna be reinvesting next round anyways, but surely it's gonna be a bloodbath here.
There for MOTM. It's good. And now a 4v2. I don't think Akimbo are going to be able to break through in the same way Undefined have. And so as this bomb starts to take down, Neo will just be backing away. Undefined going to be getting out of dodge and getting up the ramp. Should be keeping all 4 alive here with that one. The bomb radius on Nuke is a bit larger than Global Offensive, but not large enough to the point where it is too impossible to stay alive.
Yeah, it's definitely, at least for me, it's the scariest map, though, when you're trying to save.
Can be.
Because of just how vertical the map is laid out. You got to be on the very fringe corners of the map in order to not take too much damage there. But yeah, Undefined looking real solid. I mean, keep in mind, Akimbo were the ones that won the pistol. So Undefined now, I believe, 3 in a row for them, or maybe even 4. I'm not quite sure, but
it's 5. It's 5 in a row here for
yeah.
Undefined.
They haven't lost one in the last 5.
So ever since they got into the gun rounds, it has been just 5 uninterrupted. Now Akimbo, they've taken their beatings on the economy, but here's where they've got a good chance, right? We see 3 A1s in the hands of Cameron, Obi, and ZY. We've got the op in the hands of Neo. He's been super consistent for Akimbo on the op throughout this series. And Laxi has been proving to be a strong rifler right now on this map of Nuke. 9 and 6 right now. So for Akimbo, you're looking to players like Laxi. You're looking to players like ZY, who unfortunately right now is having a bit of a rough time. So maybe looking to someone like Laxi, Obi, and Neo to try and step up and bring Akimbo to a 4th round.
Yeah, it's going to be outside early again for them, trying to utilize this op. But this time, Neo with the op in hands as well. But he is actually in towards Mini, and this is where we saw him positioned before. And he's going to do the same thing, go down ladder, in over towards Seeker. This time, though, I expect Claudia. They're so quick outside here, man. And now he's not going to be able to push up. I thought maybe he was going to try and go up those secret stairs and take a little look, but Obi has at least a little bit of info here. Finds that first pick on the player trying to cross from red to secret, and Laxi again. That's what I'm talking about, man. He loves this spot on
And
ramp.
Obi's already on 2. It's a 3v4 now. Undefined, down by a player, and Akimbo up by 1. Obi, I was mentioning how he's someone you should look out for in this round, and he stepped up. He's delivered at least a couple of kills here, potentially a third there. This positioning in Garage, very powerful. Chop, though, great trade to Laxi. Clasia, does he go for the peak? That's the real question. Obi, catches the timing right perfectly there. And so 5-3. Chop's got the heaven control. Neo's got no way back in. Do they send a molly down vent? No. Clasia just going to hold with the M4, and Neo is just going to have to try and peek this one dry. Cameron from the hut. Neo missed shot, and Clasia takes it. It's Cameron left in a 1 versus 3. Pops open the door. I'm just trying to get that kill, but Clasia is holding with the op and waiting. Oh, I thought that was Cameron swinging out, but no. Has been spotted now. He's going to try and push forward. He's known outside of hut here. And Cameron just pushing back. He's got no kit, though. Time is of the essence. And Beaky says no.
Yeah, and that's tough for Akimbo. I mean, surely we're not looking at a 4-3-9, a 4-3-9 scoreline on the first half. That would be quite insane. But yeah, Akimbo, they're just struggling to get anything going here. I mean, the pistol and the conversion is something that you expect, right? It's not, after you win the pistol, you should be winning that second, even against the force buy that Undefined went for. And it was looking good for them. I mean, they kept it pretty clean on the second round. A lot of times that's the one that can get a little out of hand very quickly. But,
something that is starting to concern me a bit, though, is that Akimbo, they're struggling at this point on their CT side.
Yeah.
And this is a side where historically on Nuke, it is very CT-sided. They're all global offensive. More so on Go than it was in CS2. I think CS2 has definitely evened that out a lot more. What the reason is, have no general idea why, but it has definitely been showing that I think this map pool just Counter-Strike just seems a lot more balanced in that regard anyway. Sometimes Laxi does this play with the Max 7. Great first shot onto 1. MFDM down. Beaky does at least take a headshot, but still, he gets the response, takes down Laxi. Now it's a 4v3. Akimbo trying to push through on Hut. Beaky takes down 2.
Yeah, good damage on ZY got before he went down, though. So still an opportunity here for Akimbo. Cameron. Oh, he could have had
Beaky
2 there.
alive?
Yeah, I don't know. He even shot through his teammate there, I think. Or maybe it was just through the corner of the box. Either way, Obi 1v3. And a couple low HP players here for Undefined. I don't even know if you can really go for it. I mean, you could save this rifle over Laxi and Neo both sitting on 2K apiece, and you could look for, actually Cameron on 2K as well. You could definitely look for, well, I guess they're on max loss, so they're probably going to be buying next round anyways, but Obi going to make his way up heaven.
Yeah, Neo should have an AWP as well, considering it is last loss. Oh, Obi, the model of the M4A1 stopped him from seeing the player beneath him, that being Beaky, who I just cannot believe that after all the gunfights Beaky got himself into, that he's still alive and kicking. Now, is the bomb going to take him? I don't think so. He's pretty far away by now. And so, 7-3, 7 in a row here for Undefined. Purely, I have to ask it again. We've seen it all series long. Is it another 9-3 in the cards?
I don't know. It's certainly feeling that way right now. Undefined. They've hit their stride, man. They're looking comfortable right now in the position that they are in, and yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really know what the answer is here for Akimbo. I feel like it's gotten to the point where something's not clicking here, and I'm not really seeing a whole lot of adjustments being made. They're sort of falling back into, and this is something that can happen, right? When, like we were talking about, when you start to get tired, it starts to break down. You sort of revert back to like your default, you know what I mean, to your standard,
yeah.
like, the way that you always play around or play a map.
Great
Yeah, though,
shot
gonna get an
Neo.
opener, so that's a good start for Akimbo to maybe find something in this round. Oh, that boost up on top.
Now that boost on top of the boxes there. Neo is still holding with it, but Beaky, oh my goodness, Neo. Oh, almost a third as well. ZY's picked up something as well. Now doubling up the kills.
True.
Neo, oh my goodness. What a play. What some shots there out from Neo. It's left to Stamina in a 1v5. And I think for Stamina, he's just going to try and save.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the AWP, so it's going to be pretty difficult to make anything happen here. But there is a minute on the clock, so I think even you know, it's going to be difficult to save at this point. And yeah, he is going to fall to Laxi. So a flawless round from Akimbo, and hold on. If they can get this 5th round, 5-7 is a respectable half on CT side of Nuke. I do agree, like you were talking about, I do think that the map has leaned a little bit more even since Go, but I want to say that the big shift happened actually back still when Go was the main game. I don't know if you remember when they made the changes to Hut, especially with the window. Remember, there used to be that window in.
Oh my
in
god, that
1-8
window
play.
was
That
so long ago, dude.
I know it was.
I remember
but
when there was an
swear-
extra room down on B. That's what I remember. And
Yeah.
oh my gosh.
But I feel like that didn't change a whole lot. Whereas I feel like that
Yeah.
window on Hut, like it used to be, really, it was like a 65-35 split CT favored. Now I feel like it's a lot more, you know, it's more like 55-45 or somewhere in there, maybe even 60-40. But it's definitely a lot more balanced now since that.
Yeah, it is much more balanced overall by comparison. Akimbo and Undefined, though, Stamina will be taking down that first with the AWP, and now for Akimbo, they're going to start to rotate now. Undefined start things off with a player advantage, and that's good, but will they be able to convert here? They need to be able to continue to stack up their advantage, and with Neo still alive on the AWP, I have some doubts.
And they're so like methodical here as well. I've noticed Undefined, really good understanding of like what to do with this yard control. They've wrapped on Heaven multiple times now, pinched that A site from multiple different angles, multiple different times, and it's worked out so well for them. I mean, they don't need to switch up the game plan much because it's it's working for them. The rounds that they have lost, have been off the back of that pistol conversion 3rd round, right? So they've only lost 1 gun round besides that. Oh, Laxi fair though. Wow. Heads up, good heads up from him. Check that. Oh, and Beaky, some team damage. Cameron gets one as well. Neo spins around, and just 1 player remaining. Yeah,
oh my
Beaky
goodness,
go down.
what a way
for
down the half
Akimbo.
there.
Yeah, what a way to
Akimbo.
salvage.
They found their way back in. It's been a couple of rounds here, and now we're getting into the 2nd half pistol. Akimbo. Before we do that, let's take a look at the very tail end of that. Neo, great shot to chop. Follow up from the NWP. Deagle, connection to Beaky, and there you have it, a 5-7. And so 7-5, Undefined lead by 2. But Akimbo, they won the 1st half pistol. If they win the 2nd half pistol, they'd essentially be right back in this game.
Yeah, and I think I was maybe being a little overcritical of Akimbo too. By no means was I trying to say that they're out of this game, because it doesn't always have to be pretty. You get the pistol, you get the 3 rounds, and then you only need a couple more to make it a competitive map. And I think Akimbo have put themselves in a decent spot here, especially like you said, if they're able to find this T pistol. Now it's looking like they're stacked up outside the ramp.
Yeah, problem is that Beaky's there. He's got dualies and a smoke. But if he gets caught with the smoke in his hand, it's essentially round over, right?
Yeah.
Because then Akimbo's just able to run things out towards ramp, smoke down. Here comes the dualies from Beaky. What can he get here? Spamming it away. It's running wild, and it's a classic dualies moment. It got nothing.
Yep.
But hey, it is what it is. Glacia does at least take down 1. So that is at least still back. Chop with a follow-up on ZY. It's a 3 versus 3, but Obi catches Glacia trying to push out from the window. And so bomb plant being attempted, MOTM peeking out from Squeaky and getting pushed in. Laxi applying the pressure, and now I think the bomb's going to make its way up towards A. Great switch up here, out from Akimbo, Undefined. Getting routed here on the pistol rounds. It looks like Akimbo are set to lock in 6.
Yeah, and I won't lie, the utility doing a lot of heavy lifting in this round. Oh, wow, Chop even pulling the knife. That's quite confident. The Obi range, not in his position, but again, that Glock at close range, man, is just brutal to try and verse with a USB. So yeah, Akimbo, both pistols, and that's a good indicator that obviously they were struggling on some of those rifle rounds, but the fact that they're able to pick up both pistols has really been a big way that they've been able to stay competitive in this game.
These pistols are definitely a saving grace here for Akimbo. And now, essentially, it is a force buy here from Undefined. We see the Scout, the MP9, and Eagles galore out. But it's up against AKs, a Galil, and a MAC-10. So whether or not they land these Deagle shots is the really important thing here. Stamina does make contact with Neo, but it's getting peppered down by Neo and Obi, and that's a great combination there for a first kill. And the Scout being gone as well is going to remove a lot of that sort of fear factor of just getting running headshot.
Yeah, and it can be so dangerous from the back of garage too. That's one of my favorite places to play with a Scout. Neo's also found the kill Clausia. So far going pretty smoothly here for Akimbo, and this is necessary. You know, we need to see these clean rounds, allow them to build that confidence back up on their T side, which has been, you know, overall been pretty absent tonight across all the maps. I mean, they've had definitely some good looks on some of these T rounds. I mean, Mirage, obviously going the distance, you have to have some good T rounds, but I think in general, the Akimbo that I'm so familiar with on, especially on Ancient, I think is still just, I'm still shell shocked from that map a little bit. I did not
Yeah,
go
that Ancient was
all the way I
a
was expecting.
dominant showing there from Undefined. I mean, winning that 13-3 is just, it was just a ridiculous showing there out from
Yeah.
Undefined, that they still have it in this series, and they were absolutely playing game. And so Akimbo and an Undefined, the fact that this map 4 is going to such a brawl, such a fight, I am not surprised in the slightest.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it's a fitting end, right, for this grand final. We were talking about Akimbo. This is their second consecutive finals appearance in Advanced. They were here last time under Omit, its legacy, in season 49, and yeah, giving it another go. They're obviously, the consistency is there, right? If they've made it here twice now, so yeah, I mean, the question is, can they close it out, or are they going to be looking at trying again next season?
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here. I mean, one of these teams will be promoting directly to ESL Challenger League. The other team will essentially have to just continue playing in advance the next season and go again for another attempt, right? Both teams are totally capable of doing it. They've got plenty of firepower and experience to really make it happen. It's just, you can tell neither side wants to give it up.
Yeah. Yeah, and Akimbo not letting it go easy, right? I mean, they are battling back here. Those pistols, no slouch. They are making sure that it is known to Undefined that they are here to play. Now, Undefined off the back of that force in the previous one, they are again gonna be on the lighter buy, but Neo shocked by having 3 players out there getting very aggressive outside. I don't think they're gonna be able to recover that AK though. Looks like Akimbo gonna make sure. Wait, actually, that nade didn't blow it close, did it? That would have been. Oh, I don't see it on the ground.
I don't know.
Might be,
We'll see, though. I think for Akimbo, they're not going to be sweating this round too much. I think they still realize that it is just pistols here for Undefined. They do have Deagles. They've got the 5.7 and stuff like that. So right now, Akimbo, this is about just taking the 3 rounds that they should be and then focusing forward to the gun round next. Stamina is getting hunted rapidly. Cameron is just going feral with this MAC-10, dropping the smoke down to the double doors. And here for Undefined, they've got 3 players down towards B. That nade will be doing a bit of damage. Stamina, does he get at least a kill though? No. Walks out the smoke the wrong way. ZY takes him down. MOTM on the 5.7 at least gets OB, and now a 4v3. But Undefined are so low on the HP, it's going to be just a near possible retake to really confirm when Laxi, Cameron, and ZY are both really high on health.
Yeah, and their post plant's position is really strong as well. Cameron, even in the position with a MAC-10, is absolutely just going to farm here, and he does get 2 in combination with Laxi and Laxi and ZY, both getting 1 apiece. And yeah, another pretty clean round, all things considered, from Akimbo.
Clean round indeed. Undefined now, a gun round, but Akimbo seeming revitalized after winning those 2 to end the first half. Now 3 in a row once again. And they have a chance to continue to extend their lead. They've got the AKs, they have the MAC-10 on Cameron. It's up against Stamina, back on the AWP, but having a much slower map this time around than what we saw just recently on Ancient.
Yeah, early lock and control here. So less actually pressure outside. Just Neo again, it looks like, over there. Gonna be braving it by himself. No, I don't even think there's smokes down for a cross. He's just gonna be walking. No utility at all. And you know what? It's actually working out for them. They're not expecting this with no utility. So they're holding a bit more passive angles here. It's allowed him to get across to Mini, but it goes wrong for him. Clausia does check it. I'm not sure if he heard that little shuffle step he made as he made his way across into Mini, but
He might have heard it. And I mean, great way to spot things out and take that first. And 2, it's a 5v3, but Laxi, oh my goodness. 2 kills now to the good of Akimbo, and they've just brought this round entirely right back.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, man. Laxi stepping up when Akimbo needs him the most.
17 and 8. Laxi, he's been that sort of big step-up player here for Akimbo, and in this series especially, right? I mean, obviously right now 17-8, but over the series he's at the top when it comes to some of the kills that we've seen, 60 kills or so right now, a 1.10 rating on HLTV and 82 ADR throughout the series. It's a solid performance, and Obi's just picked up 2 kills as well, and Akimbo, they're up to 9 rounds now.
And
They're
it's
one
so,
away from those double digits.
yeah, it's so crazy, man. I know we've been playing this game now for, almost 2 years now, but it's just still so crazy to me that like 9 rounds is only 3 away from match point. You know what I mean? It just still, it really, hasn't hit me yet, but a small round, like a small mistake that can happen in one of these rounds can really make such a big difference in the outcome of the game. That you can't allow these situations. We're talking about that on Inferno as well, right? How many times do you find squander like a 3v5 situation? I mean, Akimbo, that they ended up bringing that map back. Like Akimbo, I think at the end of the day they won, I believe it was 13-10, something like that. So it was a pretty close map, I believe. Yeah,
The
13-10.
Inferno.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
the
it is on
13-10.
the top right.
But yeah, no, I agree though. With this sort of almost a year, it's been almost a year since we've had CS2 launch. That was September 27th. So
Has it really only been a year, bro? I
It's
thought it
only
was
been a year,
longer.
bud. Yeah, I mean, technically you can add a few months if you count the closed testing that they were doing, right? The invite only stuff. But outside of that, it has just been, it's only been a year officially into CS2, and we have seen just some incredible plays overall. I mean, the adjustment to MR12, I think, has really changed the shape of the game. But oh my goodness, stamina! What a great first shot there, trying to get away, and actually does. He gets away with the AK. Does he go back in for more? No, backed away by the Molotov.
And that's a huge gun to recover too. He might even be able to get it onto one of his teammates with Kevlar, or he might just hold it for himself. We'll have to see. But Kimbo, you've got to be careful. Again, we were just talking about this. You can't squander these rounds. These ones that should be, you have a huge advantage here. 5.7s, 4 lines, light armor. That's about it. So they are going to take their duels outside, and this is where Akimbo should be massive favorites here with the longer range weaponry.
Oh
ZY,
my goodness.
not expecting that player though. Clausia.
And now it's a
Modem's gonna
4v2.
activate.
Undefined. How have they turned this one into a potential round win? Now we've seen 2v4s go the other way many times in this year's 5v3s go the other way too. Undefined just had that happen in the round previous, right? Obi though, this peek out, he's gonna swing towards Squeaky and does catch MOTM, a bullet to the head, and now he is dead. It's a 3v2 now. Stamina though at the back of the A bomb site. Will Obi be ready? Pulls out the bomb and gets cut off. Cameron spots it, gets the kill. 5-7 though from Beaky, makes it work, and Undefined up to 8 rounds after, what is that, 6 in a row there from Akimbo? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's been insane scenes so far on this nuke. At least Akimbo have the rebuy here, so they are going to be back on the full buy. So it's not too bad for them, but I think they're going to be kicking themselves after that one. Again, you can't let these rounds slip by, the ones where they're on the lower economy, because those are the rounds that should be easy. They should be easy to close out. They should, if you play with with the weaponry advantage, should not be that challenging, but just well played from Undefined, good setup from them, and they're able to capitalize.
Absolutely, and so what we do see here is a 5v5 starting off in round number 18. These games of the series, I think the fastest game we had was Ancient, that 13-3. But right now, all the rest of these maps have just been so neck and neck in many different ways, at least when it comes to these second halves, right? I think the first halves, we can see a really dominant sides from both, but it's the second halves where things just get absolutely crazy in terms of how close some of these rounds get. And right now, this is a prime example of it. Laxi going to be pushing up on ramp. Klesia going to get caught. Oh my goodness, Laxi! Oh, he gets cut down, but it's Klesia. He actually misses out on the opportunity to double up, and so Akimbo traded. It's a 4v3 though in favor of Undefined.
This time they're actually going a little bit slower, hesitant to make their way down to this lower site. The key has already rotated in at double. Smoke goes in towards control. ZY. Just gonna make the walk here. The site, OB peering in. He's actually gonna go over. Finds the first kill against Beaky. That's a crucial one to find. The rest of Undefined still up on this A site means that it's gonna be
a tough retake.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough retake. Limited
One
utility.
from ramp, though. Stamina on the op from ramp could be the difference maker here that Undefined needs. MLTM in the vent. Chop over towards single. Yeah, things go. Nade through the smoke. OB now confirmed over towards control. There's a player at the back of Dark, though. That is ZY. And Cameron playing around behind the default pillar. And, oh, Chop. Given a bit of that information,
Yeah,
but I
no
think right
time.
now, Undefined, they're just going to save the weaponry. Stay alive. Just wait until the next round. ZY. Oh, missed shot there from
Oh,
Stamina.
Stamina.
Stamina. It's
Lost
2
him.
misses, and that's a big one right there. 10 now for Akimbo. Undefined. Lose 2 players in the post plant.
And they're not going to be, actually, I guess Beaky could drop an AWP over if he wants, but look at their money. Only
Money's
3K
so broken.
apiece. It's not good. I mean, they're going to buy M4s here, but they're not going to have, okay, it looks like Beaky dropped an M4 over to allow the utility to come through, but it's, oh, wait, what? How have they afforded an op as well? Oh, because they saved some guns. Oh, I'm crazy. They only lost they saved at least 1 rifle over.
Yeah, they did save the 1 rifle over, so that's allowed Stamina to have an op into this round right now. But it's just been a tough one. And DY has actually been given the AWP this round, trying to go for some of those early peaks. Stamina is going to be playing in towards ramp, holding for, you know, those trophy pushes. And so, 20 seconds go by in the round, and no kills found in the early stages. Not even damage so far.
Yeah, both these teams, the tension is palpable right now in the air between these 2 teams, both with so much on the line. And the AWP this time from Stamina positioned over at ramp, but it looks like this time Akimbo not interested at all with that side of the map. Although, as I say that, Laxi may be looking to have a bit of a lurk here, but he knows there's a player here. He doesn't know it's the AWP, but he knows there's going to be someone holding this position, at least until his teammates over on the other side, out in yard right now, start to force the issue. N2O opens up the round, but a quick trades from Chop and Klasia. Obi has sprung to life, though. And I think, are they aware of the player over in Mini? He should be going down shortly, very low. MOTM, the player with the 5-7 is going to fall. And Akimbo so spread apart.
Klasia with the M4A1. Gonna swing out and lose out the fight. Neo on a triple now here in the round, and it's Undefined. Stamina. Last one standing, last one alive. He's playing it from Hut. Scopes on the AWP. Last he's going to be aware. Flick down. Stamina gets 1. That's surely going to be the call to head things down to B.
He can
Stamina
pick up
will
the
try and
AK.
drop. He can cancel. Try and cancel here. The op in position. Smokes down. Stamina to take the shot and tries to get the timing. Now I'm going to have to play for the site directly. Missed shot to Neo, though. Neo mops up a quad, and Akimbo up to 11 rounds here. Undefined. What more do you have to show for us on Nuke? Akimbo are starting to run away with this, and they could be your advanced champions unless Undefined are able to break back through.
And this is it. They've thrown it all here. They haven't thrown it all, but I mean, they're putting everything down on the table right now. They're buying up here. Undefined, full investment, every last bit of money they have into this round. They're saying we are not playing for OT tonight. They need this win, otherwise they're going to be on quite a low buy going into match and series point. Akimbo, they're in such a good position right now, and I got a feel for Stamina in that round, man. He did everything he could to try and make it happen, but at the end of the day, just was not enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, that missed shot to Neo is a bit of a difference maker there, but Akimbo, immediate fast play down towards B. Now, Undefined, they have reacted in kind. Stamina's already in position. Klasia already down on B. M4A1, great for a kill, but can he double up more? Obi, that shot is brutal. Headshot to Klasia. Now ZY pushed out on towards B. Beaky, he's already here, already lying in wait, and now ZY. ZY's trapped. ZY's trapped down lower. There's no way out. And it's going to be Stamina finding that shot there with the MP9. Laxi is here. Last one standing. AK-47, 18 kills. And he'd need to get up to 22 if Laxi wants to win this one. But it seems Undefined have perhaps given themselves a 1 chance at a reprieve.
Hold on, I'd never count Laxi out of this kind of spot. Molotov going to whiff a little bit there. Yeah, and actually, never mind. He knows. He knows it's done.
It's the midnight oil. It's the midnight oil. It's almost 2 a.m.
Yeah.
It's almost 2 a.m. for the East Coast friends that are tuning in, and it is certainly getting late.
I don't know. I just felt like he had a bit of pep in his step there as he made his way down line.
Hey, I
He was-
mean, yeah,
he
I
was
believe it.
feeling
I believe it, bro. I believe that he probably was like, I got this. I got
I
this.
got
Miss
this.
Polly, all right, I don't got this. I'm giving up. I'm going to the next round.
It's just like the whole, like, you've got to take every fight like you're 100 HP, even if you're on 1 HP. You know, you got to play with that same
Oh,
level
yeah.
of confidence.
Gotta play the confidence.
Exactly. So we'll be a 9th here for undefined. They stay alive, and that was a must-win, like we were talking about. I mean, they were on. That was all of their money invested into
That's
that
all their
round.
marbles.
Yeah.
And they've
So-
at least given themselves a chance here, but it is a round that goes to time. Akimbo up by 2, and 1 round essentially puts them on map match and series grand final point here. Undefined. They could see this game, this entire grand final slip away from them in real time. But will they allow it is the real question. It's an A-side rush, and Chop has already gotten 2. It's a 5-on-3. But if any history has to say anything about this one, we know what Akimbo does in 5-on-3s.
Yeah, Neo's already gotten 1 back. But it will be up to Cameron. Oh, he's actually going to drop down vent.
Oh my
But
goodness.
He has the bomb on his back. But he's going to
and
wait for the
Cameron's
player.
even gotten classy as well.
Oh, my goodness.
That's a huge kill. 5-on-3 now to 3-on-3. The B bomb site vulnerable stamina.
Hop in hand.
Oh my gosh, he can get caught so quickly here.
And they can hear
He's
the
double
scope.
switching back. He's trying to find the angle. Cameron catches him in the open, and that is another kill in favor of Akimbo. Undefined. What is happening here? They continue to give things up one by one. Chop and Beaky, the last 2 standing. Do they even go for this? It's 11-9. Akimbo are
They can't.
about to put themselves on series point. If they lose this, it's essentially the end.
They can't go for this, Connor, because if they do, they won't have the loss bonus has been reset. If they go for this and lose both the rifles, they'll have nothing going into the last round, or maybe they can afford 1 or 2 rifles, but they're going to have to save them over so they can give themselves a fighting chance. They're going to have to get 3 in a row to push us to OT.
3 in a row is the requirement now. Undefined. Could they be defined by this nuke? Going up 7 rounds in a row, and then Akimbo roaring back to life, putting themselves up. 9 rounds to the 2 of Undefined, now finding themselves on grand final point. 3 chances to close. Undefined will have to push it to overtime if they want to keep this grand final going.
And these 3v5s from Akimbo, man, have to be studied. I don't know how they keep getting away with it. You could maybe argue that it's undefined, choking a little bit, but Akimbo has just been the shots have been so crisp to fight back in these 3v5 scenarios. I mean, it's just been insane, some of the stuff that they've managed to do tonight in the series, not just on Nuke, but in previous maps as well. And if they take this home right now, right here, then you've got to attribute some of that to their clutch factor.
Yeah, there's been some serious clutch factor, and unfortunately there for that previous round, it really just felt like Undefined. You know, great start by Chop. He got 2 beautiful kills to just open things up, and then it seemed like Undefined just got a bit too confident in going for things here, and it just went the way of Akimbo just because they kept giving up some of those 1v1s, right? And so right now it is 12-9 Akimbo. 1 round, and they have got themselves a slot in ESL Challenger League Season 49. Can they close it out in Season 50 of Advanced?
It's all going to come down to this round. Kimbo, they've invested quite a bit of what they had as well into this one. Neo with the op as well. He's looked so good tonight with his weapon in hand. The Akimbo marksman. He's going to be looking. Oh, he might just find the angle here.
He's looking for
First
it. He's
pick is
holding for
everything.
it. He's got the AWP. Walking forward. This angle is just millimeter thin. That is the tightest angle I have ever seen. Stamina, though, will
has he
get
gotten
one.
away?
Neo tucking down. That's the op gone here for Akimbo. And so if they want to win out on this round, it'll have to take them a bit longer.
That is insane that Stamina was able to get that kill and get away. He's
Oh,
gonna go
he
for the
spotted
jump shot
Obi as well.
Yeah.
That's a spot, but I think it's going to head things back up towards A because the bomb on ZY is still up in towards lobby. It can go anywhere. Great opener, Cameron trades. It's a 4v3. Undefined, though. Not budging players back down towards B. Stamina. I think he might be calling it all clear. He's playing at the back of the site.
It's going to be only him again. Stamina, top performer here
Oh,
tonight for
no.
Undefined, and he doesn't find any more kills. So now 3v3 bomb plant will be going down here for Akimbo, and it's the tournament life on the line here for Undefined. They need to win this retake.
3 versus 3, a post-plant scenario, and no more opportunities to save. They have to just go for it, no matter the choice. Obi almost red chop perfectly in the moment. And now Akimbo, as the time ticks. Undefined moment seemingly ending. MOTM gets one. Laxi trades on chop. It's Laxi in a 1v2!
No
and he's
way.
gotten a 1v1! MOTM dies to the clock, and it is Laxi, a quad in the round, secures it 3-2 in favor of Akimbo at 13-9. Oh my goodness!
Holy cow! What a hard stopper there. I'm changing my mind, man. Laxi MVP, 100%. He is.
Laxi deserves it at that point. That final map there, absolutely from Laxi, just delivered in every single way and just gave it all the way to Akimbo. They will be going to ESL Challenger League Season 49. They are your champions of Advanced in Season 50.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I'll be honest. Look, I was trying to stay relatively unbiased through the whole cast. I hope I didn't show my true colors, but man, Akimbo fam for life. They absolutely delivered, man, in that final. They honestly they were making my heart stop a little bit throughout that series, especially after that ancient. But I think we're gonna send it one last time to the desk for them to break it down, all the action that just happened. Close us out.
Yeah, and I think for you and me here, purely this is the end of the road for us. Our season ends here after a fantastic grand final, and I mean, what a way to close it. It's been a pleasure, man.
Yeah, it's been an absolute blast, and I can't wait to cast again.
Yeah, I can't wait for more in Season 51. But for now, we bid you all adieu and send things over to the desk, where A-Master, Cash, and King will be there to break it all down for you.
All right. Well, that was an absolute crazy set of games. I mean, guys, this is incredible. It comes down to it. Akimbo was able to go the distance, and they had the energy just in the reserve in the tank. And maybe that's where Ancient, let's just theorize here. Maybe that was the plan all along. Who knows? But wow.
Yeah, like you were saying there, it felt like they fell asleep a little bit during Ancient and then woke back up in the second half there of Nuke. And I mean, what a time to wake up, as that little cat nap did pay off. But geez, what a match we just got to witness there. I mean, every single map was just such a banger there, and we're the true winners for getting to watch it.
What a series! I can't believe. I mean, every map outside of Ancient, we won't talk about Ancient. It's okay. Was an amazing game to watch. Both sides putting on performances that is you expect from these two teams, and they did amazing. Those 5v3s, I think the casters mentioned it in the second half of Nuke. Just it kind of summarizes exactly how this series was in its entirety. I think even across all of the maps, we saw both of these teams pull off these situations and win those certain rounds. I think it was on Inferno especially where Akimbo was able to pull off those 3v5s, and they did it once again in Nuke. So hats off to them for being able to push through those early deaths in each of those rounds.
Yeah, and even the grand final jitters that we felt like we saw even back in that first map, way back when, but definitely a good point there, King.
Yeah, way back when, indeed. I mean, that was 4
Yesterday.
or 5 hours ago. I don't know what it is at this point. But I mean, they gave us a show nonetheless. They went as far as they could, and they went as fast as possible. Now, granted, fast as possible on both sides ultimately ended up in super long, but that's okay. We enjoyed it. We had a good time. But again, got to give GGs to Undefined and Akimbo. Akimbo, you guys worked super hard for this. It was great. And so you guys just really pushed through it. and you guys have made it here and now. And so it's incredible. And undefined, you guys, again, did a lot and did put in a lot of work for this. But, definitely with Akimbo out of the way, next time around, it looks like we should be seeing the #1 victor next time. Should
I
be
like it.
undefined in my book.
Glass half full, right?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, maybe let's give it like 15-20 minutes, maybe.
Oh God, too soon. Friendly
We'll
fire.
see. We'll see where that lands. But the good news is for everybody who's still here, don't leave just yet. We are actually going to be getting somebody in here for an interview. So guys, stick around. We're going to go back to the casters. We're going to see if we can get that done. Now we are going to have to get that set up. So you do have to hang out for a little bit of a break, but we will return with the casters with an interview from Akimbo.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know I said that was the last you'd see of Purely Night tonight, but we actually have that surprise interview that we were talking about. It's Cameron of Akimbo joining us on camera and in the call here tonight after what was, I think, easily just one of the best grand finals that we have seen in Counter-Strike 2. How are you feeling, Cameron, after that just incredible win?
Elated. Last time I was here, I lost in 5 maps to Spec and Davenport.
Oh,
But
yeah.
now I get the last laugh for now over my former Limitless IGL, so feeling good. Those guys are tough. They played really hard every map.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I know. I was about to mention it's like you and Stamina definitely have a bit of that history. I mean, having played on Limitless together at some point, now it's kind of you two meeting again in the grand final. Were you? Was there any extra emotion going into this one with that or no?
Yeah, I mean, I always get like more hyped to play people I know just because it's fun, like bragging rights and all that good stuff. But like me, it was just like we had a long day today starting with CCT, so it was like just keep the same energy we had running in,
Yeah.
and just lock in for our BO5. We were hoping to end it quicker than all 4 maps, but we gave the people what they wanted. Let them see a map 5.
Yeah, and I mean that stamina. No, I mean no pun intended. Obviously, you guys just beat stamina, but that definitely came into play. I imagine after a 6 round slugfest or 6 map slugfest. My apologies, but I definitely wanted to talk to you about that Inferno too. I mean, I think you mentioned a little bit just before we went live, but were they? You think they were getting a little tilted after 3v5 after 3v5 after 3v5? I mean, you guys were pulling
Ooh, yeah.
magic. You were making magic happen.
Yeah, we had I think like the first gun round, I just like triple entry day, and I feel like for them, they're definitely like more of a team that is gonna react emotionally. So I think that kind of got in their head a little, and we just had like the ball rolling. I think we won the half like 9-3 or something, and
Yes.
we don't play Inferno very often. So yeah, I think we just like carried that momentum in Inferno, and I think we felt really good going in Ancient. Then like we blinked and we were down like 9-0 because we lost like every clutch for the whole first half. But I mean, we woke up on Nuke, we, like got our shit together like halfway through like the first half, and we just picked it up on T7 and it's strong.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, I mean, we Purely had just mentioned a little bit too that this is your sixth or so map here in just an evening, right? And now it's like 2 in the morning. Were y'all feeling that fatigue there towards the very end there on Nuke, or was it just like, all right, we got to get ourselves back together?
It definitely set a little bit like the Frag Kago weekend. We literally played 10 maps of CS like over the course of like 1 p.m. to like midnight because we had to play undefined after we played like our Frag Kago game. So we have a little experience running a shit ton of games like this, but we kind of just like locked ourselves in. We were joking too that we were happy the CCT series to go 3 maps because we all had to eat in between. And like I literally have my dinner sitting behind me that's been sitting there for like 2 hours waiting to get eaten.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm so hungry. But yeah, it definitely said it a little bit, but we like had to lock ourselves in. We're like, we're just playing like a Nuke BO1 now. Let's end this shit. Like, there's no other place. We don't want to play advanced next season.
And well, I mean, now you don't, right? You get that you get that promotion directly to ECL, and with that, obviously, the season's still ongoing. I mean, if you're, is there anybody in ECL currently that you're most interested in maybe facing off with next season?
Interested in facing? I mean, like, we're just excited. I'm excited for those guys to be able to play ACL because like they're so fucking good. Especially Laxi and Neo. Okay, Laxi and Neo are just so good. I think like they can go up against anybody as like 2 of the best riflers and oppers in the region. So I think for them it's just getting them that ECL XP against like the top teams that they deserve and just seeing like what we can do. But short answer, lag gaming because I want to beat Nick X. So Nick X is an official.
All right, I mean, I think that's basically
Yeah.
all I've got for you. I don't really have much
All
else.
right,
You
all
guys
right,
played
all
lights
right.
out, man.
Thank you.
That's fair. That's fair. Purely, you've had a much longer night than I have. Chilling over here on the West Coast. But so I think with that, Cameron, before we kind of just close things out and let you go, got any shout outs or anything you want to give to anybody before we get you out of here?
Shout out Mike for going above and beyond. Akimbo Mike for doing everything he can for us, from like Fragacago to always like hyping us up in our team Discord. It's like our little fangirl. It's so cute. But really just Mike, my mom, my dad. I don't know, everyone that's got me to this point. Shout out Bobby for making me the player I am today. And yeah, that's really it. Not my teammates; those guys are ass. But
all right, what a way to kick that off. Well, thank you so very much there, Cameron, for taking some time to chat it up after what was an incredible best of 5 on those 4 maps. Congratulations on the win again, man.
thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
And now I think let's bring it back over to the desk. And no, to us. Okay, it's us. Okay, there we go. See, it's time for us to, I think, send us out here, Purely because we started the cast, we ended the cast, and now we ended the interview. I think it's time to let all these people get on out of here.
I think so. And I just want to say, obviously, even with some roster changes along the way, it has been quite the journey for Akimbo. And I know Mike for sure. Obviously, Cameron just shouting him out there at the end. But it is there's something satisfying about seeing all that hard work pay off. And I can't wait to see how they do next season at ECL.
Yeah, ECL, it's burning on there. I know season 40 of ECL is going on. Season 49, obviously, going to be happening a bit later, but who knows? I'm excited to see how Akimbo and that roster does with that promotion. But I think this series as well is just a fantastic way to cap it off for season 50. And I mean, what a season it was. We've seen so many ups and downs. Akimbo on that just undefeated upper bracket run, undefined, giving them their strongest challenge. And I think that is just the pure definition of what the best of Counter-Strike has to offer. But I think with that, purely it's late, you're tired. My voice is tired. I think it's time for us to get some rest. So from all of us here at LCA Broadcasting here, thank you all so very much for tuning in, and we hope you all have a great night. We'll see you all another time.